cái tầng không hai của Imperial đây cả ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có giật hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Lucas cũng chết tôi nói cho mình người gọi là và Shady lên thành này. Cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng cho mạnh. Đây là một góc một mà phát hiện ra người thứ hai rồi với yếu mình. Và đó là anh cứ bắt được CRK. Nhưng trong số Nga có người và anh cứ đã móc một mạng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ đây. Một thằng rồi kêu đã một kêu yếu mèo vẫn chưa cần.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition, challenging for the fight money, has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goten, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Falcon đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show up được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển Sơn Lâm này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Yobig, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميسي. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إن أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas, đến từ team CFS hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch bằng thứ hai.
Now let me walk you through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through a random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best of 3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2. Who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round? Let's find out. This was your host, 7. Thank you so much.
Tôi được vào buổi trước đó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi cảm giác là bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Patcons from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
Facton.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Fitcon mà là Facton.
Round 1. Headshot.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, Beva from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele, ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
أنا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الإيس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس أنا ما كنتش أعرفهم وكنت داخل على أساس إني أكسب. أنا شايف إن أسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان أكشن.
Beva, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1. Shots.
أنا كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. Me aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn ấy quá là nhỏ con.
Eh, si Dolo, puro ayos lang ng buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4. Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả các skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1.
That's a championship point. All gamers will be.
Chào mừng quý vị đã cùng đến với ngày thi đấu playoff thứ 2 trong khuôn khổ CFS Summer Championship 2023 do Việt Nam đăng cai tổ chức. Chương trình được thực hiện bởi Smilegate Entertainment và VTC Online. Và trước hết cũng xin phép được tự giới thiệu, tôi là Thu Hà, người sẽ cùng đồng hành với quý vị xuyên suốt giải đấu lần này. Thưa quý vị, và từ nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam, chúng tôi xin được gửi những lời chúc tốt đẹp nhất, lời chào mừng đến với toàn thể quý vị khán giả ở đây và cả quý vị đang theo dõi trực tuyến thông qua nền tảng của CROSSFIRE. Và hy vọng ngày hôm nay những trận đấu này sẽ để lại những ấn tượng khó phai cho tất cả quý vị ạ. Một lần nữa xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón toàn thể quý vị ạ. Thưa quý vị, và ngày hôm nay nếu quý vị không thể có mặt tại nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh thì cũng đừng lo lắng, bởi chúng tôi đang phát sóng trực tiếp trận thi đấu ngày hôm nay trên các nền tảng online của CROSSFIRE như là trên Facebook, YouTube hay là trên kênh Twitch của chúng tôi. Và còn gì tuyệt vời hơn khi quý vị vừa được theo dõi những trận đấu mãn nhãn trong khuôn khổ ngày playoff thứ 2 và vừa được bình luận chia sẻ niềm vui này cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE trên toàn thế giới. Chúng tôi đảm bảo và cam đoan rằng dù quý vị đang theo dõi ở đâu và qua một màn hình điện thoại nhỏ hay một màn hình lớn, tất cả chúng ta sẽ đều có được những trải nghiệm mượt mà và ấn tượng nhất. Và hy vọng ngày hôm nay các đội sẽ đem về chiến thắng vinh quang không chỉ cho là đội của mình mà còn cho đất nước của họ nữa. Và thưa quý vị, ngày hôm nay trong ngày playoff thứ 2 chúng ta sẽ có 2 trận đấu. Trận đầu tiên là trận chung kết nhánh thắng và tiếp theo sẽ là trận đấu để cùng tìm ra đội xếp thứ 4 trong khuôn khổ CFS Summer Championship. Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng nhau đến với trận tranh tài đầu tiên và bình luận từ những caster của chúng ta giữa 2 trận đấu giữa 2 đội, đó là BaiSha Gaming và On Gamers. Xin mời ạ.
And indeed, it is going to be a big day today as we jump back into the CFS Summer Championship 2023. One more time for today into the playoffs, and then, of course, we have the grand finals tomorrow, Kyle. That is going to be a big, big day indeed. But what we're talking about today, well, of course, the BaiSha and All Gamers matchup to start things off. That is going to be a tantalizing prospect.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most anticipated match of the event and maybe a preview of what that grand final is going to look like. Both of these teams, the front runners in their groups during the group stage, and yesterday, both of them winning 3-0 in pretty commanding fashion, so I would expect this one to be a very close match today.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at it, obviously on paper, BaiSha have probably been the team that has, dare I say, struggled a little bit more than All Gamers. Well, we'll take a look back at the replays here from yesterday, and you can see that they had no troubles against Imperial. Obviously, the day prior to that, they had actually dropped a map to VASCO, so they've got that sort of little blemish, I guess, in their repertoire, whereas All Gamers, as of this point in time, are completely undefeated. But the way that BaiSha negotiated that game against Imperial, I want to say that they looked like a squad that could actually win this event.
Yeah, they look really, really good. I think their peak performance so far was definitely their matchup yesterday. I'm eager to see if they can carry that into today because I feel like a performance that good is going to be hard to replicate throughout these best of fives. And also, this opponent they're up against is a much different beast. All Gamers, consistently that team that's taken them down in the CFPL, and for them, even though they look a little bit favorable going into this matchup, they still come in as a team that's kind of hungry to beat this team because they haven't done it in a while.
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely arguments to be made one way or the other. All Gamers, it seems like, have had the better of it in more recent history, but if we're talking about on the biggest of stages, well, the argument has to be made that at the CFS Grand Finals last year, BaiSha was the team that walked away with the dub there, and that was, what, a 3-0, if I remember rightly. So, I don't know, man. Like, it's one that I think you can make arguments one way or the other. Certainly, yesterday, my opinion was that BaiSha looked a little bit better in both of those initial playoffs round matches. They had those 10-3 scorelines across all 3 maps, whereas for All Gamers, 10-5, 10-5, and then 10-4 here on Mexico. I do think a lot of this discussion is going to have to come down as well to are the individuals firing today for BaiSha, because that seems to be where they've had a lot of their strong advantages, their good performances coming from. I don't know that it's necessarily been quite as consistent and clean as what All Gamers have been able to do. They seem like they've got a little bit more just in terms of an across-the-board performance, but BaiSha, I think, have higher peaks and individuals that seem to be firing at this event. And then the other thing that I want to think about as well is going to be what the map veto is going to look like, and obviously that's going to be a discussion that we'll be getting into throughout the day. But yes, of course, again, welcoming you back into the CFS Summer Championship. For the penultimate day, we will be sending one more team home. Already 4 have been dispatched of in the group stages, and now there will be a 5th to join. That is the match coming up later, though. That is Imperial and VASCO. One of those 2 teams we'll be saying goodbye to. For now, our focus, of course, is going to be in on the initial match of the day, which, as we've mentioned, is BaiSha and All Gamers. For a spot that goes directly through to the grand final, you will avoid having to play back-to-back games tomorrow, and obviously making that lower bracket run well, you don't even have to deal with it. It's not necessarily making it easier for yourself because you just completely disregard it. So that's what's on offer for this first match of today. Before we do get too deep into that whole discussion, though, I'll remind you how the tournament itself does play out and has really played out at this point, it's almost fair to say, because we're well and truly getting into the downward slope of finishing this event off. The 26th and the 27th are the only days remaining, and $300,000 prize pool is now where all sights are firmly set upon. One of the 4 teams remaining in the event will be walking away with the lion's share of that tomorrow evening.
Yeah, and it seems likely at this point the first match of the day could be determining that first team and maybe the team favored to take that lion's share of the prize pot. And now at this point, we have also seen every map in the map pool. Very nice to see Eagle Eye come in for the first time in the first round of the playoffs. As you can see there, we've got those final 2 days here right in front of you. And yeah, I think this is where things get to a new level that we haven't seen yet. It felt like in the group stage, everything was very predictable. We had no major upsets. Even yesterday, a little bit of a one-sided affair, but this is the day I think that answers a lot of the important questions we still have left.
Yeah, certainly. This is the one that I'm really worrying about a little bit as well. I don't need to remind you, I'm sure, Kyle, you've been hearing about it all weekend long, but I do have 100% prediction rate so far in the event. And I've been honestly feeling pretty confident about the vast majority of my predictions going into today, but today I'm not so sure about. Today I think it's really hard, and that's what you're referring to, right? We do still have our questions, we have our reservations. We're not really sure what we're going to get, particularly I think from that BaiSha and All Gamers matchup. For me, that's a really hard one to call. I think Imperial VASCO, personally, I have a little bit more faith in Imperial for that one personally, but yeah, just as far as these 2 matches are concerned, they might be up there with the most difficult of the matches to call throughout the group stage up to this point, and even maybe eclipsing that. I think this is probably the day that is the hardest to predict, and you'll see that when we get into the prediction graphics as well. I'm sure we're going to have quite a spread of predictions across the casting team.
Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly where everybody is leaning. I think when you look at this match on paper, it could really go any way. And in even both of these games, I mean, when you look at the history of these 2 teams that'll face each other, both in the first match and the second match, there's been a lot of back and forth in recent history between all of the matches we have today, so it'll be interesting to see it all unfold.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. And of course, before we do get too much further into that whole discussion, we do have to get our teams on stage, get them ready to go, and you know them, you love them. They are the 2 Chinese powerhouses. First, though, welcoming, of course, it is going to be BaiSha on the stage. Well, here comes BaiSha Gaming, and at the moment they are, in my opinion, looking like the team to beat coming into this event. I thought that they looked really, really solid yesterday. That match in particular was the one that incredibly impressive, in my opinion. 10-3, 10-3, 10-3. If they can bring that kind of gameplay, they are going to be able to really be a handful for All Gamers.
Yeah, this team looking really stellar so far across their tournament life, only giving up 1 map in the process. But we've got to take a look at their opponents as well. All Gamers, let's see these guys before we hop into the action.
Has to be said, though, when we're talking about All Gamers, they are the team right here that have actually not dropped a map so far in the event. So, you know, when you think about the run-in from these respective rosters, yes, BaiSha might have looked a little bit better yesterday, debatably, but they looked a little bit worse the day before. All Gamers haven't actually faltered at this event so far, although they were close to dropping a map against Pacific Mukta on Ankara. So, you know, I guess you kind of pick your poison, right? When you're making a prediction for this matchup, it does feel like whichever way you go, there's a very decent argument that you can make that either of these teams can win today's match. It being a best of 5 as well is going to be a true test of the map pool for both teams. I'm quite looking forward to it, and I feel like I have a bit of skin in the game now, you know? Like, coming into a lot of these matches, I thought, I don't really care who wins. Doesn't really bother me. You know, I have no bias necessarily. But I've gotten so far through this tournament without getting a prediction wrong that now I'm kind of almost pulling for BaiSha, because as we've spoken about, I'm going to predict for BaiSha. I'm kind of pulling for this team. I want to see them do as well as they did yesterday, and if they can do that, I genuinely believe that they can beat All Gamers today. In particular, look, Blacklist side has really been the standout for BaiSha. Not to say that their Global Risk side has been bad by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you're winning 65% of the time there. You're doing pretty well for yourself. But they are an aggressive team. They like to be on the front foot. Blacklist side is where they do get a lot of their work done. And it is largely thanks to a couple of really impressive members. Nine and Xiao have been almost the two standout players in this event so far. The other one, I would say ZY over for All Gamers, has been kind of holding that candle, holding that torch up for that squad. But just in terms of individual impact, I'd almost say Nine has been the individual that has had the most impact of any player at this event so far.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to argue. Otherwise, Nine for me is that standout player on that side. But looking at All Gamers, this is where I think they might have a slightly more well-rounded team, just in the overall stats you see from this team. Looking at the percentages, though, not quite as strong and commanding in their group stage performance. However, I think it's safe to say they did have the more challenging group to get out of. But as we look at their overall stats, this is what I'm talking about. There isn't one player severely ahead of the other. Everyone on this team has provided equal value, I think, throughout the event, which is going to make it hard to get through this team because they're just so consistent across the board.
Yeah. I mean, that's the clash of two styles, really, isn't it? Blacklist side has also been good for All Gamers, slightly better maybe than their Global Risk, but not by the same extent that we saw for BaiSha. So I think it definitely is a clash of two styles. That said, the All Gamers style is working. We've spoken about it as well, and a lot of these are coming through from CFPL, which is obviously the Chinese league. All Gamers and BaiSha will be meeting each other there in a lot of occasions, and you can see a 6-1 match scoreline. Pretty hefty, but it's not as if BaiSha isn't getting maps on the board as well. So I'm not prepared to say that I think this is a foregone conclusion. I might be going a little bit against the grain in saying that I think BaiSha might win today, but I'm really on that Nine hype train. And look at the KD, look at the stats that he's been bringing at this event. If he can maintain that kind of presence, then I don't even know if All Gamers can deal with him.
It's going to be tough to deal with Nine. He's one of those players that can kind of perform against anyone, and I assume here he's going to do the same he's done all event and be that key fragger for his team. The more interesting conversation, I think, when it comes down to player versus player in this matchup for me is actually the young guns on this team, the two snipers, Du versus Xiao. These guys, I think, have the most to prove for me. Xiao, I think, has looked a little bit stronger so far. Du, even though he's had some shining moments, he hasn't quite come to the forefront for me.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, and I would probably agree with your sentiment there, but what also interests me is what's going to be the map ban and pick. We expected Mexico to be taken out. Compound is a bit of a surprising ban from me for All Gamers, but we know that that is the go-to for BaiSha, so it makes a lot of sense. We find ourselves on Subbase, Ankara, Port, Black Widow, and then Eagle Eye.
Yeah, looking at the map pool so far, I think BaiSha's going to have a really strong start. And again, we do see All Gamers picking Ankara, where they have had a little bit of struggle. But if they can get that out of the way, I think Black Widow definitely favors them. Eagle Eye, I'd even put over to All Gamers as well. I think this very well could go all the way to that as well. But let's take a look at the caster predictions. This is where I'm really curious. And it's pretty heavily favoring AG. Only 3 of you guys picking BaiSha Gaming, but you're one of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm actually surprised that it's only the 3 of us. I can understand why the majority have gone the way of All Gamers. Like, you look at the history between these two teams, 100% I see it. I understand it. There's no question in my mind that you can make the argument that All Gamers comes in as the favorite, but just from what I've seen at this event, I really do put a bit of a premium on the recent results, and I think BaiSha have hit a better level than All Gamers. I think also they have a higher peak than All Gamers. At least that's what they've displayed so far. So that's why I've gone BaiSha. I might be throwing away my 100% prediction rate at this point, but it's time for us to find out as we do head into Subbase. So big opportunity here starting off for BaiSha as they do get to kick off on their map choice, and they're also on the map side that they would like to probably start on as well. I think they prefer to start on Blacklist. We've seen in a couple of instances when they've had the choice of side, they have started on Blacklist. They like to sort of get the game working in their favor, how they want to play it, and dictate the pace of the game. So I think this is actually quite a good setup for BaiSha starting on map 1.
I'd almost have to disagree here. I think the main thing that stands out to me is I actually think All Gamers is the best GR team in the world right now. And I think this is going to be a comfort side for them too, but I feel like a lot of it comes down to with these teams who can get that early momentum as well. A lot of this is going to rely on winning this opening round and really having a solid start for yourself. You can see Xiao looking for that opening pick, not going to find anything yet, initially putting that pressure towards the B-bomb side. On the other side of it though, a lot of early emphasis towards this lobby control coming out from All Gamers. Only one player holding the bottom of A, but you can tell how well these teams know each other. They're positioned pretty decently on the side of All Gamers for this attack, but they're not playing as aggressive as I initially expected them to.
Yeah, it's, I mean, maybe a little bit more respect being given over to All Gamers than some of the other teams, and I almost think that's potentially a little bit of a problem for BaiSha, that they have maybe a bit of a mental hurdle against All Gamers, because from what I've seen, it's not a skill difference necessarily between these two teams, but maybe there is a bit of a mental aspect, and BaiSha already, you can see, not quite playing the same game that they have against the likes of Imperial yesterday. They're not as fast or as confident, and I wonder if that plays against them. 577 looks for the initial opener, and Shui eventually does get traded down by 9, but this is not the clean entry that BaiSha has been looking for. Wunan has to work hard for that one onto ZQ. Timing was nearly good there for XU Lum, but he'll also fall up in the window, and Du pops off alongside ZY. It is the first round over to All Gamers, and a good start to the first map of the series for AG. One thing I want to touch on here is that it is an interesting choice to go towards sub-base for BaiSha when we looked at the match history between these two teams. 0 for 3. Favouring All Gamers, and BaiSha have actually chosen it as the first map in this series, so I wonder what the analogy is there. We know obviously Compound was banned away by All Gamers. That has been traditionally the best map that BaiSha have had up against AG. Makes sense, you have to obviously go somewhere else, but why sub-base? Why the map that you have never won against All Gamers so far?
It is a tough one, but at the same time, when you looked at that match history, Compound was the only map BaiSha consistently had a better win rate on compared to them. So they have to take a little bit of risk here. So I think for them, maybe it's that mentality of get one of the harder ones out early on and then maybe end in a place of comfort, which isn't, I think, the worst decision for BaiSha at this point, because they've shown they are kind of the more momentum-based team between the two. So if they can get an early map where they're not as confident on, I think they could close this out earlier.
Well, what I think is an interesting thing to consider, that Ankara being map 2 in this series has been a bit of a 50-50 between the two teams. It was 2 wins BaiSha, 3 wins All Gamers. That was the closest map in their history, aside from obviously Compound going a little bit more toward BaiSha. So for BaiSha, if they were to win sub-base, I actually think there's a reasonable chance on Ankara as well. But so far, sub-base not going so well for them. Du, even ZY all chiming in with some kills in this round, and even completely uncleared in the end by Wu9. It's, I gotta say, starting to worry me a little bit here. BaiSha's just looking like a completely different team, but let's see what Xiao can deliver. Not a lot in the end. And those first 2 rounds look really secure for All Gamers, and BaiSha are just not hitting the same entries. They're not hitting the same shots that you are used to seeing from them, which definitely does have me worried for the health of this series in BaiSha's case.
Yeah, at this point, BaiSha, they've got to get that ball rolling. 577, yet to find one. Same with XQ Lun. On the other side, though, everybody fragging across the table. Du as well, the top fragger for his team. Important note here as well, he's actually doing a lot better than I initially anticipated against this BaiSha gaming team. But BaiSha, they're changing things up here. A lot of early emphasis towards A long, trying to maybe find that fight, but I actually like the way that Du is playing here. Most snipers would challenge A long, but he knows Xiao's the aggressor in this situation. He's a very strong, aggressive sniper. He's more of a passive player, so he puts himself on that B-bomb site tucked away, and he has that extra support.
Yeah, Xiao very much trying to find those openings, but Hasn't really been given too many opportunities. Shui is hiding behind the smoke on the stairs. But even he won't push too much further forward. All gamers are typically quite a passive team on this GR side. You don't see the same kind of pushes and aggressive plays that you may expect to see from BaiSha, for example, 9. He always likes to get on those fast flanks. You don't really get that same tendency as much from all gamers. And that's where BaiSha's coming a little bit unstuck, waiting for some aggression. They're not getting it, and inevitably they'll have to be the ones to push their way in. But 2 players already stacked down toward A, plus a member up in the window. You definitely have a strong A side hold once again that BaiSha are going to try to break. Flash does get dropped down by Shui and straight into the crossfire. Wunan can't find the 2 trades he needs. Xiao falls as well. It's just a bit too strong from all gamers on this defense at the moment, and BaiSha are getting completely wiped.
Yeah, so far they're in full control of this GR side, and this is why I said it before. I think this is the best GR team in the world right now for a reason. Their rotations are a huge part of that, though. It seems like any time they make a prediction on their GR side, it's usually right. On top of that, they're very good at getting fast lurk positions favorable for themselves and getting in there very quickly on those retakes. And this is where BaiSha really has to have an answer to that, because it seems like they're almost playing a little bit too slow and giving even more ability for all gamers to play the way they want to.
Yeah, I would like to see BaiSha play a little bit faster. Go back to what has been working for them throughout this event. They don't look quite as good when they're taking things a bit slower and not being quite so proactive. It's a nice angle for Du to be in, but first opener for BaiSha in the map, it really feels like. They've got to make good use of this, the 4-on-5 advantage that they need. They need to convert. ZY has spotted Xhulan. And so both players just look to back away. But with the player advantage, BaiSha in a much better spot to now find their first round.
They've got everything they need, and Xhulan goes down as well. That is a rough one to have go against you. Now all gamers, they've evened it up as they collide here on the A bomb site. All gamers, they've got the numbers here. ZY gets the double kill. The trade, he's going to look favorable, though, for BaiSha. They get control, answer back with 2 kills, and now it's going to come down to the post plant, 2v2.
Yeah, Even and ZQ. That nade's not really quite going to go where intended. Danger Man of 9 is still alive, and quite frankly, Wunan has probably also been the standout in this map so far for BaiSha. Initial info is given over that the push is coming down through the stairs. ZQ and Even have found themselves in a 2-on-1 now, and 9 can't do anything. BaiSha are just not landing the same shots today that they would have in previous days, and it is showing. It is looking horrible for BaiSha right now. 4-0 lead for all gamers, and even the round where they find an opening kill, they can't convert that one. I do think Xhulan makes a bit of a mistake by allowing himself to get picked before the push comes through from BaiSha. Could have backed up around the corner in the vent and played it a little bit slower. Kept that 5-on-4 maintained and then maybe pushed off the contact, but going down initially did allow the 4-on-4, and all gamers were pretty aware at that point that the push was going to go into the A site. So BaiSha, they need to find a way to actually make some kind of impact and inroads into this map. Otherwise, well, are we in danger of having a quick and clean 3-0? Because, well, right now, BaiSha can't even find themselves around. So what can you even say against that?
Yeah, at this point, BaiSha, they've got to get the ball rolling now. Otherwise, if they go down 5-0, it's very unlikely they're going to take this map back into their hands. Zhui, though, in the key anchor here. He's got 5 players ready to go right into him. Dodges the flash, not going to find any kills. ZY has to step up. These players, though, look how low they are. That nade kills 2 of them, and now all gamers could easily convert this to a 3-on-2. 9 down to 4 HP. The bomb will get planted, but the damage has been done.
Well, all gamers have been really good on the retake so far. Nade's not going to do anything. BaiSha have been given a little bit of room to work off of the site. But in comes the retake from all gamers. Just a battering ram, all 3 together. Xiao, he's swapping weapons. And he can't fire a shot. It's not looking like BaiSha's day at the moment. Wow.
Nervous yet? Your prediction's not looking great
I think it's gone. I'm prepared to jump ship already at this point. I'm on the All Gamers hype train now. Yeah, I just don't know what's happening for BaiSha. Look, All Gamers is playing a good game, don't get me wrong, but I think BaiSha's just gone completely missing.
It seems to be the case here. I mean, when you look at the scores as well, just individually, there are a couple players that are very quiet in this matchup, which leads me to believe there might be some sort of a mental block when they go against this team.
Yeah.
Because when you look at players like 577, like XQ1, I don't believe either have even gotten the kill yet, and these are normally players doing a lot of work for BaiSha.
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it? It has to be some kind of mental block because the teams that I saw playing in the playoffs and in the group stages up to this point, BaiSha was on par with All Gamers, 100%. They have the skill to match them, there's no doubt about that. But for whatever reason, when they match up against All Gamers, it just doesn't come together. And I don't even think it's because All Gamers is that much better. They're more consistent, sure, but there's been a multitude of winnable rounds actually here for BaiSha, and none of them have even been close to getting converted, right? They're not getting the clean kills on the entry that they normally do. They're not being able to trade down as well as they normally do. And they're also not playing the post plants out as nicely as normal either. That 3-on-3 post plant, when you've got members coming down the stairs from the window, they're not even getting a single kill. And that's just super uncharacteristic of BaiSha. Xiao is sitting at the bottom of the stairs on the other side, like swapping weapons. Did he run out of ammo? Did he not want the Orm? I don't know. But you can't be making that choice when the other team's already making their way into the side for the retake. You know, you need to make that a little bit earlier. So there's this mental block or this kind of choke maybe here for BaiSha that, I don't know, they're getting in their own heads. And obviously now they're down 0-5. There's no reason why that's not even going to get worse for them, right? That mental aspect is going to be playing against BaiSha the deeper we go into this map and potentially the deeper we go into this series.
Yeah, I'm hoping they can find a little bit of life in them coming out of this pause. This could be over very quickly, though, if they're not ready for it. And All Gamers, they are very ready for it. I mean, in this situation, they've come out as strong as you could expect here, looking very, very good at their odds of taking this one, especially considering this was a map pick from BaiSha.
Yeah.
And going into the next one, I don't know if it's necessarily better for them at this point, but at the same time, you almost have to think here, both teams kind of picked a map they're a little bit weaker on for their first map, because Ankara, as an All Gamers pick, I thought was also a bit of a surprise for their own pick as well.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a world where Ankara could go to BaiSha, and I almost feel as though they didn't pick Ankara, even though that might have been the best map in the pool available to them, because they kind of knew that All Gamers was going to go in that direction anyway, and so they were going to get to play it quite early in the pool. So they opted to try to pull something else out. You know, would Black Widow or Eagle Eye maybe have been a better option here for BaiSha? I guess we'll perhaps never know, as we might never get to the end of this series. But they did choose Eagle Eye yesterday as their first pick against Imperial. Subbase, though, not looking like the correct selection, and this could be a 0-for-4 scoreline for BaiSha in terms of the sub-base matchup against All Gamers this year. They must have thought that they had something figured out. You don't pick a map where you're 0-3 down in previous history unless you think you've got something for it. And, well, unfortunately, whatever they thought they had, they didn't, because it's 5-0 right now. All Gamers have been carrying along quite nicely.
Starting off after the pause as well. It's kind of a bit of the same from BaiSha.
Yep.
No
Where's the
early
pace?
map control.
Where's the aggression?
It's just not there. They've gone quiet against this team. There's got to be a bit of fear in who they're up against and how they're playing at this point, because they're just sitting A-long waiting for something to happen for them. And it's clear by the All Gamers setup, they're not going to gift that. There's no peeks coming out from Do on A-long. They're not contesting the sniper with one of their own. They're just waiting back to see how this push is going to come through. And this is where I think All Gamers has that edge. And this is why I favor them over this team. They've got that team chemistry element, I think, down a little bit better. BaiSha, they rely on these individual plays to open up the rounds. But when that doesn't work, they don't seem to have a solid plan.
Many titles in esports as well do boil down to confidence, and if you're playing with confidence, you can often get away with the incorrect play just by backing yourself. But I gotta say, I don't think BaiSha is playing with confidence today. All gamers certainly are. You'd have to imagine that we're headed to a 6-0 scoreline. Look, I could have definitely been on board with all gamers winning this series, and I even said as much when we were talking about it in the analysis. Even though I predicted for BaiSha, I can really see a reasonable argument that you would go the way of all gamers, but no world did I think it was going to be a 6-0 start.
Yeah, I mean, that's really rough, and it kind of begs the question, if this does go 10-0, do you feel like BaiSha is the type of team that even has that recovery ability to come back in a best-of-5?
I'm not sure that they do, really. Looking at the rest of the map pool, that's a bit of a concern for me, but also we've talked about them being a momentum-based team. This is the antithesis, really, of that.
Even he takes the fight already, able to find one, and they can't even secure the trade. They're not even hitting the shots, but they need to here. ZQ just slides in, finds himself another one onto XQ1, and things continue to fall apart for BaiSha. All gamers, on the other hand, they are eating this up. 9 able to find one, gets the second as well, but both him and 577 have taken a lot of damage in that fight, and they've got no forward positioning to work with.
This is where I think ordinarily you might see Xiao trying to make something happen over toward A. If he was confident against this opponent, he might be trying to work into the stairs, work into mid, try and get something done there, but instead he's kind of just floating around right now in the blacklist spawn. Yes, he's ensuring that All Gamers is not going to be able to push behind BaiSha, but realistically, are we expecting that to even happen anyway? I don't see All Gamers as that kind of team. So I want to see more from BaiSha right now in terms of the confidence plays, and I understand that's going to be hard to do when you're down 0-7, but I think that is where they play their best Crossfire, and right now that is sorely lacking. Definitely leaning in the direction of a 7-0 scoreline. 3-on-2 for the retake for All Gamers. If they do allow that plan to go down on A, they won't be too concerned about that. They've retaken this site 3-on-3 a couple of times already in this map, so no reason to imagine they can't do it in a 3-on-2 as well.
Yeah, they've got 2 nades as well. Makes it way easier to clear out that back missile position if you can nade stack it, and if 577 is a little bit too forward in this, he could get killed by the nades themselves. And there's one right onto Xiao, another one maybe on the way. The first one only doing 6, but they've got to move quickly. The time is starting to get away from them. The counter flash comes down, here comes the peak, but Xiao, he misses a critical shot. 577 has to make it happen. Down to the 1v1 now, Du versus Xiao. Oh. But Xiao, what a shot, gets it done, and BaiSha, this is their chance to get moving forward.
Yeah, they're on the board, and those are the kinds of moments where Xiao, we've seen him step up. I was a bit worried when he missed that initial shot. You even mentioned it, and I thought, uh-oh, this is going to just be another one that All Gamers is going to push over the line. But finally, a little bit of something, right? A little bit of fight from BaiSha. Good clutch out of them. Confidence building frags as well for Xiao, who really hasn't even had much of a reason to take an aim duel against Du yet. It was something that we highlighted that we thought would be quite an important aspect of this matchup. It hasn't really eventuated. I think that's probably something you'll look more towards for the likes of Ankara, Port, Black Widow. When we do get to those maps in the pool, sub-base tends to be a little bit more of the close quarters engagements. But there's Xiao opening up another round for BaiSha. So pieces of the puzzle are slowly starting to fall into place for BaiSha. But quite frankly, they really need to convert the rest of this half. They need to make it a 6-3. I'm not seeing them come back from anything less than that.
Yeah, even with the opening pick as well, you've got to wonder if All Gamers will find that way to convert this around. The last time they had a 4-on-5, they were able to win it. This time around, BaiSha putting a lot of pressure onto this B-bomb site. But again, Xiao, he seems very reluctant to take any other fight outside of this A-long angle. And I think All Gamers are taking really good notice of that, because now they know they don't have to fight an aggressive Xiao unless it's on a post plant.
Yeah, this is a real opportunity for Du and Even to pop off on this side. Usually can back Du for at least one, and 577 makes a bit of a meal of that kill onto Even. Now it's 9's turn, and ensures that one is going to be converted, which does leave Do isolated. He's run down as well. ZQ coming across for the retake. He was able to at least strike for one, but that's not nearly enough. BaiSha finding some success now and a bit of momentum as well. It's definitely a more positive sign. They've taken a long time to wake up in this map, but maybe now that they're here, we'll start to see the best of BaiSha. One more round in the half. Still a must convert, in my opinion.
Yeah, 7-2, still not going to cut it, especially when you consider coming into this match, this is a team that had a 70% win rate on the Blacklist side. Having them only pick up 2 rounds still feels like a massive miss. And at this point, it's going to be BaiSha who has to answer that. We've got a lot to work with, at least in terms of control towards A so far. 9 sneaking up into the lobby, but again, they back off into this same setup where they're almost relying very heavily on an A-long pick.
At the moment, it is just Shui holding there, but he's good enough to defeat 9 in an aim duel. That's not something that is going to be a positive sign for BaiSha. Just as that smoke blooms, Shui taking the head off of 9. Not what you expect to see. Ordinarily, 9 is the standout performer for BaiSha. XQLun once again is trying to make his way in through the vent, but decides to drop down behind it instead and reroute back over to B. He's inside the smoke. This could be big, but even watching for it, still won't be able to land his shots quite well enough, and so XQLun might be able to find those openers into the B site right here for BaiSha. They're just controlling mid and ensuring All Gamers has no idea where they're going to go. It's a real ring around the rosy, back and forth. Do steps up for one onto 577 before being traded back down. And now Shui, who opened the round, no chance you check that corner. XQLun secures the final round of the half for BaiSha. That's a bit more like it, but my question is, Kyle, does that come a little bit too little too late?
It may be the case here, but they do have the momentum on their side, winning multiple rounds now back-to-back, and that is where they become a little bit scarier as a team, and they could carry that into the second half. So if I'm All Gamers, I would actually, if they win this first round from BaiSha, call attack pause right away. They've got to stall that momentum and try and slow this team down, just because it's not looking so good for them. Even though they had 6 in a row to start off this match, they haven't won one since, and when BaiSha starts to get things rolling, they become a really tough team to deal with. The big question here now, though, is what they will do on the GR side. This is where I don't have quite the confidence in this team.
I would almost make the argument that both teams are kind of moving on to their less favored side. An interesting dynamic to see how that one plays out. 9 in particular feels like he's going to have to be an X factor in this second half. We've seen him get away with a lot against some of the weaker teams in this competition. He's always on the move. He's always looking to play aggressively around the map on GR, but does he get away with that against All Gamers, right? Or are they really aware of that tendency? Because sure, you might get away with it against some of the regional competition that doesn't play against China all that often, maybe hasn't got the same experience against this BaiSha roster, but for All Gamers, who obviously they're both from China, will be playing against them quite often. Surely they picked up on the tendency of 9 to try to get active around the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see All Gamers just take it really slow here in a lot of these BL rounds and just try to bait out some kind of aggression from BaiSha, who do get a bit antsy sometimes on this defensive side.
Yeah, BaiSha trying to get that early pick towards A-long. They've got Wudon on the angle. 9 as well. Spot checking the vents. It is a pretty heavy stack towards B, though. Only 1 anchor on A. It's going to be 577. It hasn't necessarily had the best of games so far, so if All Gamers does go for that late hit onto the A-bomb site like they like to do, it could be a chance to catch him off guard, but it seems to be a pretty mirrored play style that we're seeing. They've got this 3-1-1 style as well on their side for the Blacklist. This time, though, they are a little bit more eager to try and go towards that A-bomb site, but still very similar in how they're set up.
Wu9 is still sort of playing that 50-50 role where he can fast rotate back to A or B if necessary. Deep smoke goes in from all gamers, but they're not interested in heading in that direction. Nicely timed nade does land onto Zhui. Absolutely imperative that 577 gets at least one here, and that's a fairly routine flash through from him. Good attempt from all gamers, but it's being shut down by 577, who grabs himself a couple. Eventually does fall, but he's bought certainly a lot of time. 9 was in the side, but has just backed his way up. That nade does a little bit of damage to 9, but not enough to finish him off. And BaiSha are circling like sharks in the water around this site. They're actually going to go for the retake from behind. Even fully flashed by the initial piece of util, and the bomb plant's not even down just yet. Du's got no idea where to look. He's got to cover multiple angles off, but BaiSha, they're playing this one super slow, and I wonder if that falls into the hands of all gamers. Yes, the time is favoring BaiSha right now. But they were at least able to strike for one. Du is on for the plant. He's gotten it down. Here we go. It's not enough. That's 4 in a row from BaiSha now, and all gamers must be getting a little bit hot under the collar after seeing that. That was another touch and go round, but BaiSha playing it very, very well in the end.
Yeah, now this looks like a very close game on our hands. All gamers, they've lost that early momentum they had. They haven't won a round since this was 6-0. BaiSha, they're starting to get this into a position where they are looking really good at their odds at pulling it all the way back. Early aggression already, though, coming out from Zhui, starting to push his way into that lobby door peak, but Wunan on the other side of it spots them right away. They've got to get rolling here to try and shut them down, though. XQ, Lun, and Xiao, they're ready to respond. 9 finds another Zhui, at least able to get a second, but it may not be enough here.
C4's on its way to B. Wonder how that's going to play out, though, because XQ Lun is still wrapping in through the locker room, and if he's on that fast flank, I'm not sure All Gamers is necessarily expecting that. They're not watching for it at the moment. Zhui has completely disregarded that position, so has ZQ. XQ Lun, he could have had a timing there, but now is being covered off. Gives away his position with the nade, but hey, that's worth it when you get yourself the pick, and it's on to ZQ to try to clutch up big for BaiSha right now. Time favoring him. He can just play dancing around the site. No one's landing their shots, and finally 9 gets it. Bit too close for comfort, but BaiSha now have 5 in a row.
What a way for it to go down. Now a 5-6 game, 1 round difference after a 6-round lead for all gamers. And maybe the trick for BaiSha was this side of the map. They've looked very good on it so far. The GR working heavily in their favor. They haven't yet lost a round on it, but this is the start we saw from all gamers as well. They started off playing a lot of control on their GR, but then as things went on, they did end up slipping in those rounds later on in the half. All gamers, though, they are playing a little bit faster pacing compared to BaiSha on the BL, but they still aren't finding those key openings, and this is where having some of the best aimers on your team on both sides make the Blacklist sides, I think, overall a little bit more tricky, because you've got to find that timing to catch somebody off guard. If they're holding the angle, they're going to have that advantage a lot, but 577, no advantage here. Taken down by Du, and now they've got a chance to go A.
I'm not sure what really prompts him to do that, considering he was playing so passive on that side. The last couple of rounds, it worked out so nicely. The one time he tries to look for info, gets punished for it, but Xiao as well is able to strike, so all warfare right now, but all gamers just chime in with a couple of quick ones, and it's really down to XQ Lun to make the difference right now. Oh, especially considering he's the last one alive. Even is keeping him busy. There's nothing in that round, and all gamers strike back. They break the streak of rounds for BaiSha.
Took a long time to get there, though. They give them 5 in a row before a reply, almost making their early lead not quite the benefit it should have been, and now they've got to find a way to try and close it out. They've still got a 2-round advantage here.
Look at this change up from BaiSha.
Zhui, is he ready? He does actually find one. I'm impressed he even found that there with the crossfire they had on the double doors. Wunan trades it out, though, takes down Zhui, makes this one a 4-on-4, but now they've got no control over this map to work with. So even though they've got one, they've got to find a little bit more to work with. BaiSha putting their numbers heavily towards A this round should give them a lot to work with here.
Not a lot of map control right here for all gamers. Perfectly timed smoke as well from 577. This is a really forward position from XQLun at the vent.
It's a bit risky, but it could pay off if he goes unchecked in this one.
Once or twice in a half, you could definitely get away with it. Particularly if he finds his timing to push out from there later on in the round. If all gamers do end up hitting this A side, he can really be fast on that flank and maybe catch all gamers off. So I think it's definitely worth giving a crack once or twice. It's a good nade onto ZY and Do. And here goes XQLun, by the way. He's pushed out of vent already.
He's going to have the timing here, but it has to be almost perfect. XQLun on the flank. He's able to find one, and now they've got to find the answer even. Is he going to catch him? Yes, he is. Even catches him. Takes it down to the 2-on-2. ZY finds Xiao, and now they've got this bomb site over towards B, just completely empty to work with. Now the full retake starts to happen for BaiSha, but you've got to wonder how it's gotten to this point.
Yeah, they definitely look like they were poised to win that round. I think XQLun just accelerating a bit too much. He would have been happy to just take the 1 kill and back away. They could have had numbers advantage, but now it's down to 5-7 and Wunan, and this is a big clutch for both teams. BaiSha would keep them in the game. All gamers, it puts them in a position to close the round out, and Wunan's already down, so it is just 5-7-7. He's running out of time. There's not really much of a chance at all. He's going to have to just try to sit that defuse. Bomb's not planted, though, for even. Nade over the top, though, is enough. And all gamers get their 8th. It's been a decent attempt to come back into it for BaiSha, but they might have just let slip a little bit too much in the early stages of this map, and now they're running out of steam. Do they have enough rounds left to play with?
It's been a tough road for all gamers, but they do seem like they are ready to push this one forward. They take 2 in a row. BaiSha, outside of their 5-round streak, hasn't found anything on this map. They've got to show they can, at the very least, trade a couple rounds here and maybe send this one into overtime. But at this point, all gamers, they are all hitting the shots here as well. Do gets that first one. It's Xiao going down as well. A crucial error on the side of BaiSha. Now they don't have that aggression from him to work with for these early picks. Yep. They've got to find it somewhere else.
That's the first time we've actually seen the snipers match up in a scope versus scope battle. And Do comes out on top. Do get the sense that BaiSha will really struggle to come back from a numbers deficit when they don't have anyone that's really contributing above and beyond. Who can you rely on right now to get a multi-frag on BaiSha? I don't think there's anyone, really. Normally you'd have 9 or Wunan, you'd say, oh yeah, these guys are good for 2. But in this matchup, not necessarily the case.
Yeah, all gamers just so good at setting up to trade that any of these players are going to have a hard time dealing with them. 9 and Wunan, though, going to be put to the test on the A bomb site. They've got a lot of coverage here. Can they hold on to it? 9 is going to have to hold the line for more than 1. Wunan goes down. It's not going to matter. 3-on-2. Here comes the rotations. XQLun finds one, but 5-7-7. Can he hold on to it? No, XQLun. He's the one making it happen. 2 kills from the top of the bomb site. Holds on for BaiSha and keeps this one a little bit closer.
Yeah, just excellent trading from BaiSha at the end of the day is what gets them through that round. The initial exchange between 9 and Wunan lasts long enough for the rotations to come across, and then it's just a case of what's the spacing looking like for BaiSha? Have you got someone to trade for you when you go down? And 5-7-7 also held long enough on the A site to allow that kill to come through from window. Good stuff from BaiSha. Securing the 5-on-4 has to be a good confidence builder, but they have to continue to maintain this streak. 8-6, they really can't afford any mistakes right here. Needs to be a clean sheet to get back to 8 apiece, and then they can think about winning the map. Down a player again early in the round, though, is not good news.
Definitely not. All gamers, they had this advantage last time and lost it with a bit of a sloppy push towards A. This time, I've got to believe it's probably going to be targeted towards B. It seems to be their more successful site in this matchup. Xiao as well, almost able to find ZQ. Hits him through the door, takes him down to 20. And it's still BaiSha spreading out here. A lot of emphasis on this A hold. 3 of their 4 players targeting this side of the map. All Gamers trying to rotate slowly towards B. They still have that coverage on the A double doors. They don't have that full confidence yet to go in swinging, but they are slowly shifting their way up the A lobby. I like this play, going for a lot of push into the mid lobby. Pressures 9 to try and capitalize here. He's the only one that can hang on to this position, and he's just gonna get smoked out here. There's no coverage other than XQ Lun on the B bomb side. XQ Lun, though, he's good for 2.
Imperative, really, that he gets to there, to be honest with you. Otherwise, this round looked like it was going to be completely over. It still looks pretty dire for BaiSha. They'll have to negotiate a 3-on-3 retake on B, but it could have been a 4-on-2 had Xulon only got 1. So he has given them a bit of a chance. Huge rotation coming through, though, from BaiSha, and by the time they get to this site, they're not going to have a lot of time to make this work, so they are going to have to be incredibly quick. I wonder if that low-key almost plays into their favor, because they do tend to look at their best when they're moving quickly through the map, in my opinion. Xiao takes that initial duel, does pop a lot of HP for it, the nade, and then the rifle to secure 2 for All Gamers. And just Xiao left alive means there's no chance for BaiSha. It will be map point for All Gamers. 9-6.
It seems like they could do it, but All Gamers, we did see them be the team that struggles a little bit more in their previous matches when it comes to closing out that final round. We'll see if they have that same difficulty here against BaiSha. But one of the big wins for them has been doing this matchup, really stepping up as that younger new talent on the team and holding his own in a match like this, a very important first map in this series, and he is going toe-to-toe with Xiao. And honestly, I thought Xiao would be a lot better in this matchup.
Yeah, me too. And especially pertinent when you see ZY having a bit of a slower game here for All Gamers. He's been kind of the standout for them in this event so far, but if he goes missing and then they can still win the map against BaiSha in this upper bracket final, then that's actually fantastic news for All Gamers. It means they still have even more left in the tank for later on. So it rests on the every single round now for BaiSha. Can't be affording any mistakes. I really do feel as though this was a winnable map for BaiSha had they not obviously dropped so many at the start, but them's the breaks and you reap what you sow, and now it's on to 9, who will instantly fall. Barely any damage even done to All Gamers in this round, and you can't allow that to happen. 2 free entries onto A. Wunan does peg one back, but still, it's not enough.
Yeah, now in the 4-on-3, they've got to find a way in. Xiao, though, may have just found it. Takes down ZY, but look at the HP difference here. They've got so much to work with for All Gamers. This should be Jue able to hold the line. He's good for 1. Now down to the 2-on-2, but they've got the time on their side. They can just play this clock and force them to push into their crosshairs. There's already someone on the bomb, though. Are they ready for it? Wunan, he's going to try and stick it. Not enough time to make it happen, though. Du picks up a 9th here for himself. And the map as well, 10-6. All Gamers start out in the lead on BaiSha's pick.
Yeah, very good performance from All Gamers. Maybe not as clean as they would have wanted it to be after having a 6-0 lead. There was a good string of rounds in there from BaiSha, which indicates that this is definitely not a foregone conclusion. BaiSha will be very disappointed with themselves for allowing it to take that long to even get around on the board, but ultimately I think that's what let them down. And so now the job gets more difficult in winning this upper bracket final. It's a best of 5, so they've got a lot of time to still play with. At least another 2 maps left in the pool. Ankara and Port will definitely get played in this series, and beyond that, we'll have to wait and see. But I don't know. I mean, even though I did predict BaiSha and it was looking pretty bad for them at the start of that, after having seen them make a little bit of a comeback there, I do still have a degree of confidence, right? It's evident that they can compete in this series from the rounds that they were able to put up, but maybe that level of consistency coming through from All Gamers is just going to be a bit too much to get over the line today.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think All Gamers showed us they are the stronger team, but I don't know if that's going to carry over into the next maps. I feel like the next one being Ankara, I have some doubt there because they've given us a lot of doubt in the series they've played so far on it. So they've still got a lot to prove in my eyes, but this is a really solid start, especially considering this is a map BaiSha thought they could win here. But at the same time, you got to wonder, if you've already lost it 3 times in a row the last time you've played it against them, is a 4th really that much of a surprise?
I would say not, but tell you what, you guys can have a look for yourself, and we'll take a peek at the highlights, then come back for some post-match analysis. So here's a look back at the summary of that matchup, and as far as the numbers will show us, ZQ was the standout for all gamers, but nice little cameos in there from Do and Even, and for the side of BaiSha, felt like none of them really were able to get going. There was a couple of good moments from Wunan, and Xiao had a decent round here and there, but certainly not to the same degree that we were used to seeing from them.
Yeah, it felt like a really tough match right out of the gate from BaiSha. Maybe, though, it was just a slow start and we see something better. But let's take a look at our MVP for this one. It is going to be ZQ. I'm pretty impressed with what he did on this first map. He was a part of that initial lead that they were able to obtain in those first 6 rounds where they looked so dominant. They did fall off a little bit, which scared me, especially when we talk about that 5 rounds in a row BaiSha got in the middle of that map. It made it seem like maybe there was a chance they slipped, but they came back swinging, got it done, and now they're up in the lead in a pretty decent first map. It wasn't super close when it came down to those final rounds even.
Yeah, I tell you what though, ZQ's going to have his work cut out for him in map 2. Ankara, we know he is one of the A holders. He plays on that site, and obviously if that's going to be the site that looks a little bit weaker for all gamers, at least that we've identified, once again, you can bet your bottom dollar that BaiSha's probably going to be headed in that direction. The other thing that I'm interested to see is what is ZY going to do on this GR side as well. He's always been pushing on that B side of the map, so something that I think can also be exploited by BaiSha. But BaiSha not looking like the same BaiSha today as they were yesterday, so they've got a lot of work to do to come back in this series on map 2.
Championship point, all gamers will be championship point, all gamers will be...
So we're one game deep in the series between BaiSha and All Gamers, and right now it is All Gamers up 1-0. 10-6. How convincing really is that? Is that a convincing scoreline, do you think?
It is, but it isn't. I feel like
Yeah.
it started out very convincing. I mean, 6 in a row, and you also have to look at the rounds that BaiSha did win. 5 of them were all streaked together, so outside of those 5 rounds, BaiSha looks very, very weak in this matchup. But now we're going into a second map where I think they might have a better chance on the side of BaiSha to make a statement here, because even though this is All Gamers' pick, which surprised me a little bit, they haven't looked the best on Ankara when we've seen them on it. They've looked a little bit shaky at times, whereas BaiSha, I would argue this has looked like their best map.
Yeah, I mean, debatably, BaiSha have really worked hard on this map, and they've had some super, super solid results on it. The game on day 4 of the group stages that they won 10-1 over VASCO was probably the performance that kind of put their name up in lights there, but they also picked up a 10-5 over Ranking Esports earlier on in the competition as well. Definitely has looked good for them. They didn't even need to play it yesterday against Imperial, and when we're looking at All Gamers, they have been a bit shakier on it. So even with all that in mind, if you look at the match history between these two teams, 2 wins to BaiSha, 3 wins to All Gamers when it comes to Ankara. I agree with you that I think this might actually be kind of the one that BaiSha can actually win. I don't know how well I sort of favored them necessarily on sub-base. I would have said maybe 50-50 there. I feel like Port is honestly maybe even a little bit AG-sided personally. So if BaiSha wants to go deep in this series, I think they need to get themselves a dub here on Ankara. If not, I'm saying 3-0. So it's kind of do or die in my opinion here for BaiSha. But look, we'll see whether or not they maybe have something else left in the tank deeper into the pool, but certainly a dub here on Ankara would go a long way for BaiSha in keeping this series interesting.
Here we go into the action. It is going to be BaiSha Gaming looking for a redemption arc if they can find one here. I don't know if it's going to be the opportunity they're hoping for just yet. Only time will tell there, but this has been a map where they've had a lot of good showing for themselves in the past, but All Gamers today, they've definitely looked like the better teams so far. Jouet and ZQ, though, back to their old habits, playing this 2-1-2 setup. These two guys have been kind of the two we've targeted the most, I'd say, in seeing where some of those problems have started to occur for All Gamers. I'm hoping they have a better time with this setup, but it is a bit strange to me they haven't tried changing it much at all.
Yeah, I've been semi-critical as well of ZY in the position that he's holding, and once again, he's sort of up to his usual tricks over on the other side of the map, so that's something to kind of consider as well. And this is my problem, and this is why we've not been too big of fans of All Gamers on that A-side hold. The trades do still come through, and it looks okay in that respect. The fast rotation is what's a problem for BaiSha, but dealt with accordingly. And 2-on-3 for the retake, considering 9 and Wu9 are quite low, though. There is still some interest to be had in this one for All Gamers. Do round this corner, could just as easily pick up 9. Another very isolated aim duel. No one can trade for that. I just don't like that position in general. Now we're back to the 2-on-2, but Xiao is locking it down against Du, and Wu9 finds the kill onto ZY. But it seems like it's going to play out exactly the way we were talking about, Kyle. Those problems on the A site for All Gamers continuing to persist. Jouet taking isolated duels in the vent. Once he goes down, ZQ's on the site alone. And even when you have a fast rotate across from Even, it isn't obviously enough to hold on to that site for All Gamers. So it's definitely something that I think BaiSha will try to continue to exploit.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is where I worry for All Gamers, though, on this map. They're normally what I would argue is the best GR team in the game, but on this map, this is one of their weakest GR sides, and this is where BaiSha, I think, has a lot of opportunity as a really good Blacklist team to get an early lead in this map, because going into their GR side, I think they are going to have some problems as well, but I could easily see them pulling off a 6-3 half or something of the sort on this one, just knowing a lot of the mistakes we've seen from all gamers so far on their defensive side of this map. BaiSha already going for that early info play as well, sending 3 players towards the underpass, looking for that initial counter It's not going to be in place though for Do. He's playing a little bit more patient on the back of the B bomb site, waiting for that tunnel's peak to come through. The rest of BaiSha playing for info towards A. I like that call as well. They know Zhui likes to be a little bit impatient on this Vents position, but Do, he misses the shot as well. A critical mistake, and now BaiSha, they've got full control over this B bomb side. Only one player on the back side of it. Zhui able to find at least one for now, but look at CY on the rotation. He's going to be caught off as well. They've already got a 4-on-2, make it a 4-on-1, even left alone here. Taken down, and BaiSha look very good to start off the second map.
Yeah, it's a very different looking game at the moment, isn't it? It's a super different change up from what we saw on Subbase. That's why when I was talking about Subbase, I was saying if BaiSha can get over the line on Subbase, then I can really see them putting a lot of pressure on all gamers moving into Ankara and potentially finding the 2-0 for themselves. So it's a worrisome sign for all gamers. I mean, obviously they've got that map already in their back pocket, so this would just be the equalizer, but even still, BaiSha looking mighty fine on Ankara so far. Which begs the question, why did all gamers decide to pick it as their first choice? Why not go to something like a Port?
Yeah, I mean, or even Subbase. I feel like at this point they both kind of picked the better map for the other team first, it seems, in this series based on what we've seen so far out of them. But at the same time, historically, all gamers, they do have a slightly better showing on this map against this team. I believe it was a 3-2 history.
Yep.
And who has won what. So this should be, in theory, BaiSha's best map against them out of the pool if you're looking at just their previous matchups leading into this. So I think that does hold some weight in their favor as well for BaiSha, but also emphasizes this as one of those must-win maps for BaiSha in this series, especially considering they've already lost their own pick.
Yeah, look, I definitely agree with you that this is a must-win for BaiSha. Here's Zhui going for a bit of an info play. Didn't see too much. BaiSha running the clock down quite substantially in this round. I want to at least say that for the majority of the rounds in this series so far, they've actually been quite fast. I think this has been a fast series, if that makes sense. But this round definitely is taking its time. And here's Zhui again with the isolated aim duels, and it doesn't work out. It's another player disadvantage for all gamers to deal with, and ZQ, he at least has the backup of Even, who has rotated up onto this site. And that might be enough. Even gets across in time. Next Hulun finish off ZQ, but that is not enough to get into the side just yet. And with 20 seconds, they're going to have to pick the pace up. Xiao chimes in with the sidearm. He'll need to do more, though, and really doesn't have the time to work with here at all. Completely disregarding Du's position. All gamers do win one. And I suppose if it's going to be that clean, then yeah, maybe having Zhui forward to get the early info is beneficial, but I almost make the argument that why doesn't ZQ and Zhui just play the setup that Even and ZQ are playing?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how All Gamers is approaching this, though. They haven't really changed their setup, but it seems like at least their responsiveness is a little bit more
It's a bit snappier, yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting that rotation into A a lot faster than they were in the earlier matches we watched them play on Ankara.
A bizarre opening, though. They looked like they were going to go for the full B-long push, but instead, they don't see anyone and immediately stack this A bomb side. I actually like that call here. Even knows they've had a little bit of trouble holding this with 2 players. They immediately put him on there, and this is where the hold becomes a lot harder to break through for BaiSha. They've got all 3 aimers on the site for their team, but again, Zhui goes down without a fight. Even he has to hold the line alone here. He's only going to be good for 1, and this A bomb site continues to be a problem for them.
Yeah, I don't know how many rounds we're actually going to see go to A in this half, but I almost get the feeling that pretty much every single round is going to go in this direction, especially if it keeps being this successful for BaiSha. They are so easily able to find the entries, even when there's 3 players stacked there. Xiao does at least get the leg shot onto ZY before he falls, and he's also gained the information. Time is really of the essence for all gamers on this retake. They're not going to be able to get this one done. ZY's out of the picture. That's a 3rd one for BaiSha. Dominant display from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, looking at what they've done here, all gamers, they've got to address this A bomb site hold. Even with 3 players, they were only able to get 1 kill on the entries, and you've got to believe BaiSha's going to notice that and continue to cause some trouble there. And even with those issues, they still only go back to a 2-player setup on the A bomb site, and BaiSha, they might just continue to send it in that direction. I'd like to see maybe some A-long aggression or a little bit faster lurk and wrap coming out of this team, because when you look at what they're doing so far on this map, it just seems like they're trying to force the same setup to work out for all gamers in this 2-1-2 they like to play, but BaiSha clearly exploiting that.
Different approach this time from BaiSha, much more split around the map. Presence in the A-con even from XQLun. I don't half mind that either. If all gamers are going to stack A, then they do leave a big hole in the defense in middle that could be exploited if BaiSha get their timing right.
Yeah, BaiSha, I'm liking what they're doing so far, but it doesn't seem to be anything special at the same time. I feel like all gamers, they've played the same setup throughout. It's a little bit too predictable, and they've been punished for it. ZY, again, how many times has he played this door position? You've got to think BaiSha's probably going to check this. He's played it alone consistently, but they do have a slight change. ZQ on the off angle for the support, but he can't hit the shot either. Even has to fall out, and BaiSha already have themselves another early advantage. 5 versus 4 to work forward towards this B. You can see Du looking underneath here, trying to find any opportunity to maybe answer back, but this setup is clearly not working for all gamers. It's going to be even more pressure onto the middle of the map. Even at least gets that kill onto XQ1. This is their chance to keep this round within reach, but Jue, he's got to step up this time around. Jue good for 1, ZQ good for another, and this is the first time this A hold has actually looked strong.
Yeah, well, first time for everything, and it's probably a good time as well, because it hasn't quite gotten out of hand just yet for BaiSha or for all gamers. 3-2, almost an equalizing scoreline. Xiao just get finished off. Bit of a head scratcher in the end there for BaiSha. They might have to try something a bit different now. Hitting this A site can't continue to work.
Yeah, now all gamers, this is kind of their opportunity on their side to have that answer back, because at the end of the day, this is still a winnable map for themselves. They know they have a good BL side on it as well. That doesn't have the same weaknesses their GR has, so I almost feel like an even traded half for them isn't too bad, considering a lot of the issues they've had on this GR side.
Definitely.
So BaiSha, they've got to find a way to make this a pretty overwhelming half in their favor. I think a 6-3 is probably what they need here.
Yeah, I'm on board with that as an idea. You do again see that trend back over toward A though. Nade over the top from BaiSha is going to be relatively ineffective, and the second, well, a little tickle onto ZQ, but nothing really exciting to mention there either. Look at all that presence that's being put over toward A again. 3 nades from BaiSha. It draws out the extra resmoke and the rotation from all gamers, but instead, this time BaiSha are going to work their way into middle, and that's what I was talking about actually in the previous round. If all gamers are going to stack A, they do have a big hole in the defense in mid. And that's something that BaiSha is looking to take advantage of this time around.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a risk though. They've got their whole team going through this singular choke point, which I'm not a huge fan of. It's going to be ZY though, going down again without much of a fight, and this one Du has to hold on to the B-bomb side alone. And now BaiSha, they've got full control over the GR spawn, but he gets the first kill, gets taken down in the trades. All gamers, they are stuck behind the smoke though. They've got 3 players trying to carve this path back into the GR spawn, but they don't even check the corner. 9 gets that kill for free. But look at the HP. I mean, XQ1 under 10, 577, under 20. He's going to be taken down right away by ZQ, and now it becomes a tough situation to hold on to.
You've just got XQ1 playing anti-flash in the corner, trying to hide away. Hasn't been spotted yet, and eventually does get dealt with by ZQ on that defuse now, and oh dearie me, oh dear, BaiSha. They don't want to lose that round. An equalizing one for all gamers. And if we're to follow your trend of thought, Kyle, which I'm more than happy to do, if they keep it equal here, all gamers, I think they do pull it off in the second half. So, painful one to lose for BaiSha. They did everything right. They completely pulled that rotation to A. They worked in through middle. They got the site control. They had the numbers advantage, but they could not win against that post plant. And all gamers equalized it at 3 apiece. So, now you've tried a bit of everything as BaiSha, and some of it's working, but not enough.
Yeah, I feel like a 3-3 is not really good enough for BaiSha in this situation. They've got to find a way to get things working even better for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they start going back to the A-bomb site here. That's where they got a lot of their earlier rounds, because Xue hasn't been the best at holding off these pushes. Even though he did have one good round, a lot of it was thanks to the support from his teammates. He's always in the vents here, but this time he's got to make it work. He does manage one. ZQ has to do a lot more than that to stop this push. The rotation, though, is already here. It's going to be even, I believe, sliding in on the GR spawn wall. Now Wunan has to help carve that path, but there's no way they're going to get it in unless they just go for it here. They're hesitating so much on the side of BaiSha that now there's so much rotational support here from AG.
Yeah, maybe trying to bait all gamers in some way, shape or form, but there's 3 players on this site. I agree, they've waited way too long. BaiSha thought they were cooking something, but it turned out to be quite the poor concoction. It's another one for all gamers. Is that, again, the mental gap between these 2 teams, right? Is that maybe BaiSha giving all gamers a little bit too much credit, a little bit too much in the ways of, what's the word, respect? If BaiSha's against any other team, do they just stall there, or do they just keep going?
Yeah, I feel like the hesitation there is definitely some sort of mental block, because if that was VASCO, they would have been on site for 10 minutes at that point. I feel like this team, they really have to show us they're not afraid to play their same game against all gamers, because they are allowing so much over to all gamers by allowing them to dictate the pace of how this one has played out so far. And it's really warranted them so many rounds they might not have otherwise won. And that's what worries me about BaiSha, because shot for shot, I would argue they're probably the better team on paper, but strategically, like, I just don't know what's going wrong for them. There's a lot of hesitation that we don't normally see, and all gamers, they just seem calm and collected here.
Yeah, I think BaiSha are in there and heads in this matchup against all gamers, which is going to be a real problem for them if they do meet once again in the grand final. See why? Well, he hasn't copped much flack so far in this upper bracket final, because there hasn't been much presence in the direction of B from BaiSha. But I don't really enjoy how he also plays these isolated angles that are pretty much never tradable. But at the very least, you know, when you have a 3-player stack over toward A, I see a bit more of the sense, because you can get that really early info and you can still rotate your members back across over toward the B bomb site. Now ZQ has that pressure on his shoulders continually, as Do and Even are also dropped, and yeah, ZQ doesn't even get the chance to fire a shot. Xue anchoring over at A. Probably see this round go by the wayside. Stays equal, but that's still not really enough for BaiSha as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Xue, nothing he can really do except allow this one to come to a tie and think about how they can win this final round, because 5 rounds on the GR side for this map is actually pretty good for all gamers, considering how they've looked on it so far. And I think at this point, they'll take that if they can get it tied up, though. 4-4, Xiao gets the final. And now This is going to be an important round, I think. BaiSha, if they want to take this map, I feel like they've got to win this round because I don't know if their GR side is going to be good enough on their end to get a whole winning half out of it.
Fast into mid this time from BaiSha. Not a bad choice at all, considering the setup from All Gamers has got a couple of members back over to the B side of the map. Even is able to trade at least 1-for-1, but All Gamers are maintaining the numbers lead. Shui maybe could have anchored on the A side a little bit longer. He was eager to assist, and that has actually brought undone All Gamers a bit in this round. They've got 2 members over to B, but that's not where they need to be. Have to go back to A.
Yeah. A bit of a misplay there on the mid hold, and now BaiSha, this should be their round to take away. 3-on-2. The bomb safely planted on A. ZY, we have seen him do some crazy things on the A-bomb site retakes. He needs one of those crazy moments now if they want to steal this half away, but it's not going to be looking too good for him. He's taken down right away. Do left alone, 1 versus 3. BaiSha, they know exactly where he has to come from. There is no way he gets in this untraded. He has to hit some incredible shots, but it won't go his way either. It's going to be another round here for BaiSha to close out the half. They do have the lead coming out of it, 5-4. But I'm not sure if that will be enough. Still, I think this one's very much up in the air.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't have the same issues necessarily with BaiSha's GR side on this map, though, that I do with All Gamers. So I want to see what they're going to be setting up like. Again, a bit of a 2-1-2 with XQLun holding in toward mid. Wunan sort of playing that ZY role, but not in as much of a one-and-done position. And I think that's kind of the difference for me, is that at least he has a bit of cover that he can kind of escape behind and hold the second angle if the first fight doesn't go well, or even if the first fight does go well. Instead of getting immediately traded, you give yourself a little bit of a chance for a respite. Instead, All Gamers are just going to make their way in through mid.
Yeah, right now, XQLun, he's the player who can gather a lot of information off of this. Xiao as well, though, could run into a bit of trouble if he's not careful. He's able to get at least one, a little bit more than I even expected there, considering he peeked into a wall of 4 AG players. XQLun finds one big shot there on Dejue to take him down on the flank. Now they've got the 3-on-4 for the post plane to work with. Even goes down as well. BaiSha, they've got everything in the cards to win this round. ZY holding the edge of the smoke and trying to make something happen here, but these counter flashes are just brutal. He's going to be taken down. ZQ left alone, 1 versus 4. He needs a miracle of a play. Maybe he's going to find it, though. Takes it down to a 1v2. But BaiSha makes sure it doesn't get much scarier than that.
Yeah, it was good trigger discipline from him. But as you say, BaiSha, another one on the board. Ooh. Some fierce words going back and forth between BaiSha at the moment. I don't know if it's like obviously a positive or a negative conversation. I suppose they're up 6-4, so it can't be too bad, one would hope. I would love to see All Gamers test this A site. I just want to see what the discrepancy is looking like between the hold of All Gamers and what BaiSha can do on this site as well. I think that also gives you a pretty good indication of how the GR side works for BaiSha, if they play aggressive on A, if they rotate players fast over there or not. It's probably pretty good information for All Gamers to gather early on.
Yeah, I think just looking at who's playing there, though, it is going to be a more difficult site to crack. 9, generally a very strong player on his GR side holds, whereas Jue on this map has been a little bit lackluster, but now we do have BaiSha stepping up thanks to Wunan and getting another early round advantage for themselves. 2 kills going his way, even in ZY out of the picture. for the rest of this round, and now they can start to work their way into a bit of a pinch here. They've got 4 players they can start wrapping around with. Xiao poking around for that information. B Long, he's going to quickly realize this push isn't going to be anywhere near the B bomb site. Now they can stack towards A, but this is going to be interesting. AG still poking around in mid.
It's a bit unacceptable that that ends up being a 2-for-1. But Xiao, again with that trademarked presence on the GR side, BaiSha do get behind All Gamers and shut down another frag. 577 with a bit of the job to do under the stairs. He does get the help, but 9 and 577 both go down. That's a big problem. Just when you thought this round was probably over in the favor of BaiSha, All Gamers come up with a pretty clutch play right there, and XQ Lund now through that smoke also loses his life. Didn't decide to wait for Xiao, tried to deny the bomb plant. Gave Xiao a bit of time to work, and he's really quick through the vents. Isolates it into the one-on-one, but he's low on HP, and that should be easy for ZQ to finish off. That's a disaster in the end for BaiSha. Should have been there round every day of the week. That might be a map-winning round as well for All Gamers. This feels like it's a close map. It feels like it's going to be tit for tat. And getting one round where you otherwise don't deserve it can really pay dividends later on.
Yeah, I mean, a 2 versus 4, BaiSha going down there. It would have been a 7-4 lead for them had they won that round. Now, All Gamers can completely turn this back into a tie, and they're on the better side to be on in this circumstance as well, if it is tied up. Right now, a 2-1-2 setup. A lot of these GR side setups, though, seem to be pretty much a mirror of what the other team is doing. Very, very similar in how they structure their playbook when it comes to the defenses on this map. It is going to be a little bit better, though, from BaiSha so far in just the firepower behind the setup, but All Gamers as well. A lot of mobility here, working their way as a team into the middle of the map, sending a lot of players now into the underpass. It's going to be 4 players pushing their way through. Xiao, the only player on the B bomb site, could be tested very quickly, considering, look at Shui. He's already got full control of the GR spawn.
Yeah, but let's not forget that this is Xiao, who absolutely popped off for BaiSha so far at this event. And I might have hyped him up a little bit too much in that round, because he just got completely run down there. There was nothing to even say at all. All Gamers have run through the B site. They've run through the entire map, really. I was hoping that Xiao was going to do Xiao things, you know, a bit of Xiao magic, but we didn't get it.
Not this time around at all. Now it's going to be tied up. All Gamers looking better and better on this blacklist side of the map. Their odds are, I think, going up a little bit to take the 2-0 lead, and this is where I was thinking, if they were only down by maybe a round or even took that first half, it could be enough to get them across here, because that side is significantly weaker for them compared to their blacklist half. And now you can start to see it as well in how they're playing. They're feeling a lot more comfortable with the shots they're taking, and now they've got a chance to take the lead back as well. But BaiSha, this is a good change as well. 577 going a little bit more aggressive into the A connector. He's got the support of Wunan as well right behind him. They've got this forward positioning, and All Gamers has to be ready to check this.
I think they are, though. They've smoked it off. So they must have some sort of indication that there are a couple of GR members over there. It's a strong position, though, to hold for BaiSha, because it gives them a lot of early warning that anything's getting put in the direction of A. So they don't even need to necessarily dedicate a member to A unless 577 sees someone. You have Zhao over on that side of the map now. Wunan's on a bit of a push. I think that's going to be a mistake. ZQ just waiting for it. That's what I'm talking about as well, with the tendencies from BaiSha to play a bit more aggressively on this GR side. You might get away with that against other teams, but All Gamers has been playing against BaiSha all year. So they know that at some point there's going to be some level of aggression. So they've got individuals set up to watch for that. It's a good default from All Gamers, and they've been rewarded for it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, All Gamers, they've got everything in the cards to get themselves in the lead. Now they've just got to execute onto it. It's going to be 9 only holding this alone. And he's playing for info as well. A nice opening shot, though. Takes down ZQ without much effort. And now they've got to respond. All gamers, though. Zhui sneaking into the vent. He's going to be caught out as well. BaiSha winning these individual battles has gotten them quickly back into this round. Xiao as well takes down Even. It's a 2 versus 4. ZY and Du. They've got to push here onto the A bomb site. They've got no other options here, but they're going to find the kill and the opening on the bomb site. They're going to get this down, but now they've got to hold it off in the 2-on-3.
Let's not forget what happened in the last 2-on-4. BaiSha still need to convert right here. Du missing the shot gives him the opportunity to get that done. ZY, clean one initially onto 9. Needs more than that. 5-7-7. It came down to Wu9, who got it done, but that was scary for a moment. If Du hits that second shot with the Orb, I think it's round over. Another 2-on-4 converted for all gamers. BaiSha, though, they continue to fight hard for the victory here on Ankara, and they get one step closer.
Will it be enough, though? They've got a 1-round lead, all gamers. They are taking these rounds down to the wire, even when they're losing them. But they still have to find their way back to the tie here. They can't afford to give BaiSha too much room to work with. Otherwise, they could potentially push this one all the way to a 1-1 score overall. But AG, they've looked good on the early round here. They've had several situations where they get this early round pick, but then they start to get picked apart one by one, and that's where they've got to be set up to trade once they obtain that early advantage. You do see Zhui here working early alone into mid. The rest of the team working potentially into the underpass here, maybe even into mid themselves. And it's going to be a full mid commit. They've read this well. They know BaiSha has a bad habit of giving up mid halfway through the round, and they're going to exploit this very well. 2 players now in the GR spawn. BaiSha starting to realize the mistake they've made. Now Xiao is going to get overwhelmed on the B bomb site. He has to back off and play for the 5-on-5 retake here.
Wise decision to keep himself alive, though. They do have a multi-pronged retake available, but they've got a lot of territory to still work their way through. These 3 players over toward A have to try to get it done, but that's not working at all. This is a horrible round for BaiSha. It's fallen apart. All gamers equalize at 7 apiece. I don't know if BaiSha will make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, they've got to adjust how they hold the midsection of the map. They had a wide open opportunity there for all gamers to just shift walk in there, take control, and then explode onto either site, really, that they wanted to go towards. And now BaiSha, we've got to see that adjustment. But again, the middle of the map, wide open for the taking. There's only really one player who can respond. XQ1 does fall back now to hold on to that position, so at least they do adjust here. But they still have to be careful on the side of BaiSha. They've got their numbers spread thin, and when these picks don't work out for them earlier on, like I've said before, this is where they start to have trouble. The last couple of rounds, they got away with it up until that previous one where they just got absolutely decimated by kind of spreading themselves too thin.
What's the timing going to look like from Wu9 if he opts to push again? He's probably going to be hesitant to do so, considering he died last time he did that, but this would be the perfect round to push in.
It really would be. They've got all 5 players here ready to go. 9 on the hold, very deadly to go up against, but 5-7-7, he's already been taken down. 9 has to do something spectacular to stop this push from coming through. He does have the quick rotation from XQ1, gets the first. It's not going to be enough here, though. XQ1, he's got to back off. There's no way he's going to get into this safely. He's going to be spotted alone as well. This could be a nade to finish him. It's perfect, but he gets the kill first anyways. Now they've got the 3-on-2. XQ1 is low, and all gamers are on the cusp of getting another one.
Really critical that Du is able to find that frag. XQ1 now has to take a bit longer to work his way through into the vent, and that is critical time being taken away from BaiSha on this retake. Zhui does drop, but still 2 more members to find. ZY off angle. It won't work out for him. Xiao loses his life against ZQ, and all gamers clutch up again. It does start to feel like maybe a task too tall for BaiSha. Ankara is slipping away. Once it's gone, it's 0-2 in the series. What a different series this could have been, though. I mean, you think about how close some of the aspects of sub-base were. And Ankara is obviously still close. It's definitely not a foregone conclusion. But just as you're likely to see all gamers go up 2-0, I think there was definitely a world where today BaiSha could be fighting for the 2-0 position right here as well. And, well, we haven't quite seen it. I don't think we've seen the best of BaiSha. And all gamers more than happy to revel in that success.
It's going to come down to these last couple of rounds, though. All gamers, they've got to keep that composure all the way until they have that 10th round. This is where BaiSha can really start to spoil things for them if all gamers thinks they've got this as a guarantee. Xiao, though, he's going to run right into this trap. Is he ready to fight? No, he is not. Du takes him down. Now they can go right onto this bomb site. XQ1 at least good for the follow-up. They've got 2 players here now. They've got to back off. They've already lost another. Zway goes down as well as ZY. They've got to reconvert out of the mid. But Du, he gets another one even from underneath. Takes down Wunon. XQ1, he's stuck here in a corner too, but they don't even have to take this fight. They've got the numbers.
My dreams of a BaiSha win today are evaporating right before my eyes. 5-7-7, the last alive. This round it looked so good and then it fell apart. My precious 100% predictions, it is going into the bin. Along with BaiSha's chances of winning here on Ankara and in this series as well. Plants going down, 5-7-7. Is there a hero moment available? First kill does get quite cleanly picked up, but still costs him a bit of HP, and Nade over the top finishes it. So all gamers once again onto map point. And as we discussed, if this goes 2-0, my faith is done.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a winnable situation, but all gamers, they've got 3 in a row here. You'd have to think they likely win themselves one of these last 2 rounds.
Only 2 on the GR side from BaiSha as well for the entire half. So you're asking them to get 2 in a row now? I don't know.
Du as well, he's really stepped up in these last couple of rounds, along with ZQ, who's been really phenomenal throughout this map to push them to the forefront. Normally, though, we do see a lot of big plays from ZY on this map. This was, I believe, statistically his best map in the event so far leading up to it. He's the lowest fragger on all gamers so far here, I believe, in this overall matchup, not even just this map. So I'm curious to see if, you know, maybe he's just having an off day or whatever it might be, but you've got to respect the rest of this team, making sure they can put themselves in a positive place here. 5-7-7, this is the key player in this round. We've seen so many struggles from both of these teams on that vent position. It's so hard to get more than a kill here. He's got to back off as well. That flash is going to be devastating. All gamers, they get into the site, only losing 1 in the process, but XQ1, he's already rotated back onto the upper A bomb site here. He goes for the quick peek. He's going to get 1. The trades, though, still favorable for all gamers. Xiao, he catches CY off guard, but it doesn't matter. Trade after trade continues to favor all gamers. It's down to this. Xiao, 1 versus 2, not going to happen. All gamers, they take this one 10-7 and get themselves 1 step away from a spot in the grand finals. A stellar performance in the second half after a shaky first half, but they still find a way to keep themselves undefeated on maps in this tournament.
Yeah, all gamers, they know how good Xiao can be in the clutch. They saw that yesterday against the Imperial, and they won't even give him the opportunity, right? When you get that double swing together, what's he really going to do? He can kill 1, can't kill both at the same time. AG making no mistake, and 10-6, 10-7 for the first 2 maps right here. All gamers in prime position now to close this series out. Remember, it is a best of 5, so the series is not over just yet, but obviously it's not a pretty picture being painted for BaiSha, and as we've already discussed, I think at this point now, my faith is definitely disappeared. I was maybe one of the few people that even had faith in BaiSha going into this not grand final, maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself there. This upper bracket final. And look, to be fair, not many people predicted for them. I thought that they would come into today looking a little bit hotter than they have, and even I now am pretty much saying, yeah, I think all gamers is going to grab themselves a 3-0 today. So what does that really tell you, Kyle? Because it seems like Destiny's being fulfilled, and once again, all gamers is going to beat BaiSha in another series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like all gamers, they've just played better when it matters most. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, and see how this one played out.
Well, there you have it, right down on paper. The results from the previous map, 10-7 all gamers. This one wasn't quite as decisive maybe as what we saw on Subbase, but again, you had really outstanding performances from the majority of the all gamers roster, and for the most part, BaiSha did go a little bit missing. Wu9 had a couple of really nice multi-frags there. Xiao was having some impact with the Orb as well, but 9 in particular missing 0.6. That is not a good sign for BaiSha, considering he's been their best player in this event so far. MVP for that last map goes the way of ZQ. He is certainly having his time in the sun here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, he's looking like the best player in this matchup, I'd say so far. I mean, his consistency across the board has been everything all gamers needs in these key moments when it seems like things are getting a little bit dicey, and moving forward, they've got to find a way to deal with him. But not only that, this team as a whole just looking a little bit more well-rounded on the day, and I'm hoping BaiSha's got something left in the tank here, because it's not looking too great for them.
No, certainly not, but I tell you what, maybe there's still something that BaiSha can say about it. Can they grab even at least a map to try to put a bit more pressure onto all gamers, and maybe even have a bit more of a discussion around that when we do get into a rematch between these two teams, if we do get into a rematch between these two teams. Of course, though, that's all up to BaiSha, and they are going to be moving on to Port as the next map. That's where they have to win to stay alive in this series. We'll see you right after this break.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
2-0 the scoreline right now, and it is all gamers that are copping all the dubs. BaiSha have disappeared heading into day 2 of the playoffs here at CFS Summer Championship 2023. It's time now for us to start thinking about Port, and honestly, Kyle, it's maybe not a very pretty picture to be painting for BaiSha. We've both more or less come to the conclusion that this looks like it will be a 3-0 favoring all gamers.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like BaiSha's got to play the best we've seen them this whole event so far to really have a chance. They had some opportunities, I felt like a little bit more so on that second map than the first. They started to look like they had that fighting chance, but it seems like anytime they get slightly in front, all gamers, they find this way to play on a whole new level. And even though this map is their pick, I still worry this could be the end for them in this series just because of how good All Gamers has looked so far. And AG, they get that GR side on Port to start, which for them is usually their more favorable side.
Yeah, All Gamers has been pretty good on Port as well. We've seen it a little bit from them in this event now. The issue for me with Ankara was, yeah, I kind of agree with you that there was definitely moments there for BaiSha, but in particular, that 2-on-4 that they lost, that felt like maybe the straw that broke the camel's back, and the round that kind of allowed All Gamers that momentum back in to finish the map off. And so dire straits indeed for BaiSha as they now head into map 3 of Port, and they'll be hoping they can put on a good performance here. Otherwise, it is curtains for the series. Interesting to note that Port has been one of the maps that has been a little bit less played in this event so far, so we don't have as much data to go off, but for both teams, there's a degree of comfort coming into this map.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's one team I would strongly favor on this map. I think All Gamers is just slightly favored for me because they've got the momentum in their series and they have the GR side first, which for them is usually their best side on this map. But in terms of like overall matchups here, I think this is one that could still go in favor of BaiSha if they haven't allowed themselves to kind of just let this slip because they're mentally blocking themselves after those first 2 maps.
Yeah, Xiao going to be quite important in this one as well with that Orm in hand. Very Orm-centric matchup, particularly on the GR side, which obviously BaiSha aren't going to deal with just yet. But for Xiao, there's a really big opportunity to do something big on this map to keep BaiSha in this series. So far, All Gamers reasonably unperturbed on the GR side themselves. Not a whole lot happening that early in this round. I mean, BaiSha taking control of the areas of the map which you'd expect the Blacklist side to be able to get. But a little bit of a float from All Gamers away from that B side. They're kind of happy to leave that one solo. A bit more presence over toward A, and especially now that the hit is starting to come in, you can expect to see the rotations coming through. Actually not able to grab himself a kill there, and so this starts to fall apart a little bit. BaiSha, they started off poorly. First kill went the way of All Gamers, but it has very much changed up since then, and now it's on to ZY, who does find a cheeky timing there onto XQLun, and if he gets another one, that's going to really deny the plan, so this starts to fall away from BaiSha. What has happened? Another 4-on-2 on offer for All Gamers. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either. Xiao, though, he's shown us before he can do that in this shit. What is that? ZQ? Over the box. Gets it done. And this is an All Gamers that is certainly ready to cross that finish line. I was going to give Xiao the benefit of the doubt there for a moment, but these guys are relentless on the side of All Gamers. They really want to continuously put that pressure onto whoever they're playing, and this is where I think All Gamers has that edge over anyone in this tournament, because even against BaiSha, there's no hesitation. They're not changing what they're wanting to do in these circumstances. They're not the team that's hesitating here in this head-to-head, and you can tell the confidence they have even against a team like BaiSha, where every other team we've seen play BaiSha so far is almost a little bit scared of them, but certainly not All Gamers.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the way that All Gamers plays when they actually have the numbers advantage. It just seems like they don't ever really give those 1v1s over to their opponents. They're not even going to give Xiao the opportunity to try to clutch that one out. Nade lands a little bit too high to do much damage there to BaiSha, but can see 577 already getting picked off by ZQ. Bit of spam through the wall will catch him. Battle for mid persists as well, with Even still fighting for that angle.
Yeah, not too bad here for All Gamers already. 577 down and out. And they've got a lot of map control as well. It's going to be BaiSha trying to toy around with the idea of taking mid control, even underneath the bridge. Cause them some problems. He spots two, able to back off, takes about half HP worth of damage, does a little bit himself onto XQ Lun, who's now in the A connector, but look at Jue, already pushing A long, a little bit of fearlessness here in his positioning. Does some damage onto Xiao, but XQ Lun lets him get back as well. Jue, I don't know how he's getting away with this much forward control without even being contested there by XQ Lun.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's not something that All Gamers really does very often, that kind of more aggressive play. BaiSha might not have even been expecting it necessarily. Looks like they'll default back over toward the A side, but Jue in a good spot to get that early info and negotiates that over toward Du, who now, again, falls on the side, but you'd have to have a lot of faith, I would have said, in All Gamers, but in the blink of an eye, BaiSha clean that one up. So A hold, maybe not looking super clean from All Gamers at the moment.
Yeah, I think a lot of it there, though, just came down to a little bit of an over-eager peek on Even. He had this situation set up where if Du peeks first, he's going to have a lot of success in baiting those players into the long box position, but instead he peeks out first before Du can support and while he's flashed, and then they don't have any luck. But as you can see already, BaiSha, they want to test this immediately. Again, they're already pushing up onto this bomb site. Du, going to be good for 2 on the hold, and now he's got to lock it down completely. ZY goes down, Jue on the rotation, able to find the kill onto XQ Lun. Xiao and 9, they don't have a lot to work with now. The C4 is downed by Du, who picks up a third already. Even spots out 9, but 9, could he do this? A 1 versus 3 now would be huge.
Yeah, well, that's a bit more like it from Du. That's what you need to be seeing from your sniper if they're going to be posted on that A site, which is traditionally the position for them. 9 goes for the exact same peak, and this time Jue will punish him for it. All Gamers peg one back. Another faster round, right? We're going through these rounds quite quickly in this series.
Yeah, you can tell the playstyle here is a little bit more aggressive in the CFPL. Both of these teams not really waiting for that late round execution. The Brazilian players love to do that, where there's about 30 seconds on the clock. They put that pressure everywhere they can think of, and then they go in. But these teams, if they want to take a site, they just full send it, sometimes even in a matter of seconds at the start of the round. So I'm curious to see what adaptations they might have on the side of BaiSha to maybe handle things a little bit differently. I feel like that fast push towards A isn't going to work out too consistently for them, even though they had that one round where Even got caught off guard. The problem there is Du. Xiao is very quiet in this matchup and hasn't won that head-to-head hardly at all.
Yeah, which is a little bit uncharacteristic because up to this point, Xiao had kind of looked like the most threatening sniper in the event. He handled Gokun really nicely yesterday. But just doesn't seem to be having that same success against All Gamers. And to be fair, he is quite a flamboyant sniper, I think, Xiao, and sometimes that works, and when it works, it looks really good. But it's not exactly the most consistent of styles. You know, with those fast flicks and peaks.
Yeah, you'd love to see him play maybe a little bit more reserved, a little bit more patient. ZQ, though, gets a little bit eager himself. Surprised that Xiao didn't hit that shot, though. He was wide open to it, but instead, Even, he's the player getting the opening kill. Takes down 9 in mid. Their key entry fragger now out of the picture for BaiSha, and there's only 35 seconds to get the plant off. They've got to get moving here. Jue spots 1 underneath in mid. The rest of these players, they'll have to commit to B, but ZQ, he's already ready for that. Able to find 1, does a lot of damage onto the remainder. ZY, good for the second follow-up, 577. He's pretty much alone here.
Oh, but he does well to get the first. Not quite enough for the second. Time a factor here for XQ Lun. Has to move quickly, and Shui has it on lock. All gamers once again pulling ahead pretty early on. Not feeling like much of a contest at the moment.
Yeah, this one's a tough one because I don't think I can recall a time where BaiSha has beat all gamers on this map. I would say out of the opening 3, this is the one I was thinking they would look the strongest on, especially knowing they've got the GR side here as well to start off on. Their GR side on this map is really hard to break through, especially when Xiao is sitting at 0 and 4. He hasn't had the best of times so far. Wunan as well, not quite as assertive as I thought he would be. It's caused them a lot of trouble, but when you look at the fragging on the other side, Shui, a player I kind of doubted coming into today, playing very well.
Yeah, Shui has been a bit hit and miss, but he's having a good day today. ZQ as well, really performing in this match. Back-to-back MVP on map 1 and 2 and holding his own for map 3 so far. He's in a really important position on the map as well, being that mid player. Does have ZY there as well, who's going on a bit of an expedition. That timing is perfect from all gamers. Nate lands behind 9 as well and puts him down low. As long as ZY doesn't push any further, he's in the perfect spot to make a difference in the latter stages of this round.
Yeah, he's going to be the key to really making sure they can hold on to this one. If he can get that timing right on the A connector, this could be huge. Shui on the other side of it as well makes it really hard to execute onto this A bomb site, but now ZY, he also has to be careful of Xiao's positioning underneath in the connector, but look at the timing. They could run into each other in the middle of the map, but already ZY gets the kill. Do finds another as the A execution comes to life. All gamers completely shut it down so far. Do, he's somehow still alive here. 9 gonna answer it. 577 finds the follow-up kill as well, but Shui, he's still here on the back of sight for a moment longer. Now down to the 2v2, but
where's
the bomb,
C4?
It's down A. Long even has a hold of it.
That's not good for BaiSha at all. That's going to take a long time to retrieve. Are all gamers aware of it? Well, now they certainly will have to be, and that kill into 577, that pretty much puts a dampener on the round for BaiSha. XQ Lun will have to come up with something absolutely massive to win this. It's 2 long-range aim duels to even get across. He's just so lucky. But he can get into the side and get the plant down and, well, try and get something done there, but can't even get up off of the bomb plant before he's collapsed upon by ZQ, and all gamers will win the round. Up 4-1 now. Really feels like we're getting into foregone conclusion territory where we might just start to say, yep, 3-0, pack it up, get ready for the next series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems like all gamers, they've got this one in the bag, unless BaiSha can show us some new exciting plays to get themselves out of this hole they've dug themselves into, because this series has not looked good when it comes to their life in this tournament, and it could raise the question, is a potential gold run available for all gamers where they just go all the way through this tournament without giving up a single map? Because this is the team everyone was thinking could at least contest them, if not potentially beat them. It definitely holds true to all gamers for their really strong potential now to maybe lift that trophy again.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think they've more than convinced me that if we do see this matchup again, I'll probably be putting my prediction on the AG side rather than on the BaiSha side. And we're not too far away from at least confirming all gamers into that grand final. Questions as to whether it will be Imperial, BaiSha, or VASCO to meet them there, but you'd have to imagine still is BaiSha that's favorable to go through to the grand final, still from the lower bracket, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. BaiSha will try to make the entrance onto B, and that hasn't started too well, with ZY already finding the frag onto 577. BaiSha at least are spreading out across the side, and they're taking a bit of site control, but they need frags. They need more than just this one. Big rotation has come in from all gamers. XQ Lun drops the C4 down below the site, which will make it difficult to retrieve and get that plan. I think that was a mishap. All gamers relying on Do to clutch this one up, and C4's in an awkward spot for Wunan, who's low, but still the shots connect, and BaiSha get through that by the skin of their teeth.
Way too close there for a 1-on-3. and this just shows you what all gamers can do in these situations. BaiSha, though, very thankful they're able to get that one, as now it does give them at least a chance to get this map into their hands. Now they could make it a one-round game here if they have a solid execution. They're going to full send it here. 4 players already going into the A bomb site, but not for long even on the cross. Able to take one down. This forces them back immediately. The damage looking really good on the All Gamers side here. They kill one and they take half off of 2 other players as well.
It's an interesting position, though, from XQLun. ZY doesn't seem to be aware of it. Could be critical what XQLun does from here. If he's spotted out, round's going to be over, but he can make the difference. Ends up only being a 1-for-1, which is just not enough. ZY, you've got to get him out of the picture, and no one seems to be able to get the better of him. Triple kill in the round. 9 has to retrieve the C4. ZY almost on for another highlight play there. Does eventually drop, but all gamers, yeah, they're prepared to allow one to go over to BaiSha, but beyond that, they just don't really let any of these super straightforward rounds slip, and I think that's the difference. BaiSha can be in a 50-50 round and lose it 80% of the time. All gamers obviously the benefactors of that, picking them up 80% of the time.
Now we've only got 2 rounds left in this half. BaiSha probably needing both of them to have a chance to take this map back into their hands, but Xiao, he still hasn't found a kill yet. 0-7. This guy was one of the best players we praised in their match yesterday, but somehow he has fallen completely silent here in this series, and now it's going to be BaiSha. Troublesome affair in mid for them, trying to nade their way through it. Not going to find anything. All gamers just playing safe, waiting for that full commit here. They are going to have a little bit of an extra attention towards this A bomb site. But again, like you said yesterday, one smoke gives them so much trust in what they can do that they've stacked every single player aside from ZY towards the A bomb site.
It's a good setup to be in, for sure. Du's generally been good for at least 1 or 2. Shui, though, the timing really won't favor him there at all. That's a bit awkward from all gamers. They just go looking for information at the wrong time, and BaiSha able to capitalize on it. Now, really, it is on to Du to be the difference maker in this round, and he's having no shortage of opportunities, connecting for a couple of them, but that might still not be enough. Now even, we ask for more from him, and he can't deliver. So that leaves ZY. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. ZY is the kind of player that could clutch this one out, and he's in the form that he needs to be to do so as well.
He's already spotted one. The flashbang going to go behind him. He gets the shot anyways onto Xiao. That's huge. Down to the 1v1, but XQLun will be able to win it. But again, the 1v3s coming down to just very close 1v1s has got to be a scary place for BaiSha to be in. These rounds are not easy.
Yeah, definitely. You get the sense that eventually one of these is going to go over the line, very similar to the Ankara 2-on-4, and that will just be too much to come back from for BaiSha. They're still fighting hard in this series, but all gamers have not really looked like they were going to drop the series at any point. BaiSha's always been fighting from behind, really, more so than leading from the front.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, even 3, not a great place to be going into that second half. All gamers just kind of outclassing them a little bit in this matchup. But again, it just comes down to the firepower difference so far on this map. ZY, 12 kills after being very quiet in the first 2 maps has been a huge momentum boost for all gamers to maybe push this one into that 3-0. We've got Du as well, continuing to be a threat, even taking a step back, though, compared to those first 2 maps, but it doesn't seem to matter when the rest of the team is playing at this level. BaiSha, they've got a lot of testing here to do towards this B bomb site. It's only one player holding on to it, but when you've got ZY there, you've got to believe he can get at least 2 from a position like this.
I believe. BaiSha slow things down though. And it might not actually be the B site that is pressured. Into mid this time around. Pretty unorthodox from BaiSha based on their first half so far. But Jue has also been pretty solid on this map, and close range, he gets 2. Jue there for another one as well. It's decent thus far from all gamers, but starts to slip away a little until Even pegs one back. C4's in a really awkward spot now for Xiao, and he needs a lot of work to be done, but flanked by ZQ. It's a pretty rough half to be Xiao. He went 1 and 9, but the second half is going to be the big half for him. If he can make amends here, holding on to that A-bomb site, then maybe he can still be the hero for BaiSha.
Yeah, I mean, knowing he's been weaker, I wouldn't even be surprised if All Gamers early on just goes for an aggressive play A-long to test him to see if he's still having that same type of trouble on this side of the map when you've only got 1 kill and a half. It definitely begs the question if it's going to be the entire map you're having those problems, but a lot of mobility here in the lower B tunnels coming out of BaiSha, playing pretty aggressive for that early map control on this side of the map. All Gamers not really looking to contest it. They're just going to be playing safe here under the mid-bridge, looking for that pick, but BaiSha, they know how important each and every round is going to be to bring this one back. They barely are even giving mid the attention to peek it all the way fully. Wunan here just kind of keeping that attention there on the slight corner to try and draw their interest, but really not trying to risk anything too much here. But this is where All Gamers, I think they're going to play a much slower pace than what we saw from BaiSha on this side of the map, because they are waiting to see if BaiSha's willing to take some risks here.
1 for 1. It's not the worst trade for BaiSha, but still, you'd probably prefer to be in All Gamers' shoes, given that they are on the blacklist when you're trading 1 for 1. That's better. Good double swing into mid. Timing is perfect. ZY down. Danger Man out of the picture. C4 has to be recollected by ZQ as well, and someone else is going to have to step up now for All Gamers. Maybe it's Du. Maybe it's ZQ pushing his way forward, but CROSSFIRE might be difficult to break. 5-7-7 there, good for at least one more. Du does creep under the bridge though. They can work their way into B as a result of that, and if they do take down Execulan cleanly, then they have B.
It's all about that retake here. 5-7-7 quickly on the flank. Xiao working his way in. This time he's got an M4 in his hands, though. They're not ready for that. No kill, though, out of it. And again, on the flank, they're going to be taken down and out. ZQ finds the kill. 1v2 now for Xiao. He's been quiet so far, but now he needs a big play down to the 1v1. He can't get it, though. It looked so good for so long, but that last spray just being slightly out of reach now gives All Gamers a fantastic position to close out the map.
Yeah, just needed one more bullet, didn't he? Got to be feeling pretty bad if you're Xiao. This entire map has just not come together. Sometimes it is just like that, though. And hey, there's always the lower bracket run for BaiSha. It's definitely not over yet. Xiao's going to be tested on A this time. Big setup from All Gamers in that direction. They recognize there is a weakness over toward A potentially.
They could be right here. Xiao, I mean, he hasn't had the best of time on this map, but he also hasn't had that chance yet to hold down this position. It's really going to be the first time he's fully tested on that A top. But All Gamers, they're trying to sense what rotation is coming through first. ZQ poking around in mid, but here comes the push. Xiao misses the first shot. He's got to do more than that here. He's taken down without a single kill, and now All Gamers, they have full control over the bomb site. ZQ gets the double, clears it out, and now 9 and Wunan have to do something to bring it back, but there's just no way back in here. 9 just goes for the swing anyways onto the GR spawn wall. He's going to find one onto ZY. Two of these players are very low on HP. It's still winnable here, but they've got to check ZQ on this angle, and they're not going to. Wunan goes down, and now 9 is left in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, not really good enough from BaiSha, is it, when they've got 3 players stacked on that side? 9 tasked with a pretty much impossible mission. They're not even giving him the chance, right? The peak was there for a second to draw out some shots, but no repeat comes through. Two-man swing in the end from All Gamers. Again, they just don't make the mistake of allowing even a sliver of a chance of that clutch to go through. But yeah, when you have 3 players over toward the A site like that, you cannot allow a 3-for-0 entry to occur and All Gamers get in there for free. It's just not good enough. BaiSha will not be able to contest All Gamers if that's the level they're going to bring to this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like the beginning of the end here for BaiSha's run in the upper bracket. All Gamers doing a stellar job of getting themselves potentially into that grand final here. They're 2 rounds away from finding themselves in the first team in that position. BaiSha, it's a bit of a shame to see how much they've struggled in this matchup, whether it be the individual shots not being there or maybe just a mental block. I'm not 100% sure what their main issue may be here, but All Gamers, they've got everything they have needed to go right for them in this series. Continuously put BaiSha in a position where they just feel uncomfortable and don't look great. And now they are going for it again in the middle of the map. Not going to be put to the test underneath. He just can't hit any of these shots. I'm not sure what it is here, but XQ1, he's ready to react. He's able to find one, even able to trade with the double kill. How does he keep getting these major conversions? But still, BaiSha, they respond nicely. They take down Even, they take down ZQ, and now Do has to do it alone.
Well, he's not able to do so. We'll go at least another round. No time for excitement just yet for BaiSha. 8-4. Still very much in control of All Gamers.
Well, right now for All Gamers, again, playing it pretty slow at the start of the round here, trying to figure out where BaiSha is going to be positioned. You've got Wunan still solo holding the backside of mid. 9 starting to creep up though. He wants to contest this, knows these guys like to play early on near the A connector, throws a nade there, does a little bit of damage onto ZY. Really not a whole lot to value out of it just yet. Now you can see the rotation starting to come through. BaiSha putting that extra emphasis towards the A bomb site, only leaving 9 on the B bomb site, and this is where All Gamers has to try and get a lead on these positions. XQ1 almost goes down there. I'm surprised he didn't get his head taken right off.
He's lucky to be alive. All Gamers have, I would say, been a little bit slower actually on the attack of Port here than the previous couple of maps. That's why it does feel like this map is drawing out a little bit. BaiSha not prepared to give up just yet. It's been a pretty decent result from a few of the members actually there on BaiSha when you think about it. 9, XQLun, 577, all working hard. 577 this time, just the 1-for-1, and Wunan drops as well. Zhao getting on the board is again a good sign. He's the one that if he starts to fire up, BaiSha could actually still potentially find a way to win this map, but he really needs to do something in this round. 9 gets another one. Drops the C4 as well with 30 seconds left. That is actually a big kill to grab. He's going to be challenged by Even, who will win the duel. And again, it's on to Xiao. All around the corner. How does he get away with that?
Yeah, I mean, the gun switch as well, I thought was surely the death of him there, but they allow it to happen. Now, BaiSha, they can start to get themselves back into this game. But it's still going to be an uphill battle to get there. They need 3 just to take it to a tie, but All Gamers starting to make some little mistakes as they approach closer to the end of this one. Xiao as well starting to step up, could be one of the missing pieces here, but then you look back over to the All Gamers side, you see the even fragging they're doing here, and that's really been the difference. Xiao and Wunan a little bit quiet on this map when they needed everyone to bring a well-rounded performance, but All Gamers, they've had key moments from everybody on this team.
Oh!
This time it's going to be 5-7-7. Huge double kill to open up the round. BaiSha, they've got the advantage to work with, but they've got to close this out.
Yeah, definitely is slowing down a little bit for all gamers. Maybe this is the time where we once again bring up that discussion around them having difficulty closing maps out. And better signs definitely from BaiSha. The individuals are firing. Nice little 2K there from 577. Xiao as well. I really think if Xiao starts going pretty nuts, then all gamers maybe looking at a fourth map.
It could be possible here. Zhui and ZQ fighting their way towards that B-bomb site, and this is where they've been really good at setting up on these post plants. If they allow this play to happen against Xiao, the 2v1, he's got to get at least one here to have that value. But again, he misses the first shot onto Zhui. They have control of the back of sight now, and it's going to be up to 9 on this rotation to really help things out, because these players, they're kind of stuck here. They've got to make a move. They've got to try and plant this bomb. That nade as well takes about half off of 9, but they still want to know where these defenders are at. ZQ getting a little hungry. Zhui able to find one, but ZQ has to do the rest all by himself. 1 versus 3. He's already spotted out, down to half HP. 9 sneaks onto the site, and that should be enough to catch him off guard. There it is, another round for BaiSha. 2 away from the tie, but is it enough to believe?
Yeah, I am starting to believe that BaiSha can at least win this map. I'm not sure that I'm sold on the series at this point, obviously. But I think that they can make a comeback happen, at least on port. That said, all it really takes is one really sick round from all gamers, one individual pop-off, and then you might just go, oh, all right, well, it was fun for a moment for BaiSha, but now it's over. And all gamers do have a few rounds to play with. They can render something like that from.
All gamers playing a little bit slow still. I would love to see them maybe go for at least one aggressive take before this one's all said and done. I feel like, especially towards that B-bomb site, BaiSha is continuing to give them a lot of room to work with. They have one smoke set they throw, and then after that, they gamble stack everybody mid and A on their team, aside from 9, and it seems like they could take that challenge pretty comfortably on their side of things if they're able to catch on to that. But again, all gamers, they love to go for mid control on this map, but BaiSha, they know that. They get the opening pick, even goes down. They've got the numbers to work with here and can sit carefully as they wait to see what all gamers will do in response, but the damage has been done. They have everything working for them now.
All gamers really being made to work for this win on port. You start to wonder, did they do enough in that first half when they were kind of steamrolling? Did they need to get maybe at least one more round? Straight into mid from all gamers. Wunan does get traded down, but again, 1 for 1 for BaiSha is pretty good. Xiao still not quite connecting those shots. Is that a liability that's going to be too much for BaiSha to work with? Du had no idea where XQLun was. And so it leaves ZY alone solo. He's got a bit of time to work with, and he is the kind of player that could just pop off right here. 9 taken down as well. Hang on a minute. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. ZY, could he still yet clutch this one? 2 isolated duels towards A or B. One of those sides, if he can crack it open. But he's completely disregarded the position of Xiao. And so BaiSha get another one step away from equalizing now.
This is where we saw them crank up the heat, though, on Ankara when things got a little bit close. All gamers was the team to keep that composure, figure it out, and get themselves into a winning position. BaiSha, this is their chance to prove us wrong here. They haven't had that good of a time in getting things done when the pressure is on in terms of converted rounds. All gamers has had a little bit more go their way in this series, but at this point, they are looking like the better team on this side of the map. All gamers, they've only gotten 2 rounds on their blacklist side here. It's been a bit of a struggle for them to get the job done on the BL, but at the end of the day, they're still in the lead, and they only need 2 here to go their way.
Yeah, they've been few and far between, though. I'm definitely starting to get concerned for all gamers' ability to close this map out. 9's firing. When 9's firing, that's That's a scary looking BaiSha. Another mid play from All Gamers. I don't know if I agree with it. They've been really struggling to get through mid without losing one or two players. I almost think just a straight up side hit could work out a bit better for them. B has been, again, relatively undefended. Only just one member over there, but 577 does what he was doing all half long and finds himself a kill. Untraded this time.
Yeah, it's not looking great for All Gamers. They really want this A connector position, but it's not really been too positive in this direction for them. They still seem to want to take this A bomb site. Testing 577 and Xiao is going to be the call. Shui, first one out. Xiao completely blinded. Has to try and find the follow-up here. He can't connect though. Shui, good for the entry. Xiao has to hold on alone. Good for the first, but here comes the support. ZQ able to trade it out. But there it is. XQ1 gets there just in time. Du now left in a 1v3. That's not going to happen. And we're all tied up here.
Yeah, pretty imperative again that Xiao is able to survive there, right? The fact that this time, instead of going down for free for nothing, he actually stops them from getting up onto the site. Just gives so much more space for BaiSha to work around. No one has to worry about that area of the map while they're rotating in. I want to see All Gamers change it up. I just want to see them hit B. No more funny business in mid. And losing players consistently there. Let's test B.
Seems like it would probably be the best call, especially considering, again, they're doing the same thing on the side of BaiSha. Too early on B. If the push doesn't come, they immediately put all of that attention towards mid and A. But Runan, surprising to see him alive after that engagement in mid. Gets out with 20 HP. At least for now, it is going to be a stalemate as we do see All Gamers trying to test their luck. It kind of seems like they're leaning towards this mid again. I don't like this approach here. You can see the setup as well from BaiSha. Really well positioned to address that. They've got to be ready for 577 lurking on that A connector as well. And this is where Shui has to maybe be the first one to peek.
If Shui is the first one to peek, though, you'd say Zhao is well prepared to deal with that. At the very least, All Gamers have kind of gotten through this area of the map unscathed, which has been the first mission. 577 going to play close. This is danger for him, or maybe for All Gamers. Xiao now has that info, but he's taken down as well. Much better, much cleaner from All Gamers. The rotation still coming across, but XQ1, if he goes down now as well, then that might well be the round that opens the door back up for All Gamers. They've been bashing their heads against a brick wall this entire half. But finally, they might be breaking through. There it is, 9 for All Gamers. And BaiSha at the 11th hour. Is there still another turn that will work against them?
Yeah, I mean, this is where you've got to test what BaiSha can do under this pressure. Are they that team that can take this in overtime, take the map, and then think about somehow having that motivation to come all the way back and make this a 3-2 series? It's got to start with this round, but All Gamers, you can see it in how they're playing. They know they have that control over this series, and they don't want to risk letting that slip. But BaiSha, they have adjusted here earlier on, putting a little bit more emphasis towards this B side of the map, not allowing themselves to maybe give up to a quick B push. But even in that past round, you had the right attention towards A, and they still couldn't hold on to it. This is where All Gamers takes the risk and maybe has a chance. But BaiSha, they're the team that actually peaks first here. 577 has a nice double swing on mid there. They take care of Du, and now they've got the numbers to maybe close this out, but they can't afford to make any mistakes here because All Gamers will be ready to capitalize.
All Gamers might be going back to B for a second there, and again, there's a little bit of presence headed in that direction, but it just seems that they always default back to going into mid. Even on the lurk alone, and the other three going back over to B, you'd need a lot to go right here for All Gamers to win it. BaiSha already sending an extra member back onto the fast rotate to B. Even needs to pick his timing really intelligently here.
If he could, though. They've got that chance. This is going to be a flash play for mid. They're going on to Woonon here. I don't think Woonon's going to be ready for this. There's 4 players about to swing out to his position. He gets the nade down just in time, but he's going to be taken down. Shui has to make it happen here, but it's all falling apart. ZQ and Even the last hope, but they both get a kill apiece. Xiao, he's going to have to be the last line of defense on this A bomb site. Even, he is stuck in a corner, but ZQ's got to find a way to help.
No, ZQ's got to go
Even,
B.
He's already done it. Now they can go for the 2v1 here. They know Xiao's on the top of site. ZQ can start to set up for the flank, and this is going to be it here. They have him trapped into a corner. 20 seconds on the clock. They've got to push for it here. Oh my goodness. Is he going to hold it? No, he's not even. Saves the day. It looked a little bit scary there for a moment, but all gamers, when push comes to shove, these high-intensity rounds are enough for them to cross the finish line. 10-8.
That was a scary one. I really think he should have just left Even for dead and gone over to B and, you know, gotten the plant down early. Might have been the percentage play, but look, either way, Even, he pops off really from the box. You don't expect him to get a kill from there. It's unlikely that you should be able to do that, and yet he steps up in a big moment. And even still at that point, I'm thinking, okay, why is he bringing the bomb over to the site where you know there's a player? That enabled the opportunity maybe for Xiao to clutch up, but either way, they sort of negotiated it quite cleanly, and 10-8 is the scoreline. It's funny how that series worked out. 10-6, 10-7, 10-8. It continually got a little bit closer for BaiSha, but they were not able to win any of those maps, and so today all gamers will claim the 3-0. But the fact that it continued to get closer and closer does at least lead me to believe that maybe next time they meet up against one another, we could still see a reasonably close result.
Yeah, I think in the future they will have a better opportunity to come back, and I'm sure they'll also learn a lot from this series because there was a lot of mistakes I felt all gamers made throughout this best of 5. I feel like they just didn't capitalize on them as much as they could have for BaiSha to be able to have those successful rounds. You also look at things like conversions where all gamers had a little bit better time in this series, but if you address these minor issues, I definitely could see this one going the other way in the future.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like the individuals on BaiSha stepped up in any way until kind of the second half of Port, which for the most part, you know, you've played 6 halves of CROSSFIRE here. Only 1 out of 6 you've done well in. Yeah, well, you can see for yourself how that turns out. Yes, it was a very tight affair there, 10-8 on Port, and all gamers getting it over the line does mean that it was a 3-0 series. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of tying back into that discussion that I was just having before the highlights came up there, that if you're only going to be competitive in, let's be real, like 1 out of 6 halves of CROSSFIRE, that's just never going to be enough to really do a huge amount of damage. But it does still show, and I think that's what this series has kind of given me, is that BaiSha can be competitive. It's not as if they're completely incapable of taking the fight to all gamers, but there are definitely some kinds of issues that they need to figure out before going into another rematch, which presumably will be tomorrow between these two teams in the grand final. I don't have too many illusions that I think they're going to struggle to get through whichever Brazilian team makes it out of that lower bracket match. But BaiSha, they need to figure out what it is that's actually kind of stopping them from beating all gamers, because I think they can beat them. Pound for pound, I think skill-wise they're definitely up there, but they just don't show up for a lot of that series.
Yeah, it almost feels like a bit of a mental block or something, because when they're not really thinking about their opponent, they seem to play very well. They hit the shots, but it almost seemed like they got in their own heads in this one. You could tell, especially on their blacklist side, there was a lot of hesitation compared to how they normally play, and it just felt like they couldn't play the game they wanted to in this series.
We take a look at the stats from that last map, and all gamers, this is probably the closest it has looked. If you just looked at it on paper, you know, it might be hard to kind of split the difference. I suppose Xiao going really missing in the first half and being able to bring it back a little bit in the second is what prompted a lot of that resurgence. But even then, Wunan not able to post a particularly impressive scoreline there. And even when all gamers is kind of looking at their worst, their weakest player ends up with a 0.8 KD and, you know, nearly 0.7 kills around. It's still a contribution that's being made even there from Shui, even though it doesn't look quite as solid from them this game. So MVP, a lot of questions maybe around this one, but it will be ZQ to take the three-peat for the series. So picks up every single MVP out of this game against BaiSha. Did so on Subbase, Ankara, and Port, and I would say that now actually puts him in front of ZY in terms of overall MVPs for the event. ZY had 5 at the end of yesterday, I believe. I think that's right. And then ZQ, 2 going into today, is also on 5. So very close affair between those two. We might have to go into that grand final to decide who's the overall MVP. But it has to be said, it's probably someone from all gamers at this point. I guess that's under the assumption they do win the grand final, though, so we'll get there when we get there. But 10-6, 10-7, 10-8, the scores for the series against all gamers. BaiSha continued to make it closer. If it was a best of 7, they might win the next map. But hey, it's not a best of 7; it's a best of 5. They don't get that chance.
They won't have the chance today. Maybe a chance in the grand finals to do it again here, but when it's all said and done, all gamers still remains uncontested on maps, and they're going to try and carry that all the way through the rest of this tournament. We are going to see them, you know, looking pretty solid. BaiSha, of course, their run, this is their first overall loss other than their 1 map loss to VASCO, which could very well be a team they meet again as well. It could be on the cards, and I would actually worry about them maybe a little bit in that matchup, but I doubt we see them bring out Mexico again. But I got to ask you the question now at this point. After seeing all gamers here, do you think they go on a perfect run in this tournament? Will they lose a map moving forward?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I do still think that there's a world where BaiSha and all gamers is the grand final again. I'd probably back BaiSha to grab a round. I don't think this was the best performance that they could have displayed by any stretch of the imagination. I'm hoping they're holding something in reserve a little bit for that grand final. But yeah, I mean, if you can 3-0 BaiSha, you're pretty much going to be able to do the same against any opponent. So maybe, yeah, there is definitely a world where it is possible to go through this event without dropping a map. But I'll still probably say I think BaiSha gets at least one in the grand final if it is BaiSha in the grand final. If for whatever reason it's either Imperial or VASCO in the grand final, then I'll say I think, yeah, all gamers pretty much have that one wrapped up 3-0. Take a look at the next matchup that is coming up in just a moment. It is the lower bracket final, or lower bracket match 1, I should say. It's not the lower bracket final. Imperial and VASCO, both those teams coming through from Brazil. One of them will be saying goodbye to the CFS Summer Championship today.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really close match here, and at this point, presumably closer than the one we just saw. I think a lot of people thought that first match was going to go the full distance of 5 maps and maybe be a very close series, but VASCO and Imperial as well on the way. These two teams have a pretty storied history, a lot of back and forth. Each of them winning a season in the CFBL makes it a lot more interesting, I think. Kind of a good rivalry going into that match.
Yeah, interesting to see how that one does play out, and we're expecting it to probably be a little bit closer than what we got out of this match between BaiSha and All Gamers. But hey, before we do get there, we do have to go back down to the stage for another interview. This one, of course, will be with All Gamers. And you know what we're sort of thinking about at this point as well is the rest of the results for this playoffs, right? I mean, it's going to be interesting to kind of hear what All Gamers have to say about the next matchup and how they think they're going to go in that grand final. So for that, we're going to get an interview here with All Gamers. Let's jump down to the stage and hear from them.
Và có vẻ như ngày hôm nay thì chiến thắng cũng như may mắn thuộc về team màu đỏ và sắc đỏ đến từ All Gamers đã xuất sắc thuyết phục và giành được chiến thắng tại trận tranh thắng ngày hôm nay. Và hay một lần nữa Thu Hà được gặp gỡ MVP của chúng ta GQ. Và GQ ơi, với tư cách là MVP ngày hôm nay trong một cái trận đấu quan trọng như vậy thì bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến khán giả được không ạ?
就你不是今天全场的 MVP 嘛，然后可以给那个台下的观众和那个正在观看直播的介绍一下自己，打个招呼。
大家好，我是来自中国的 ZQ。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là ZQ đến từ AG thành đô Trung Quốc.
Phải nói là vừa rồi thì BaiSha Gaming lẫn All Gamers đã có một phần tranh tài rất là gây cấn. Thế thì bây giờ Thu Hà hỏi là ngày mai bước vào trận chung kết cũng là phần đấu cuối cùng của All Gamers rồi. Thì All Gamers muốn gặp ai? Là BaiSha, một lần nữa gặp BaiSha này, hay là muốn gặp một đối thủ khác như là Imperial hay là VASCO ạ?
今天比赛不是很那个激烈嘛，然后明天的那个决赛你想跟谁打的？BaiSha还是那巴西的 Imperial 那个？
我希望跟白沙打吧，我希望把冠军和亚军都留在中国。
Mình vẫn AG vẫn muốn đấu với BaiSha và với AG mà nói thì chúng tôi muốn mang cả chức vô địch vẫn quán quân đem về cho Trung Quốc.
Dạ, quả thật thì đúng là một tình yêu, mãi mãi một tình yêu với đất nước Trung Quốc, là cho dù là không AG thì cũng phải BaiSha và là Trung Quốc vô địch, đúng không ạ? Thế thì bây giờ đã quá nhiều lần Hà hỏi những câu hỏi liên quan về trận đấu, liên quan về MVP rồi. Bây giờ mình hỏi ngoài lời chút xíu, đó là từ ngày đầu đến với Việt Nam thì bạn đã thử qua món ăn Việt Nam chưa? Và nếu có thì có thể kể tên một vài món ăn được không ạ?
然后来越南大概7天了吧，然后你有没有吃过那越南菜的？
都吃过。
Mình cũng ăn một số món ở Việt Nam rồi như là cơm tấm chẳng hạn.
Và bây giờ bạn có thể đưa ra một vài lời nhận xét thôi về món ăn Việt Nam lẫn cả về con người Việt Nam và khán giả Việt Nam nữa, để mọi người có thể cảm nhận rõ hơn về cái góc nhìn của một người Trung Quốc và đặc biệt đến từ GQ 啊。
然后你觉得越南菜或者那个越南人或者这边的文化怎样的？
这边越南的都特别的热情吧，然后这里的人我都觉得特别的好吧。
nhìn chung rất là tốt và con người Việt Nam rất là nhiệt tình.
Dạ, và một câu hỏi cuối cùng thôi, đó là nãy thì Hà cũng nghe rất là nhiều những lời bình luận từ phía caster. Họ cũng công nhận rằng là All Gamers là một đội tuyển mà sách giáo khoa và lúc nào cũng luyện tập rất là chăm chỉ. Thế thì bây giờ lịch trình từ hôm nay, sau trận này đến trận chung kết ngày mai thì các bạn sẽ luyện tập như thế nào ạ?
然后就明天你们有没有训练的时间表吗？可以跟我们揭秘一下那个对。
明天应该就是先起床，然后去训练室玩一下游戏，然后就准备决赛了。
ngày hôm nay thì về nghỉ ngơi thôi, xong rồi mai dậy thì ăn sáng xong rồi đi ra đây luyện tập luôn.
Như vậy là ngày mai thì mình cũng sẽ có một lịch tập luyện rất là gắt gao. Vừa mới ăn sáng xong là đi vào tập luyện liền để có thể kịp cho trận đấu Grand Final ngày mai. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho All Gamers và hy vọng là bạn cũng sẽ mang về chiến thắng thuyết phục đến từ All Gamers và dành cho tất cả những khán giả không chỉ tại Việt Nam cũng như khán giả tại Trung Quốc, nước nhà của mình nha. Và xin được cảm ơn phần chuyển ngữ vừa rồi ạ. Thưa quý vị, như vậy thì chúng ta cũng đã cùng nhau lắng nghe phần chia sẻ đến từ MVP, GQ và chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Sau đó chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại cùng với trận đấu tiếp theo. Đây cũng là trận đấu quan trọng không kém khi cùng nhau tìm ra đội xếp thứ hạng thứ 4 trong khuôn khổ giải CFS Summer Championship 2023. Và quý vị hãy cùng nhau nán lại ở khu vực nhà thi đấu của khu 7 để cùng nhận quà cũng như tiếp tục theo dõi thông qua những nền tảng trực tuyến của chúng tôi quý vị nhé. Cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều ạ.
Championship point, all gamers will be
đô la sẽ bị check vào đô la. Từ nay đến giờ thì không ai của người cao đến đây cả ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có dần hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Chúng ta cùng chết vào cho mình người gọi đô la và Shady lên thành cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng trong mạnh. Nào những mèo đang bị mù. Đây là một góc một mà phát hiện ra người thứ hai đối với Yomi. Và đó là IQ bắt được Siroka. Nhưng trong số Nga có người và IQ đã móc một mạng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ đây. Một thằng người IQ đã một kill nếu mèo vẫn chưa cần.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition, challenging for the fight money, has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goten, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là VASCO đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show up được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển Serbia này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Yobig, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميسي. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف اصلا ان انا اخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الايس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas đến từ team CLB, hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch lần thứ 2.
Now let's go through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through a random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best-of-3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2, who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round. Let's find out. This was your host, 7. Thank you so much.
Tôi được vào buổi trước đó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Patents from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
Fatcon.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Fitcon mà là Fatcon.
Round 1.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, Beva from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele. Ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
انا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الايس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس انا ما كنتش اعرفهم وكنت داخل على اساس اني اكسب. انا شايف ان اسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان اكشن.
Biva, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1.
انا كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. Me aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Eh si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4. Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é um jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả các skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1, Goken versus Horus. Let's fight.
Round 1.
Tá acontecendo como eu já esperava.
لقد أحبطت قليلا في البداية، لكن قلت لنفسي إنها ما زالت البداية ويمكنني أن أنتصر وأكمل في هذه المسابقة.
Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. Ready, start!
سيلفا، لأنني لا أريد أن أفقد سيلفا لأنه سيء للغاية.
O Horus me escolheu, então ele deve estar querendo perder.
عشان محدش يلحق ياكل أكل قبلي.
um bom adversário de se enfrentar, já que a gente disputa alguns campeonatos lá na nossa região e eu sempre ganhei dele.
نعم لقد سمعت وعندما سمعت الأصوات أصبحت قويا.
Ah, ele vai precisar mesmo do apoio dos amigos dele, porque dentro do jogo ele sabe que vai perder.
Round 2.
Não me importo com essa derrota porque o campeonato ainda não acabou e eu ainda tenho chance.
Horus just got his win. He just proved why he's one of the best AKs.
أعتقد أني كنت مرتاحا جدا لأني كنت أعلم من قبل أن ألعب ضده أني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Yo, baby. So, next match will be between Dola and Yobib.
Em suy nghĩ đối với em nó cũng bình thường, tại vì là em đã bắt bài được Yobib là vị trí thì bạn ấy chỉ đứng một chỗ nên là em tự tin khả năng của mình sẽ làm tốt trận thứ hai.
Nagulat ako, siyempre, nung pinili niya ito. Kasi alam ko na gusto niya nang bumawi sa akin. Kasi natalo ko siya noon.
Round 2.
Khi mình chiến thắng thì em nghĩ là em rất vô địch đến nơi.
Okay lang kasi parehas naman kami tay. All one lang.
Ready, start!
هو اختارني عشان انا وعارف ان انا قوي.
Những người còn lại thì ai cũng giống nhau nên tôi đã chọn đại một người để thi đấu với họ.
هو لوكاس ما كسبنيش عشان ايمو حلو ولا عشان عنده خبرة أعلى، هو كسبني عشان حظه in game.
Theo em thì giải đấu ở pha club thì em chiến thắng rất là nhiều người, em thấy rất bình thường.
Ready, start!
Em muốn trả thù bạn ấy và cho bạn ấy biết là mình thua lần đầu chỉ là một tai nạn thôi.
For real, I didn't want that Fatcons picks me again because he has his place that was very passive. He was like hiding behind boxes and something. I just wanted to push and aim.
Round 1. Round 2.
Và thưa quý vị, như vậy chúng ta cũng đã trải qua được một trận đấu đầu tiên trong ngày playoff thứ hai và tìm ra được đội đi tiếp và giành tấm vé bước vào chung kết. Và ngày hôm nay vẫn còn một trận đấu quan trọng không kém. Ở trận đấu này chúng ta sẽ chính thức tìm ra được đâu sẽ là vị chủ nhân sở hữu cho mình tấm vé bước vào ngày mai, cũng như tìm ra được đội xếp thứ hạng thứ tư. Và thưa quý vị, ngay lúc này nếu quý vị đang có mặt tại nhà thi đấu của khu 7 thì nhớ là hãy nán lại và xem xuyên suốt chương trình để có thể nhận về cho mình phần quà hấp dẫn cũng như là cổ vũ cho đội mình yêu thích. Còn đồng thời nếu quý vị không thể có mặt ở đây cũng không sao cả. Chúng tôi đã phát sóng ngày playoff thứ hai này trên các nền tảng xã hội của CROSSFIRE như trên Facebook, YouTube và Twitch. Quý vị hoàn toàn có thể hòa mình vào trong những giờ phút vô cùng sôi động, kịch tính cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE trên toàn thế giới. Và ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau đến với trận đấu thứ hai. Ở trận này sẽ là phần tranh tài giữa hai đội. Từ phía Brazil là Imperial và chúng ta có một phần tranh tài đến với VASCO ESPORTS. Và ngay bây giờ, không để quý vị đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng nhau đến với trận đấu cuối cùng của ngày playoff thứ hai này cùng với Imperial và VASCO ESPORTS. Xin mời quý vị sẽ cùng đến với phần bình luận ạ.
Well, there you have it. It is going to be Imperial and VASCO Esports going into this lower bracket match. It's an elimination match. It's do or die for both teams in the CrossFire Stars Summer Championship. We've got a big best of 5 still ahead for this evening, so strap yourselves in. There's a sentiment that perhaps this could be a long one.
It very well could be. I mean, when you look at both of these teams yesterday and their performance, they both went down 3-0 to the top two teams we've seen so far. I would say VASCO looked a little bit better, especially now knowing how much better than all gamers looked against BaiSha, but it has to be said, Imperial is the #1 seed from Brazil coming into this.
Yeah, definitely. It's a hard one to call, really, because both teams have had their ups and downs throughout the group stages. And both teams kind of got wrecked yesterday going into the playoffs. We can show you the updated playoffs bracket. After that previous game, BaiSha did get knocked down into the lower bracket final, and they are awaiting the victor of Imperial and VASCO Esports. Every single one of these matches is a best of 5, so there's a really still quite a distance to go when it does come to the playoffs. We've got still 3 best of 5s to play through, and for whichever team is now going to make it out of this lower bracket match one, if they were to all the way take it to the grand final, it's a very, very long lower bracket run that they're going to have to make. And, you know, against 2 really star-studded Chinese squads as well, once they do get out of this match, it's not an easy task from this position for either Imperial or VASCO.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big benefit for BaiSha now. They know they've beaten in this event alone both of the teams that could potentially face them in that lower bracket final. Of course, we are going to have here, though, what I think should be on paper the closest match of the event. I mean, these teams have gone back and forth. Both of them have won a season of CFBL. And I think from their perspective, it's a lot to prove here, because not only does this team have to conquer the other in this circumstance, they also have to show what they can do moving forward, knowing that BaiSha's what's up next.
Yeah, lots of questions still to be had about this one, and obviously we haven't seen these two teams play against each other so far in this event, so at least in terms of recent form, all we can go off of is what they've been able to show us in the group stages and also what they did in the playoffs. And I think I would say Imperial probably had a bit of a harder task in those group stages, so maybe there's a bit of an advantage from them there, but then, as you say, maybe a more difficult playoffs opponent for VASCO, so it sort of weighs itself against one another, and that's something we can talk about in a little bit more later on when we get the teams on stage. First, let's meet Imperial. So here comes Imperial, the #1 seed through from the Brazilian region, and unfortunately yesterday they didn't have a particularly great time up against BaiSha. They went down 10-3 on every single map they played, so didn't really give much away. I guess that's one benefit, but yeah, hopefully they've sorted things out since yesterday.
Yeah, it was a rough day for them in their first life in the playoffs, but now they're going into an opponent they know a lot better, and more importantly, they have experience beating, but we are interested to see what these challengers can do. Let's meet VASCO.
Well, VASCO Esports, for their own right, did have a pretty tough time in their matchup in the playoffs yesterday against All Gamers. They went down 10-5, 10-5, 10-4. So maybe a little bit of an improvement over what we saw from Imperial, to be fair, but not by a massive margin. And they also kind of left a lot to be desired. Maybe some of those individuals going missing a little bit. One interesting thing to sort of mention about this team is that when they did match up in the CFBL finals, it was 3-2 favoring Imperial, so quite the close affair in that matchup, and I dare say there's a chance we actually go the distance again today.
It does seem likely when you see how they've played so far. A lot of back and forth from both of these teams, even in their history against each other. It is going to be interesting, I think, to see that graphic that kind of shows their map history, because I am a little bit curious about that in knowing what they might ban and pick here. I would say, looking at the potential maps we might see off the table here, I would say it's no surprise to see VASCO maybe get rid of Eagle Eye. They haven't played it so far this event, wouldn't expect it here again. But as we look at some of the team data here, it definitely tells part of that story as well. One of the best performing GR teams we've seen at this event is Imperial, and I think it's going to be a huge advantage here because when you look at the other three teams in the playoffs, they're a little bit more BL-sided.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this team can fire today. I thought they were a little bit off yesterday. Gokun in particular was a player that we were really highlighting during the group stages, and it felt like even going through those group stages, he might have been the strongest sniper player, but he was really put to rest yesterday by BaiSha. Still, the statistics look okay for him. LKK, Ryu Zhao as well have been sort of rounding things out quite nicely. I think ADRF as well has also not been too bad for this Imperial roster, but the one player that I've highlighted maybe on the more negative side has been Feifei. I think he's been a little bit lackluster just in terms of his individual input. So I want to see whether or not that's going to improve today against VASCO. And to be fair, VASCO has a couple of players themselves that have kind of slowed down a little bit. And I think inconsistency is definitely a problem for this VASCO roster as well. Blacklist side doesn't look so great for them, but given the knowledge that they do tend to play a lot of Mexico, maybe you don't want to read too much into that.
True, but when you pair it against the best GR from their region as well, that 60% is what scares me on the Imperial side. They're going to be up against that, so they need to do a little bit more on the Blacklist side today. Looking at the stats as a whole, no surprise here to see MG kind of at the top. I'd like to see a little bit more from Tuzin, though. I felt like he started to come to life a little bit later on in this tournament, but it is going to be interesting to look at the match history between these two teams. There's definitely been a lot more back and forth than even what we've seen from the AG matchup in their previous match, but it is still a 12-3 overall in favor of Imperial. But in recent history, they have had a lot of close back and forth. There's a couple scary ones on here, though, I'd say. That 5-0 sub-base is a bit of a nerve-wracker.
Yeah, 24 maps in the favor of Imperial and then 10 maps for VASCO. So I guess that gives you a little bit of an idea of how close these two teams have been in a lot of aspects. But yeah, look, key players. I mean, I think you could probably pull any names out of the hat, actually, for this matchup. They've gone with LKK and Action. LKK, I mean, I probably would say I think Ryu Zhao has probably been the standout rifler for Imperial at this point, but for VASCO's side of the coin, definitely Action has been that key rifler in a lot of cases. Pretty much everyone's going to have to step up in this match, I think, today. And look, I will not be hugely surprised if this one ends up being pretty close. I think, again, it kind of comes down to the map pool. I would be very much putting quite a premium on what happens here on Mexico, whether or not that gets banned away by Imperial or if that gets taken early in the series by the VASCO side of the coin, but obviously Mexico taken away. So that's not a discussion. Sub-base to pick for Imperial. They've been a bit up and down on that map so far this event. Ankara out from VASCO. Not too much of a surprise either.
Yeah, I think looking at the pool now, Imperial does have a good chance of starting this series off on the right foot. Historically, they've never lost this map to VASCO, so that's a good place to get the ball rolling, and I think they know that. And that's where, after that, I think it's going to be a little bit up in the air. You look at VASCO picking Ankara. I think that does favor them. I think this one could truly come down to that Black Widow at the end because that's a very 50-50 map in my mind, but so are a couple of the other ones as well. I think Port's another map I could see going either way, even though it is Imperial's pick, but that just shows you why their last final meetup was a 3-2. I mean, these teams are very even on the majority of the maps that they allowed to be in this pool.
Yeah, Imperial did have a really good game of Port, though, against Pacific Makta, so that might swing the opinion a little bit. Looking at the predictions here, it's a bit of a 50-50 split. The one that sort of, I think you probably put the most stock in would probably be the Portuguese commentators, right? They're obviously covering that Brazilian league. They'll be seeing these matchups between VASCO and Imperial on a more regular basis than we do, and they've both obviously gone the way of Imperial. I went the way of Imperial just because I think they've looked a little bit better in this event just in terms of their peak level. I actually think maybe VASCO's shown a better degree of consistency, actually, but I do sort of rate Imperial toward the top end when they're performing at the level that we know that they can perform to. I think that they might actually cap out a little bit higher than VASCO personally. And I also think that they have better individuals as well. I think Gokun is kind of unmatched in this one. MG hasn't been bad, but I definitely feel Gokun is a better sniper pound for pound. And I also sort of think that just in terms of the rifling setup, Ryu Zhao sort of eclipses what anyone on that VASCO roster can do as well. So again, it does kind of come down to who's turning up on the day today and who's having their better individual performances as well. But for me, that's sort of my methodology as to why I've gone for Imperial today.
Yeah, I mean, on my end, I think VASCO was my pick purely just based on them kind of having a bit higher performance in my eyes right now. I feel like for them, they had a much better showing in their previous matchup than Imperial did. I feel like Imperial kind of dropped the ball there and could have had a lot better performance against BaiSha. And I feel like that might weigh on them a little bit more than what VASCO went through against AG, because everybody's lost to AG and it's looked a little bit one-sided versus Imperial. I feel like VASCO, they got a map against BaiSha. They did a lot better in that circumstance, whereas Imperial, they got 3-0'd. So we'll see how this one all shakes out. We're ready to hop in, though. It's going to be map number 1, Imperial's pick, sub-base. Let's hop right into it.
So here we are onto Subbase, and it has been one of the maps that Imperial have liked to pick throughout this event. I don't know that the results necessarily have been translated for them, though. They lost obviously against BaiSha on that yesterday. The other 2 matches that they did win were in the group stages, but close affairs. One went to OT and one was a 10-8. So I still don't know that I'm like super sold on Imperial on this map. Obviously, they themselves think that they're pretty good on this one, but I do still have my reservations, and I'm hoping to be proven wrong today in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think a lot of this map's going to come down to how MG and Go can go head-to-head here. Statistically, throughout the event, they're pretty similar in KDs, pretty similar in kills per round. So I think for them, this is both going to be a matchup where they've got to prove they're the stronger of each other. But right now, it's a little too early to tell. We'll see how it plays out. I feel like the GR side, though, for most teams seems to be where they like to start, but Feifei is already going to get the ball rolling for Imperial. Takes down MG early on. Quickly traded, though, by Action. They equalize, and now the pressure starts to build towards the A-bomb site.
Still, I think grabbing that initial kill is a good confidence settler for Feifei in particular. And Imperial straight in toward the A site. Action's completely isolated right here. You can't expect much from him. He's just wrapped upon multiple sides and can't do anything. Doesn't have any assistance either. That's an untraded frag, and that is an entry into the A site that Imperial will be happy to see.
A lot of utility, though, coming down. Here comes the push. VNC actually gets the first out of this one. VNC looking for a second. Gokun going to help trade things out in favor of Imperial. As they take down another, it's going to be these last 2 players stuck on the ramp. They've got no HP to work with here either, but the bomb still hasn't been planted. Finally gets taken onto the site and planted there. VNC 3 HP, not really any way to work back in. Lukum knows that. He's going to be playing the back of this missile very patiently. ADRF just kind of toying with this off angle as well. And this is where he kind of just has to send it and find a way to split these two players. But we've seen this a lot in this tournament, and it's so questionable to me why you'd use a flash and then go in a little bit later than the flash. He didn't get the value out of that. It was kind of just saying, hey, here I am.
Yeah, I'm still sitting in the window. I'm not creeping my way down the stairs. What's this conversation happening right now for Imperial? Ryu Zhao looking pretty serious for a moment there, but yeah, look, it's all sunshine and roses for Imperial at the moment. 1-0, good lead to find yourself with. First round of the day for Imperial. It looked like a pretty straightforward round for them as well, you know, just a little bit of a contest in mid and then waltz your way into A, and post-plant was pretty easy from there. Bit of a faster retake maybe than they expected, with VASCO quite quick in even before the C4 was planted, but it worked out pretty well for Imperial, and BaiSha's been given that role of entry fragging today, it seems, and he's doing a good job of that. 2 initial frags in each round, one after the other.
Now at this point, VASCO, they've got to kind of gamble in one direction here, only having 4 alive on this map. It's a very hard one to hold with a 2-2 split, especially towards A. Only having 1 player on the bottom of the site is a little bit of a risk, but they're going to take that risk anyways. And they could be right here. They've got the numbers towards the B bomb site to work with. MG has to find one of these kills earlier on. If he can't find anything, it's going to be a tough road ahead. It may be tougher already, though. The rest of his team has fallen down around him. He's able to find one, gets quickly traded on the flank, and now it's all on to VNC. He gets a nice shot there to get this started, but these nades are going to make it so hard to get back in.
Okay, good shot from VNC to start it, but yeah, you're right, too hard to get back in. Imperial are looking pretty on point today. He's
going to round 3. VASCO looking to maybe shift things up a little bit here. They've got Tuzin holding on to that A-long position, and that has something I've noticed a lot between the Chinese and Brazilian teams that the other teams don't do. A lot of other regions, they're playing their off as that long player on the GR side towards A-long, but the Brazilian and Chinese teams, it's always an M4 user in that position, and I like that adjustment that they've made on this map since the M4 buff happened a couple of years ago, because now you have that effectiveness of shooting through those doors a little bit more so than you used to, so they actually get a lot of value out of having a rifler there instead.
That's a good point. Imperial look to take a different approach this time, rather than just defaulting over to the A side. Gonna work their way into B here. Silva's watching for that, but he has whiffed a lot of those shots initially. And indeed, Imperial will be able to walk their way, waltz their way even, onto that B side. Triple kill from LKK, straight into B. VNC, he finds himself in much the same position as he did last round, trying to retake onto B. Hits a nice headshot around that corner initially, and at least this time doesn't get instantly traded.
He's got a shot here to steal away a big round from Imperial. If they get a 3-0 lead here, it should be the makings of a first map already in their hands, but VNC, he's letting a lot of time slip away here. I'm not sure if he's maybe utilizing this to talk to his team a bit as well, but at this point, he's gonna run right into trouble. Gokun takes him down, 3-0 on the table, and VASCO, they've got to change something quickly. Otherwise, we could see a quick first map against them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm actually interested to see what happens here if we get a 4-0 lead. Do we get VASCO pulling that attack pause out straight away again? I think it was actually Imperial that was mostly doing that yesterday against BaiSha, but you know, how long do you let this go before you call attack timeout? Didn't really see many attack timeouts in that first series, but it seems the Brazilian teams are a little bit more liberal with their timeout usage. Silva might just get crept upon here. Look at this. That's great trigger discipline from LKK. He'll shut down Silva and Tuzin. This guy is on an absolute tear today, and it is benefiting Imperial something chronic. This is not even looking like a contest right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is almost a round you've got to take attack pause after. This is not looking good for VASCO. VNC again, an all too familiar situation left, trying to figure out how to clutch here. And you can see he's just going to sit in the corner here. I think they're using this time to just talk things through because they've got to change the pace because Imperial just allowing that single player lurk from Lukum to get behind 2 players unnoticed, that is a huge mistake.
Yeah, I think we might be getting attack pause after this one. I can see the cameraman getting ready. But we'll see what we get from VASCO. I mean, it hasn't looked too great. This is, I mean, 8-0 for LKK right there for Imperial, and the way that he entries the B side just then, it screams problems for VASCO. Look, I think you do have to give VASCO the benefit of the doubt there. He just finds a really nice timing, and sometimes that's just how it is. But yeah, this is going to have to be attack timeout straight up.
Man, a really rough start for VASCO. I'm starting to feel like you in the last match, doubting my prediction already in just the first half of this first map. I'm going to double down on it though still. I'm not done just yet. At the end of the day, I still think there's that chance to recover. Maybe not on this map, but it is Imperial's pick. And knowing they trade maps very frequently makes me feel at least a little bit better. But this is not the start you want to have.
It sounds like the same kind of copium that I was on when I was talking about BaiSha, and I was like, yeah, man, they got 5 rounds in a row. They look pretty good, pretty competitive on sub base, and I reckon they can get Anchor and this and that. And obviously we saw it ended up being 3-0. Sometimes it's just not your day, and at the moment it definitely doesn't look like it is VASCO's day. I do sort of have a bit of sympathy though, and I kind of see where you're coming from in that it's kind of hard to say this is going to be a 3-0 given the history between these two teams. But you also have to take into context just the way that the game is feeling like it's playing out, right? Like, it's all well and good to be up 4-0 if some of the rounds are close, you know, if they're coming down to one-on-ones and you're just getting a bit unlucky, you're not winning the clutches, but it's not even really like that at the moment. This is kind of just Imperial walking all over VASCO. So they do need to do a little bit of extra work, a bit of extra heavy lifting to kind of convince me. I know you were on their side to begin with, but it's going to take more than just hearsay to convince me. I'm going to need to see it myself, what VASCO can bring after this timeout.
Needs to be something soon. Otherwise, if Imperial get this one, they'll be halfway to a map win already in this series. Lukum, though, that's the player for me that's really, really made this a dangerous game. 8-0. 2 frags per round in the first opening 4 rounds. They've got to find a way to make sure he can't sneak in like that again because he's got that confidence now. You know he's probably going to try that again some point in this half. He's just going to keep testing those waters. And this time around, it's a gamble towards a long, though. 4 players coming out from VASCO, pushing up for control. Gokun, the only player holding it for now, but they're starting to group up here. This could be a big trap they're running into.
Oh, well, ADRF straight away opens it up, and Silver's position, it looks a bit untenable. Still, he's able to actually frag out from there, and Action and MG are also chiming in as well. One of those kills was over towards the B site, as you said, LKK trying to find his timing over there once again. Ryu's out, though, might have just slipped past. I don't think Silver spotted him. Oh, he definitely didn't. Here we go again. Ryu's out. We'll get in behind MG, and well, that's the B site cracked open, so it goes from bad to worse for VASCO.
Yeah, that's got to be a little infuriating. I mean, you just had it happen to you. I'm sure they even talked about during the attack pause, how do we avoid this issue again? They avoid it by killing Lukum in perfect fashion, addressing it on that side of the map, but then it happens to someone else, and that's got to build some of the frustration that they're already experiencing on the VASCO side of things, and it makes this retake that much more difficult. You're already in a frustrated position, but you still have to find a way to fight here. Ryuzao, though, gets the first kill. It's down to the 2-on-1 action. He's got to do it all by himself, but there's just no time to work with. Only 5 seconds. He's going to stick this defuse. He might get it, but no. He's going to be taken down. Ryuzao makes it a 5-0 uncontested lead for Imperial. And wow, things are not looking good.
I got to say, as soon as I see Ryu Zhao in that 1v1, I'm like, all right, Imperial's won it. That's just the faith that I have in that player in the clutch. He's been so good at this event. 5-0 is the lead. VASCO need to stem the blood. at some point. Action's trying to do it himself. Somehow he's not been traded down. Okay, all right. I don't even know what's happened in that round. I think Imperial can just go back to square one and say, that round didn't exist. Let's just forget about that one, because quite frankly, Action should probably not have gotten away with that much. He should have been traded by at least the third player, let alone the fourth. But over in the blink of an eye, and, you can kind of quickly and easily forget about that one when you're up 5-1.
And now the aggression actually continues here as well from VASCO. They know it's worked out these last 2 rounds, even though they only won one of them. The round before still looked pretty good up until the end. This time, though, Imperial, they're set up for it. Ryu Zhao gets the first. VNC at least able to take down Gok, and they've got to find that pathway through for Imperial now. They're starting to get shut down towards the B side of the map. It wouldn't surprise me to see a late hit group up towards this A bomb site. It's only VNC on the lower bomb site holding it off. Goken as well, not in the mix, means they don't have to worry about that bomb on the top of site quite as much for the post plan as well for VASCO. So I think in this position, it's a really good chance for Imperial to go in for that A push. But VASCO, they're playing very safe at this point, and they kind of have to here. I mean, you're down 5-1. You can't afford to make too many more mistakes.
Lots of time to work with for Imperial. Not quite as explosive of a round as the previous. Looks like they'll be making their way into B once again. And once again, you might well see a pretty good timing from Ryu Zhao, depending on what he opts to do. Does take that fight onto Silver, makes it work out quite nicely. And while MG is busy, the rest of Imperial are trying to squeeze their way onto that site. Fei unrequired at this point. It's ADRF that's getting all of that work done. And poor old BNC, how many times does he have to deal with a 2-on-1 retaking from this exact position onto the B side?
Maybe this time he can win, but no.
Big
the coordination is there. I mean, Imperial, this is not the same team we saw yesterday. They're much more coordinated. They're hitting the shots they need to. And you can tell this is an opponent they feel a lot better against. And moving forward, VASCO, they've got to do something here to at least build themselves up. Even at this point, if they don't win the map, if they go down somewhere around that 10-1, 10-2 margin, even going into your own map pick, that's not a good place to be mentally.
Nope, absolutely not. And not when it's Ankara, which is just such a standard map in the pool as well. Like, everyone plays it, everyone knows how to play it. I've seen a fair bit of Imperial on it. Port as well. Interesting prospect if we do get there at a 2-0 scoreline, but we'll hold that discussion for a little while.
Six to 1 here, VASCO. Not playing aggressive this time around. A 3-2 split. Imperial hasn't really tried too much towards A. That could change here in this round.
Yeah.
Fei starting to creep up. He's got that information. There's a player probably in the upper A control room. ADRF trying to work that lower staircase position as well, but they're kind of just spreading out here, waiting to see if that counter aggression is going to come through, but it doesn't seem too likely. VASCO very, very turtled up in this one.
Brazilian teams do tend to have a little bit of a slower play style than the Chinese rosters do. Action's going to be smoked off. Does this mean we're going to get another B pinch? Fei through the smoke is going to try to enter into the B side, and Silver does double down, which might not be quite enough just yet. MG and VNC still fighting hard, but C4's not committed to B just yet. Ryu Zhao catches MG round the corner. How many times, Kyle? How many times? It's the exact same thing. 2 players on B. They've got control. VNC trying to retake on his own. 1v2.
You'd have to think eventually he gets one, right? I mean, he's had so many opportunities to clutch. Surely there's something he could do here, but it's almost a frustrating position to be in because you've got to think every time you're here, how do we let it happen again? Why am I in this situation where I even have to try and clutch? And that frustration alone definitely starts to get to you. And Lucum as well puts one on the board. And more importantly, another round along with it. Things looking better and better. The potential for an 8-1 half here now.
Yeah, what is there really to say about it? VASCO have not shown up today, that's for sure. Ooh, MG, though, has something to say about it. Quick pick over toward the control room. At least for Imperial, if this ends up being a 7-2 scoreline, they'll be happy that they're on the favorable side of that because they suffered at the hands of the 7-2 scorelines yesterday against BaiSha.
Very true. The crazy thing here, too, is even with this 7-1 lead, Goken's the one bottom fragging. So if he comes to life, this could be even worse for VASCO. And that makes me a bit nervous for them. Silva starting to run into some trouble on the B-bomb side. The pressure coming out from Goken. He's trying to find that opening pick. You can see here, though, Silva very patient on that rafters position. Goken gonna fall off very quickly. Feifei, though, runs into trouble. Action good for a pick. Takes him down. He goes swinging for more, and he'll get it. Action, the counter aggression from him has been very solid on this map.
Now it's time for Goken to show us what he's got. He's very impressive in the clutches usually. Here's another chance for him. I do like that push through from the vent, though. Action's up to no good. I'm not sure that Imperial are really going to be aware of that fact. ADRF will need an extremely clean entry here onto VNC and hope that Goken's going to get work done up in the top side. One of those happens, the other does not. And so as a result, Goken's kind of up the creek without a paddle right here. But he might still be able to win it. Well, spoke too soon. But he is pretty deadly with that Colt in hand. Still, 7-2 scoreline. Imperial's very happy with that at the end of the first half.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, for them, that's all they really need here to feel good about closing this first map. They've just got to keep their composure and keep moving towards that first map on the board. And this is where VASCO might already be starting to think about what they might do a little bit differently in the second map to not allow themselves into a position like this, because so far they have let a lot slip. And one of those players has been Tuzin throughout. I feel like he's one of those guys who's been kind of on the back foot throughout the tournament. We were hoping maybe he could have a better day today, but we just haven't seen it. Action, that one player, that kind of saving grace for VASCO, keeping them in this fight. Both rounds they've won are really a lot thanks to his doing, and it's going to take a more team effort to really bring this one back. On the other side of the things, though, it's looking pretty even spread across the board now for Imperial.
Yeah, okay, KSF definitely slowing down a little bit. He was 8-0 at the start of the map. Now everyone else has kind of taken up the reins, and that's fair enough. I think it's good to see Imperial doing it as a committee. Util's tossed in early from Imperial. Couple of smokes down to restrict the movements of VASCO. Does mean now, once that smoke fades over toward A, it's a little bit more susceptible. We've spoken a few times about Feifei and his weakness on this A site. Going to be challenged once again, but this time good 4-1. And surviving long enough as well that should allow the rotation to come in and assist him. ADR and LKK are there, and Feifei's still alive. So this has gone horribly wrong for VASCO. They've got nowhere to go. They've got no room to work at this point. VASCO will even try to recontest the stairs, which works out pretty well for them. VASCO can't do anything right in this map at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even Feifei is feeling the confidence, and that's when you know Imperial's playing on a whole nother level. He secures 2 on the A attack there. MG and Tuzin left with something to prove in this one. 20 seconds, though. They've got to move. That bomb is in the back as well. They've got to move it on up. There's already a player here holding the side. It's going to be Goken. He misses the shot, but not the second there. What a headshot with the pistol. But MG, could he do this? He's got to force the plant, though. They can just push him right now on it. Ryuzao not going to do it, though. Playing a little bit smarter, waiting for that rotation to come through from Feifei to make sure they can peek this together. But MG, he's got an angle where he can maybe have a chance, but of course not Ryuzao, that player to make sure things never get too far out of reach for Imperial. Yeah. And they take an 8-2 lead.
What a sick shot, though. The drop shot that he hits as he's going into the site, but I do really rate the way Ryuzao played that one, deciding not to take the fight. I mean, look, I guess in context, considering even if he dies there, the bomb plant can't go down, the correct choice probably was actually to peek as the plant was happening, but either way, it just ensures that it goes completely the way of Imperial. Not going to happen this round. VASCO, they just have these pop-off rounds once or twice a half, and there's not much you can really do about it when they do appear. Look at that, clean as a whistle. But that round really doesn't tell us much. I don't look at that and say, wow, VASCO's popping off, they're going to win now. That to me just feels like, okay, they've hit their shots, they've found their timings pretty nicely, they played a little bit aggressive, caught Imperial off guard. You get away with 1 or 2 of those a half, but you don't win a half playing like that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them now. It's going to require 5 more rounds in a row to even get this to a tie, let alone a win. And in regulation, they'd have to have 7 straight. So at this point, Imperial, they only need 2 solid rounds themselves. And they're playing very safe to make sure that happens. Tuzin already sneaking his way up into mid-action as well. Could be the player to keep our eyes on. He's kind of led the pack here for VASCO. Sneaks into the vent, playing this counter position. I like the angle there, making sure the jump spot can't see him. Now he catches one off guard. That's huge. They can work their way now onto the A bomb site if they so choose. There's only 1 player on the lower bomb site, but why do you peek that action? You have the upper A control, but then he goes swinging towards B.
It's a good question, and I like the way that Imperial really activates at that point in time as well, because they know that they need to secure their rotation. Now having done that, Feifei is the next task for Imperial. Ryuzao, having already gotten down onto that bomb site, needs a bit of help here. He actually gets it from Gokun, but MG, rifle in hand. You don't often see that from him, but hey, pretty sharp with it. AK put to good use.
What a round to take away, but it all starts with that angle in the vent. Perfectly played, and then you get that drop shot. You have full control action, though. He gets a little overzealous, but the rest of his team was there to make sure the work was done, especially MG. I mean, that upper A hold, what more could you ask for from him in the round? Now they can start to fight their way back in, but they still have to remember it only takes 1 small error to give one of those 2 rounds over to Imperial. They have to play continuously like this. Very much a perfect game needed from here on out.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's an easy task to achieve. Ryuzao just holding from that vents position. Gokun watching the other angle, the other entry into this site. Probably 2 of the strongest members of the Imperial roster here to hold B. We'll back them, but timing might not be too favorable for him. Gokun is at least good for 1. Ryuzao, big spray, but not connecting anything. That's going to leave a bit to be desired for Imperial.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt there. Silva and Tuzin down to 10 HP or less, but Feifei, it's a 1v4. And as an IGL, he tends to use this time just to talk to the team. He's not even going to go for it here. But this is probably a good time to do that. You don't necessarily want to risk the tack pause just yet. Maybe he even uses it combined with it, but for them, they've got to find a way to slow this momentum down, because you thought 1 round, you know, maybe VASCO, it's just their last little kick before they go down, but now they're starting to string these together.
Yeah, you're right. It's getting a bit worrisome for Imperial. See if there's a tack timeout. Doesn't look like it. Imperial still reckon they've got some legs left to finish it before having to call a pause. Still time to play with. Any change up to be had though? Doesn't really look like it. Ryu Zhao maybe playing a little more aggressively in the vents initially, but it's pretty much your standard, right? Gokun back of B, Ryu Zhao playing forward in the vents. You got LKK and ADRF playing rotator, and Feifei anchoring the A bomb site. Very standard setup from Imperial.
Yeah, right now Imperial, they've got the setup to maybe lock this down, but VASCO, they know there's an opportunity to poke around here and find some kills, specifically with Action. 17-9. This guy has really stepped up to bring his team back into this game. He's the highest fragging player in the server by 6 kills right now, and really the key difference maker, giving them a fighting chance.
On the other side of that, though, you got 2s and 3 and 9, Silver 7 and 9, so a couple of guys going missing a little bit for VASCO. And if they can pick the pace up, then yeah, then this VASCO is going to be a very scary prospect. Ryu's out, he's getting that info that there's a push coming in this direction from VASCO, and he sets himself up on the close angle. Going to be a nice spot to play from, doubling down before eventually falling to MG, but 1 on 3 here for MG, challenged by ADRF. It's a ballsy peak initially. MG's just as liable to take your head off there. But look at this wrap from Feifei all the way into the blacklist spawn. If MG tries to exit now, he runs into Feifei in an unexpected position. I don't see him winning this round from here.
It's pretty tough. He has to take a risk somewhere. The one benefit he may have is that the players are a little bit spread thin, not quite set up to trade if he can find the right angle, especially onto ADRF. This is the player he has to take out instantly. Not going to happen, though. Imperial find themselves the map point, a chance to close here. They'll have 4 of them before it could consider any overtime, but at this point, it does seem like they could have that momentum back on their side, even though we saw a nice 3-round streak coming through from VASCO. Things are looking better. Like you said, you still have Silva and Tuzin being a little bit underwhelming. It feels like if Action or MG can't find some critical multi-kills in the round, they still can't close it out.
Yep. 9-5, 1 round away from Imperial closing out map 1, and this would actually even be a cleaner start to the series than what we saw from All Gamers against BaiSha. They both played Subbase as the first map in the series. And debatably, this could have even been a little bit smoother for Imperial than it has been. So, good day at the office so far. See if there's another twist and turn that VASCO can throw in here. Nothing doing in this round, and they've left the C4 all the way back in spawn, VASCO. So, really, it does show that there's not a huge amount of intent in the early round to do a whole lot. Just going to try to probe and poke and see if they can take a pick, but hasn't been given to them yet by Imperial.
It's a lot of pressure here, though, for VASCO to try and pull something out of this round. You can see Silva trying to sneak his way into the vent position, but that one is all about timing and hoping you are not spotted on the jump. The rest of VASCO challenging the bottom of the A bomb site. Gokun finds the first. Feifei gets the double kill spray down. MG still alive. Silva trying to force his way towards B. They've got an opening now. Silva takes control of the bomb site, but the bomb is down on the lower A bomb site. MG, he's got to be careful here, but he knows they have to contest this bomb.
Yeah, he's got to push forward, really, at this point. I mean, he is waiting for Silva to come across, but obviously that gives up the B control that Silva was able to gain. It's going to be Silva to lead the charge first. They know Feifei is in this position, but it won't matter. Frag still goes through. Now it is on to MG. Pistols out for Gokun. The 2 snipers down to the sidearms, but it will be Imperial to walk away with the map 1 win. 10-5. Dominant display on Subbase, but for maybe a little bit of a speed bump throughout the middle stages of the map. End of the day, though, they get it done very easily indeed, and that is exactly the kind of start that you want in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, very bold statement to kick off this head-to-head, and now VASCO have got to be thinking about how they might bounce back on the map pick of their own, but this is still a really good start into a potential run for Imperial, and it does make me doubt my prediction a little bit already, I have to say. I mean, even though Imperial, I think, was the favorite in my mind going into this map, I thought it would be at least a little bit closer.
Yeah, Feifei still having some words for the roster there, but look, they should be pretty cool, calm and collected after that one. Ankara is the map that's up next. It's a map that, look, we've seen a little bit of Imperial on, not a huge amount, but it is a fairly stable map in the pool. Obviously, it's been around forever. Everyone will know how to play it. I don't see Imperial having a bad time necessarily on Ankara. And VASCO, they've had a few sort of teething issues on that map as well, I think we've seen throughout this event. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out. But as far as subbase is concerned, just all across the board, it felt like everyone from Imperial was fragging. So check this out, you can see for yourself. Well, there you have it. The 10-5 scoreline was achieved by Imperial in a pretty decisive fashion. I mean, debates to be had as to whether or not maybe they could have cleaned that up 10-3, 10-4, something like that. But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much. 10-5 is about as good of a start as you can expect in a regional matchup, especially like this one. It's got to be a good feeling for Imperial to put that one on the board, and VASCO now has to go back to square one and say, well, look, we've lost the first map, but map 2 in the series is our map choice. We now have to sort of think about going the distance in this series. It's not going to be an easy task for VASCO. It's an uphill battle, and it's going to be a long haul, but map 2, hopefully, is going to bring with it the winds of change.
Yeah, hopefully. I think the missing elements are really what we saw from Tuzin and Silva. I feel like they had a really weak performance compared to their usual on this map. I would love to see them bounce back because you did have some really solid performances. I mean, Action almost put up 20 kills even though they still lose 10-5 there. It shows what he's willing to do to try and make this a much closer game. He just needs those players around him to make that extra impact, and this could be a really good second map on the way from them if they just make a few minor adjustments. But you also have to look at how this match opened up. I think one of the most impressive things to talk about was how Lucum started this game. 8 kills in the first 4 rounds to grab that 4-0 lead has to be a bit of a mental block to overcome for VASCO after that.
Yeah, I would say so. I think this is also one of the issues that VASCO have kind of run into on multiple occasions, is that sometimes their individuals just don't seem to fire, and certainly don't seem to fire all at the same time, right? We often see like a pretty good map from Action, and then pretty good map from Silva, and then a pretty good map from MG, but it's not all at the same time, and it's not over the course of an entire series where, you know, 2 out of the 3 maps or 3 out of the 5 maps, you're going to get that kind of performance from multiple players, right? So what I am a bit worried about is that Action maybe has kind of spent what he's brought into this lower bracket match, and Now it's going to be maybe MG's turn, let's say, going into Ankara to have a bit of a chance to pop off. And if he gets the chance to pop off, okay, does anyone else kind of step up on Ankara? If that ends up being 2-0, you know, okay, MG's had his crack now, then okay, Silver steps up maybe for Port. This is the kind of thing, like they rotate through who's been having good individual performances, but if you don't have enough players doing it at the same time, you're not going to get over the line on the map. So that's something that I'm a bit worried about. I hope that they don't run into. Tuzan as well. You got to say, you know, he didn't even really have much of an impact at all in that map. Even if he was kind of having a bit of a middling game, though, I still think you need to see everyone kind of step up around Action. MG wasn't too bad for the most part, but yeah, it almost looks like, you know, Action deserved to win that map, but was just let down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing too, because when you look at the peak players on the side of VASCO, they were actually better than some of the peak players on the other side of things. But when we talk about MVP, I would say it's got to be either Lukum or Ryuzao in my mind. We'll see exactly who took it out. It is going to be Lukum off of those starting rounds where he just started the pace of this perfectly for his team. I could say there's a good argument for Ryuzao as well. Even though he wasn't the #1 in kills, I felt like the rounds he was helping win had a lot of impact for how this one played out.
Yeah, look, I probably would have gone this way as well, but I can see Ryuzao being part of the discussion. Ankara will change up that discussion, though. I wonder if we're going to see the snipers really have a bit more of an impact. It felt like a particularly slow one from Gokun. MG was doing all right, but I don't know that we really got to see the best of Gokun, and I'm still kind of waiting to see what he's going to be able to do in this playoffs. I think he hasn't shown up in the playoffs at all so far. This is the 4th map they've played. Didn't really have much of an impact yesterday against BaiSha. So far hasn't had much of an impact there on Subbase, but Ankara, that could very well be his map. So that's something that we're looking forward to seeing. And if you're looking forward to seeing it as well, don't go too far away. We're going to head into a break, but map 2 after this.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be
Well, here we are at the CFS Summer Championship for our second day of the playoffs, and that's our second match and our second map of said match as we go into Ankara. The choice by VASCO, a little bit to be said there, obviously, that they are now down 1-0 in this series. They'll be hoping Ankara can be a safe haven for them to turn this around.
Yeah, I'm hopeful too. After that first map, I definitely have my doubts. So as we take a look at the overall map pick and ban here in this series, it definitely paints a picture. We weren't too surprised to see, Mexico being the best map VASCO has had so far at this event. Imperial banned that out. Eagle Eye has been banned every time from VASCO, so no surprises there. But maybe we're in for some surprises on Ankara. This is where I definitely have some questions because sub-base, I would have said, I'd say, maybe not always, but usually in favor of Imperial. Obviously there it was, but these other maps I have a lot of questions on. I feel like Ankara could definitely be a 50-50, but it also has to be a position where VASCO can bounce back after a match like that, because it wasn't even close in my eyes on the first map, didn't look good, and it takes a lot to come back from that and have a good second map.
Yeah, you're going to need a good repeat performance from Action and then someone else to probably step up alongside him. Looking at MG, looking at Silva, I think again have been kind of the big three for this VASCO roster at this event, but you need probably all three of them to be firing going into map 2 here against Imperial. So it's time for Ankara. I haven't been super sold on this map at this event so far from VASCO. They lost it to All Gamers yesterday, but they also did play against Ranking in the groups and only just beat them 10-8 on the map. So there are some question marks for me. Then again, I think you can probably say the same for Imperial. We haven't really seen them play it apart from on day one against All Gamers, and again, that wasn't a great start for them. But okay, if Goken's going to do that, maybe this is going to be a tough map for VASCO. Let's see if he can get any more. He's definitely looking for it. LKK did go down at the vents position, but still a great opener for him. Imperial, and Ryu Zhao is very quick through mid to start gaining a bit more map control.
Yeah, now they're going to be putting their efforts towards the B-bomb site. Only going to be one player somewhat near it. Even then, MG's not playing directly on it. Starts to move into position. Caught on the move, though. He's taken down. Ryu Zhao opens up the site, and just like that, the extra from Feifei helps Goken get it done.
Okay.
And this is not the start you want to see if you're VASCO. I mean, map 1, you could have said, maybe it's just the map, but it doesn't seem to be the case so far on map 2.
No, I mean, that was a dominating performance, really, from Imperial. Look, I don't expect every round to be that easy, but it is a worrisome sign if the first round is. No immediate smoke onto A main from either team, which is interesting. Action's position as well here is a little bit of a stranger one. Oh, but Goken sharp on the pre-fire. I mean, he even checked the vent, you could see. He looked at the vent first and then still got the shot onto Action in the corner. It's a very unorthodox position from Action. BNC with a nice bit of re-aggression will be able to trade back down onto ADRF, but I tell you what, this is looking like a Goken map to me.
Yeah, it very much is, and I've seen him do some crazy things on this map before, which does worry me for VASCO, considering this was the only player kind of missing in map number 1, and he's already been awakened in the first couple of rounds. It's going to be a tough one for VASCO to try and find their way back in for, but they do have 2 players on site. Silva, the timing could be key on this corner position. Here's the push. That flash, though, not going to matter. He's able to find 2. Ryu Zhao trades him out, but it's still going to be a solid hold nonetheless. Ryu Zhao has to back off, get that bomb out of there. Goken still trying to work his way onto the B bridge here, but the numbers are not looking so favorable now.
I'm not really such a huge fan of leaving Ryu Zhao solo with the bomb. Maybe if it was a 2-on-2, But they've got no idea MG is here, and the way that VASCO is playing is not indicating that there is a player on the site. So I think Ryuzao does inevitably just probably get caught in the side unless he gets some lucky timing. He's actually backed out again. They've fully drawn that rotation back over to B, so they could hightail it into A, and maybe that's what they're waiting for. Goken catches MG. Now it starts to come together for Imperial. Ryuzao will beat anyone over to A, and Goken's still going to be a threat. Watching this rotate, he's slipped in as well, found a pretty nice timing. Ryuzao just needs to get that plant down, and he's done a pretty good job of clearing out the A side as well. So this is fraught with danger for VASCO now.
Such a good angle choice from Goken, but VNC catches him first. He had the right idea, but he needed Tuzin to be the first to peek, but a little bit overzealous there. It's going to be VASCO answering back with a nice rotation. They get this one all tied up, but a little bit risky to get there. Goken had that really solid positioning, but he couldn't get that second kill, which is all they really needed there in that circumstance.
Yeah. I mean, you think about the way Ryuzao plays out that 1-on-2, and it initially kind of looks a bit silly, but obviously in that situation when you have still so much time left on the bomb, VASCO are probably going to get into the site and be able to play the 2v1 quite solidly. So no matter where you hide, they're going to be able to find you. I like the fact that he tries to take an aggressive fight, turn it into a 1v1, makes that round much more winnable. Even if it doesn't turn out in his favor, I think that's not a bad choice given the circumstances. But doesn't work out this time for Imperial. It was a decent start to the round. Not as much aggression this time from VASCO out of the A site. They've got 3 members stacked on this part of the map. Imperial don't look like they're going to walk into that trap, though.
Definitely not. They've got that mid-aggression starting to work out for them. It seemed to be poking around mid, and B was the reason they found some openings in the previous round, so doing it again seems pretty much in line with what we would expect. Feifei trying to see if anybody will peek that mid window. I'm surprised he maybe wasn't going to go through with it in the full push, but somebody maybe should here. I think Goken is going to go ahead and lead off on that front. Pushes himself into position on A connector to try and get that cross peek onto the windows. He's going to sneak underneath here, trying to find that timing. Tuzin, he's on the other end of it. He's going to be spotted out, but he has to get a kill here. He's seen 4 players and not even killed a single one of them. Finally able to secure one, but that might not be enough if MG can't hold on here. Silva comes in for the support, though. They're not ready for Silva to already be on site. MG gets another one, and it's all down to Goken. A 1 versus 3 that won't go their way. And VASCO, they're in the lead for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, after such a decisive start from Imperial, it has very much swung back. And remember, Imperial chose to start on this side as well. So they won't be too happy with their performances thus far. Just waiting for that faster A play. You kind of get the sense that Imperial are setting up for it in a lot of rounds.
It seems likely here. They've even got the mid flank ready to go, and they're already in the vents here. Action. He's going to be playing that contact position. He's taken down right away. Tuzin, he's got to hold on here with VNC. VNC good for a first, good for a second. And now the pace is in their control. VNC gets a third here before finally going down, drops to his death as Feifei puts some bullets into him, but it's still looking really good for VASCO. They still have 3 on the A bomb site, and these last 2 players, the health is not looking the best.
Well, Goken's 6 and 2, and he's in mid. He's going to have to come up with something. Working his way over toward B. If he gets into the GR spawn, I could see him doing something pretty special. Or even if he just sets up on the ramp here and waits for VASCO to peek into the site to try to clear it. This is potentially what I'm talking about. Feifei's on his way over as well. VASCO just sort of hedging their bets, right? They're playing halfway between A and B, and Not really committing to either. Smoke's going to go down, and Goken, oh, he's going to try and get in front of that smoke just as it's blooming to catch Silver. Wise move in the 2-on-3 to try to equalize the numbers, and has been able to isolate a duel.
It's not going to be good on HP still, though. They've got to connect these shots. Goken really needs to be that player who can help push this one all the way. Feifei, 9 HP. He's spotted out. He's taken down. It's all on to Goken. He's got to play this timer. But unfortunately, he's got his back turned here. He's got to know these players are coming from behind at some point. He's going to spot them out, and now he has to play the time perfectly. He doesn't have enough to work with, though. They'll take him down. VASCO, it's a 3-1 lead now. Things are starting to get turned around here completely.
Yeah, it's a nice direction to take the retake from for VASCO. The bomb wasn't really planted for Goken there in the 1-on-2. So even if he would have tried to back up into the GR spawn and give himself a bit of space, like VASCO just sits on the defuse there behind the boxes and says, well, okay, fine. So quite an intelligent little wrap from VASCO in the end, and it really did require Feifei to probably get one, which is a tough ask considering he was rifling and on such low HP. But yeah, it's starting to fall by the wayside a little bit now for Imperial. Only Goken really causing any problems for VASCO. And he is 7-3, but a lot of these kills are coming like late in the round when they're not hugely impactful. I'd like to see him try to find some earlier duels and maybe try to force the 4-on-5s favoring Imperial to start the rounds off.
Yeah, it's a really tough position to be in for Goken. He's getting the kills, but the rest of the team here needs to find a way to step up. But it's kind of a polar opposite performance from Lukum. The last 4 rounds in that opening map, he was 8-0. Now, 0 kills in the opening 4 rounds from him on the second map. So not what you wanted to see after how that first map started from him, but they still have that chance to recover here if they can win this round. A 4-1 lead for VASCO this early on, though, starts to paint the picture. This could be going to a tied series.
Yeah, I'm getting that sense as well. Might be in for a long haul tonight. ADRF has been allowed out into the site, but not up onto the site yet. That's been the difficulty for Imperial, is actually getting up on the site. And once again, they're having difficulty there. VNC and Action both able to strike initially. And VNC's good for a couple actually before falling. But as the refrags do start to come through, Imperial actually now control the site. And they're aware that Silver is behind them as well. C4 does still need to be collected, though, and that's a bit of a problem. It's going to cost some crucial seconds. Goken's got no idea where to look. He's really out in no man's land. So just drops down, and he's going to hedge his bets on A main. Allow the plan to go down. The retake is both coming through from the vent. And, well, Goken, he needs to hit this first shot, and will. All right, it's on now for Imperial. Ryu Zhao should swing for the second. Good little 1-2 punch from the Imperial post plant, and they do finally get themselves another round.
A 2 versus 4 as well. Not what VASCO needed here. That can be a little bit of a momentum killer, I'm afraid, and they've got to show us it's not going to phase them too much, because Imperial, once Lukum comes to life on this map, it could completely start to go in their favor. He's still at 0-5, but Goken 9-3 definitely makes up for that a bit. But you really want to see Lukum having a stellar performance here as well. He was the MVP of map number 1. But right now, VASCO getting a lot done from actually VNC, which is surprising for me, because I would say up until this point, he really hasn't been close to someone I would consider the MVP of this team. But right now, he's finding a lot of impactful frags, especially towards A.
Yeah, he hasn't been a huge factor for Imperial. I'll agree with you there. Like I said, it's largely for me been Action and MG, and then every now and then Silver sort of chiming in as well. But at least in this game, VNC seems to be leading from the front. Goken, though, I mean, he continues to be a massive, massive threat here for VASCO, and all it really takes is for LKK to just up his output, or maybe someone else to start to kind of feel it, like Ryuzao or Feifei. And then you've got a really, really potent-looking Imperial Blacklist side, but hasn't quite hit that point just yet. It really has been all down to Goken, and that's been enough to get them 2 rounds, but is it going to be enough to get them 5, potentially? Dare I say 6? I think that's a bit out of the realms of possibility at this point, but Imperial will be aiming for 5, at least.
They may find another here as well. There's nobody on this B bomb site. It's completely open. They can just waltz right in here, get the bomb down, and already think about what they want to do for the post plan. It's 4v5 already. Action on 1 HP. He's taken down from Lukum. A nice confidence frag for him to get him on the board. Feifei finds another MG, able to at least trade, but it's still not a good situation to be on. 4-on-2. Bomb is planted, and the timer is ticking.
Yeah, VASCO need a bit of the magic of their own. They're not getting it, though. Tuzin's just decapitated by Goken, and what can MG do? 1-on-4. He's usually pretty good in the clutch, but this just feels impossible, especially when you've got an Orm in hand. You just can't multi-frag the same way you can with a rifle. And so, one more for Imperial.
Yeah, right now, I almost think this could be the writing on the wall for a 3-0, because the thing that scares me is that stat of VASCO on the BL side. They don't have more than a 50% win rate on that side of the map. I feel like they must win this GR side with at least 5 rounds, maybe even 6, to take this on their BL side, because right now, this is where Imperial is starting to look better, and that's with Lukum not even really online in this map yet.
Scary prospect indeed. Well, different approach from VASCO this time. Got 2 players set up in the B connector, and Feifei is definitely playing with fire, being in that position. Now, though, the shot's going through, and Feifei, well, he peeks after MG fires, so he knows he's got the advantage there. Almost wants to try and chase him down. That's very ballsy from Feifei. He won't even stop. He just keeps going. MG was not expecting that. That's a bit dirty. Actually knows he has to re-aggress elsewhere to try to bring the numbers back, but ultimately that ends up costing him his life as well. And Imperial are looking better and better as the map goes on.
Yeah, now we're talking about 4 on the table for them. That'd be 3 in a row. Not a great place to be after how this was looking really, really good for them as well. They had everything working for them, but now they're just kind of crumbling a little bit. But it's Goken and Feifei. These guys are opening up round after round and finding a way for Imperial to just sneak in and get this nice early momentum on their side every round. It's going to be tough to deal with VNC, though. A familiar position for him to be in the clutch. 1 versus 4 this time. We haven't really seen him win any major clutch from this type of position, but could be a good opportunity here. But I think he's just going to talk to the team. It seems to be what both IGLs actually do in this situation. They just kind of have to get things together and make sure they can find a way back into it. And you can almost see the frustration there on his face. He does not want to be in this position. They know they had a 3-1 lead not too long ago, and now it's already looking like another Imperial map.
I mean, it wasn't even VNC saying anything there, though, was it? He was seeing what everyone else had to say. Some conversation still happening for Imperial, but doesn't look like it's anything too strenuous, right? They're just kind of getting through this as they need to, 1 round at a time. Action's going to try to hold middle this time, and Silver's actually caught LKK off. I don't know how big of an advantage that really is, though, because, again, he hasn't been much of a factor for Imperial in this one. Obviously, it is 1 player down, so less info around the map, but just in terms of the fragging capabilities, may not impact Imperial all that much.
Goken looking to be the key again here for Imperial. He's very solid towards this A-bomb site. There's only one player on it as well. It's going to be VNC. He has been able to anchor this position a couple times, though. I'd say he's usually pretty decent from it. He finds the first. The trade quickly follows, but now the C4 is down. They've got to grab it quickly, make sure they can get this plant going before the rotation comes too quickly, and they have a lot more to deal with. 3 players working their way in from the GR spawn. The only one on the flank is going to be Action here, waiting for that late support play to try and catch somebody off guard. But Goken, he is ready and waiting for this, knows he could already be out on the pillar position, but he's going to get caught here potentially if he's not careful. He has to take this fight quickly onto Action. The rest of his team just still hasn't planted the bomb yet, and that's the key that could ultimately give more time for VASCO to make this happen. Now they know they need to move.
Yeah, this is not going to be a timing thing for VASCO at all. It's just going to be ensuring that they can make this entry clean. But with that said, that's a really important kill from Goken. Cleans out the other side of the map, and Goken finds 3. He's the only one to actually grab a frag here for Imperial. MG, though, now time is starting to become a bit of a factor, and Ryuzao has ducked all the way back into the vent, even if he does catch up to him. I don't know if there's time for MG to defuse. He's going to have to sit the defuse in a second. Ryuzao is there to deny the sit, and that should be the round for Imperial. It's a painful way to lose for VASCO, but Goken just once again absolutely pops off in that round. He's like just a turret, right? Sitting on the stairs there. He got the kill from the player coming behind. They clear that side out. Now we have to focus back in on the GR flank, and well, there you can see 4 rounds in a row for Imperial. Goken is kind of the one-man army that's just pulling Imperial through this map, and that's why we continue to talk about him. He went a little bit quiet for a couple of days, and he's going to be quiet in this round. So here's a big chance actually for VASCO to bring it back to at least a 5-4.
They should have it here now. Another player taken down. This is the type of round you cannot lose if you're VASCO. You've gotten the major threat off the table. You've taken down one as well, but Feifei answers back. Action again, getting a little bit overzealous on an A-long peak. He gets one. It's not enough for him, but he dies trying to get a second. Now it's 3-on-4. They could find a way back into it. Feifei has been pretty good himself on the has it in his hands now. Lukum as well. This could be his opportunity to step up, but Ryuzao, is he going to go for the sneak attack in mid? There's a lot of players here that could stall it, but this A-bomb site is now wide open.
Yeah, I really just want to see Ryuzao walk into the A site. He has shown a tendency to sort of just try to shift walk into certain areas on the map, and if he does exactly that onto A, then it's going to work out perfectly here for Imperial. He's definitely having a bit of a peek in through main. Imperial are trying to give time to VASCO to do something silly, but they won't need to do that. Here we go. This looks really good for Imperial, actually, walking their way into A.
But look at the C4.
I mean, that's
their spawn.
Yeah, there's that, but obviously Feifei can go and pick that up on his way through. It's now just a case of can these guys hold as VASCO try to get back into A, and also can Feifei actually cross? I don't think he can cross into the site safely. Ryuzao spotted out so many members in the connector, but they've all been rerouted, and, well, Feifei is going to have to just try to gamble across. VASCO knows exactly where this play is going to come from. It's time for Lukum to step up.
He's going to find one. That's not going to be enough, though. Here comes the retake. Feifei. He's going to find 2, though. Feifei, surely not another one.
Oh.
He gets all 3, and they win the round. A 6-3 half now on the table from what looked like a very good round for VASCO. But you've got to wonder why they give them A connector so free for Feifei to cross.
I guess they didn't know whether or not the they wouldn't have known that the C4 hadn't crossed yet. Had they had that information, I don't think that they allow the C4 to get across that easily, but they must have assumed that it was already in the site. 6-3 either way. Imperial, I think with that round, that's starting to drive the nail into the coffin here for VASCO. GR side as well now for Imperial, which is their favored side. And VASCO moves on to their less favored side. So if that first half looked dangerous, then you'd have to imagine this second half will as well.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like VASCO has to win this first round of the half to try and keep it within striking distance. Otherwise, this just becomes way too winnable for Imperial to let slip. A lot of early action towards the B tunnels potentially here. Gokin, he's got the aggressive angle, but are they going to peek onto him? They've got 2 players ready for it. MG not ready to react fast enough, but they get the follow-up at least. Lucum, however, has taken down Silva on the rotational play. Now it's a 4-on-3 action. He's not ready for that one. He's just obliterated in mid, and they've got the 4v2.
Yeah, ADRF just full send onto action. Another 4-on-2 for Imperial. They haven't really dropped any of these in the game against VASCO. They've picked up a couple of their own. Gotta say, it's definitely not been VASCO's day today.
Very true here. Was hoping to see more out of these guys. I feel like Tuzin especially a bit off his game today. Only 3 kills in this map so far, and
he went missing.
Very much better in the first one. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see them do something here to win back this round. They've got the site here. They can at least plant, set up, and try and get something going. Gokin also being dead is a huge win in this situation, but they've had so many good trades on these retakes.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard, especially with how split up they are. VNC has to rely on somebody not checking this corner.
Definitely grasping at straws, trying to find silver linings for VASCO out of this situation. VNC can't land anything really. Just a tickle on the ADRF, and that's not going to make the situation any better. Sharp shot. LKK is waking up as well. So easy retake from Imperial in the end. 7-3 the scoreline.
Yeah, especially with Port on the way. Can't feel too good for VASCO at this point. You want to believe they've got something here, but this could be their tournament life on the line if they can't find a way to claw back on this map. The BL side hasn't been the best for them throughout this tournament, though. Even coming into the playoffs, they've only had a 49% win rate on this side of the map, and that's what's been so difficult for them. You talk about 49% win rate only against teams that are now out of the tournament as well. It's hard to say they could take a lot of these against Imperial, especially in a situation where they need 7 rounds before Imperial can even grab 3.
The circumstances are even more dire for VASCO when you remember that this is an elimination match as well, so it's not even the same case as BaiSha losing. They have another chance. They don't have another chance. If VASCO goes down here, they're done. They're out of the tournament, and it very much looks like they're just going to get swept aside by Imperial almost with ease today. Another very favorable initial duel for Imperial, though they do give up the B site. Action's going to go on an exploration and potentially run into ADRF. But backs up.
The time is starting to get away from them, Imperial. They've got to move pretty quickly here. It's already down to half on the bomb, and they don't have a whole lot of ground to work with, but this is going to be a good start if they can take down action. He's compromised. Silva able to get one onto Lucum, but there's no time here. They've got to move now. ADRF gets a second, and this should be it. MG has to hold the line, and he cannot. 8 rounds now here for Imperial. 2 away from yet another map, and for me, if it's a 2-0 here, they've got to be the team pushing through. I think this is the map where I expected, okay, VASCO can take it. They can keep it close. This is their pick. They didn't look too bad on sub base, but they're almost working a worse situation now on their own map.
Yeah, I had a little bit of faith in VASCO, but it seems that was misplaced. To be fair, hard to do much when Goken's 17-6. Even Feifei having a pretty good map here. VASCO will change it up and just try to 5-man push into mid, send a few of them through the B connector. It's being watched right now by ADRF. He's just jump spotting it. Goken has swapped places with him. It's a perfect spot really to play from for Goken, isn't it? He's going to have multiple opportunities with the Orm. Is spotted out first by MG though, so just has to back up into the side and now call for a bit of assistance. Luckily LKK is there to be a distraction, and Goken of course not missing his shots at the moment. Ends up with a 2 for 2 remaining. HP low for these VASCO members, though, should make it a pretty routine retake for Imperial. They haven't really skipped a beat so far. Ryu Zhao and Fei tasked with a 2-on-1, and MG, well, he's, again, pretty solid in the clutches, but today, I don't think VASCO have even won a single clutch so far.
Yeah, it's been so tough for them in the clutch here. MG not even looking at his full form today as well. Especially on the other side of it, it always seems to be Ryu Zhao in these situations. He's so good at knowing what to do here. Fei goes down, but Ryu Zhao in the 1v1. He hasn't lost one yet today. Is this going to be the first time, though? Ryu Zhao plays with him perfectly, gets it done, and has time for the defuse. This guy cannot lose a 1v1, and now he gets his team to map point.
Yeah, pretty scary for a moment there, but Ryu Zhao, yeah, he just don't miss, do he? And the fact that MG did miss is what opened the door up. You knew as soon as that shot didn't connect that the round was pretty much over. And it seems as though the map is pretty much over. 128 ADR being put in by Gokun. Really solid numbers. Just want to see Imperial close this one out without letting any more rounds slip. They took a little bit longer on sub-base to finish it off, but this would be a very decisive result from them. If they were to close it out right here and now.
Very true, but this is kind of the confidence you need. I feel like if you don't win this 3-0, you may not have the confidence it takes to go up against a BaiSha, because that's kind of what could be on the horizon here for Imperial. And they know that's a team that beat them 10-3 on every single map they faced off on. So I think for them to have more success in that match, they have to have an overwhelming win in this one. So it seems to be the track they're on so far. They need one more to close it, though. VNC, good for the first, but go get the double kill. Just devastating here to try and take him out of this position. Up to 21-7. There's one player still lurking here. It's going to be Tuzin looking for a way out, but there just isn't going to be one. Gokun somehow not taken down quickly enough. Ryu Zhao gets the trade. They've got the 3-on-2, and this should be enough to close.
You'd think so. Their retakes have been very good, but it does look like it will have to come down to a retake as Imperial have given up the B site. Silva with the Orm as well. So it's a double Orm to try to hold the site. Imperial did struggle a little bit to get over the line against MG in the last round, and now he's got a bit of backup in the case of Silva. So I reckon if Silva gets one here, then it might be on. They have to push through the smoke as well, which is always going to be awkward. Initially, though, MG down and Silva, surely no hope at this point. That is that. 10-3 is the scoreline for Imperial, and they go up 2-0 in the lower bracket final, an even more solid result than what we saw on sub-base. It is looking like it might be curtains for VASCO in the event. We've got one more map to play, at least as far as Imperial is concerned, and that is going to be their choice of port. So VASCO's got to be sweating at the moment.
Yeah, it just seems like any opportunity they had was shut down. And I mean, Gokun, you've got to thank him a lot for that. We were talking about 4 maps in a row. It felt like his presence wasn't known in the server, but then all of a sudden on Ankara, he is back and he is ready to go. And this is the Gokun you want to see when they could potentially have a chance to go against BaiSha next. And he's kind of looking like he's in full form here.
It's also the Gokun that you want to be seeing going into port, because, again, a map that really can be taken away by the snipers. If you have a really solid player on that A site, which is pretty much where every sniper is going to play, you've seen what Xiao could do. You could see what Duke was able to do in the matchup earlier today, and I'm sure Gokun, he wants to sort of repeat those kinds of moments, and at the moment it looks like he's in the form, as you say, to do it. So yeah, dire straits definitely for VASCO now. They've got a bit of time to chat about. I mean, what do you suppose there is even to say about it at this point? Because they've just been getting absolutely trounced.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to have to be, I think, just a complete reset. They can't think about the past maps at all. I think for them, they just have to go in fresh here and try and play their game the way they want to. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, of this last map.
So here is how things played out on Ankara, and we were saying the name Gokun a lot in that map, and you can see exactly why. 1.6 kills a round is absolutely crazy. You know, even though Ryu Zhao's up there at a 2.0 KD, in terms of the impact, even he was like, what, 0.62 kills per round. It's just not even close to the same conversation as Gokun. And I tell you what, if Gokun is not the MVP for this game, I might flip the table after that.
Yeah, fair to say. I do have to shout out, though, Feifei. I think this is probably the best map we've seen out of him as well, even though it's not going to topple that performance from Gokun. And having him play like that, I think, only solidifies the opportunity going into that third map. But MVP, obviously, in this situation, it's got to be Gokun here. I mean, this guy, 2.63 KD, looked like he could potentially even contest one of the best maps we've seen so far, especially at this crucial of a moment, because at the start of this one, they didn't look the best. They really didn't.
Yeah.
These rounds were only Gokun, and then finally the rest of the team steps up around, and it looks like a lot easier time. But VASCO, they did start this one off 3-1 in the lead.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that, you know, had things not been kind of held down by Gokun, there might have actually been a world where VASCO starts to build upon that lead, and you know, maybe there's not that self-belief or that momentum really for Imperial to win it, or even they might have just run out of rounds to sort of win. They did start coming back into it, but yeah, Gokun being able to hold it down does make it look pretty damn solid in the end. 10-3 on Ankara, and now Port coming up next. Have to imagine it looks like it's going to be a 3-0, but hey, I'll tell you what, we'll find out. It's time for a break. Come back for map 3 in just a sec.
That's a championship point. All gamers will be.
are about to dive into another map. It is a pretty close affair, I guess, in terms of Imperial just trying to challenge themselves to see who can get to the top of the scoreboard. But right now it seems to be Goku that's doing that, at least based on Ankara. But look, in terms of the actual matchup, anything but that. It is Imperial dominating VASCO. It's 10-5, 10-3 in map 1 and 2. We're going to move into Port, which is the map choice of Imperial. One thing that I want to mention out of this match as well is this is potentially a map that is worth $30,000 US for Imperial. If they win it, they take third, bare minimum, so it'll be VASCO in fourth, taking 20K. And, well, I mean, obviously you can still play off for first place still at that point for Imperial, but look, $30,000 guaranteed extra if you win this map as Imperial. I mean, what is that? Split 5 ways, 6K, maybe you have some over to the coach. If you split it 6 ways, then it's 5K each. It's not a shabby shout. So lots of money on the line as we do now start to get into playoffs, and something that we'll be definitely talking about a little bit more tomorrow. It really does feel like it's now a big talking point because Imperial are 1 map away from knocking VASCO out of the tournament.
Yeah, it'd be tough to see them go, but here we go. Map number 3. Let's see how it all shakes out.
And it is Port with VASCO starting off on global risk, so maybe there is something there for them. But if I continue to see Goku popping off the way that he did on Ankara, then I'm expecting this one to be a pretty quick affair as well.
Yeah, it's all about what they've got left here for VASCO. It takes a lot, just purely in stamina, to think about 3 maps in a row after already losing 2. Let alone having the strength to overtake them and get that started on just this first map of Port, especially considering it's Imperial's pick. This is historically one of their better maps, especially when you talk about players like Gokun and Ryuzao. They've been really good on this map in the past, so I feel like in this position, VASCO, at least having the GR side gives them a little bit of comfort considering their position, but it can't be too much. Here comes the push out of mid as well. That timing, brutal for Silva to not be available for this push to hold it off. Imperial able to find a 2-for-2 trade out of it. MG helps keep it winnable, but look at that. Ryuzao, ADRF, they quickly convert this round to a 1-on-2 for MG, and he's stuck here in the pit, 28 HP.
Yeah, I wonder what the option is actually for Imperial. Do they know that MG was there? It seems like they must have, or in either case, they're making an educated guess that that might have been where he was playing, because ADRF has gone into the A site solo. If they wouldn't have known, he would not have just pathed into the site like that. He'll be able to get the plant down pretty comfortably here. Ryuzao's gone all the way back down to the bottom of long, just in case MG was peeking from there. But now that he's cleared that angle out, it's pretty good info for Imperial that they can really focus their attention elsewhere.
Yeah, for MG as well now. So many angles to clear, but he finds a player on one of them. Ryuzao taken down and out, ADRF. All he's got to do is stall the clock here. If he peeks a little bit too soon, it could be a mistake, but no mistakes here. He is hitting the shots in this final map. 4 kills in the opening round for him.
Yeah, I guess when you have that confidence, you do sort of have to just go for that peak, but yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared seeing him shoulder that corner because I've seen what MG can do. Wouldn't have been hugely surprised to see that actually going the way of VASCO in the end, but 1 round already for Imperial. I believe they've started every map with the first round. And then I also believe VASCO has responded with the second round on every map so far. So something to consider as we head into round 2 of Port, if that trend will continue.
A lot of that's going to come down to what Gokun will continue to do, or maybe not do, on this map. So far, he hasn't had to. ADRF with 5 kills, but look at Feifei. How do they not know this? MG is just not ready. And Feifei has the sight, even though it's stacked. He gets a 2nd kill as well. The rest of his team isn't even there. This was a fake. They're on B. And now things are just in complete shambles for VASCO.
Yeah, that's absolutely unreasonable. Looks like a little tag there onto Silvery. He tried to rotate across. Plant's gone down, and VASCO are just scurrying to get their way into B. To be fair, they have actually brought it back to the 3-on-3, but now that the play has slowed down a little bit, you'd probably still back Imperial here. Shots aren't really connecting though. ADRF will miss a couple of crucial ones, and with VNC coming in from behind, can he find one more? Gokun down. Ryuzao though up on the height will still grab that trade back, and Silva takes the challenge. It looks like he's got the time for the defuse as well. Ryuzao, was he maybe able to play that one a little bit slower? Either way, it doesn't matter. VASCO pick up the second round.
A good reply. Even though things didn't look good at the start of that round, especially with that fake from Feifei, I almost think if they went A, they would have had a better time in that situation, even though there were some extra players in that direction, but they still had the advantage and gave it up on the side of Imperial. So that's a mistake you've got to be able to correct quickly if you want to make sure you close this map out, because VASCO on the GR side, still a pretty good team. This is their better side usually on this map, so you definitely don't want to underestimate them, especially with the position Imperial is in right now, because if they can trade rounds here, it's not too bad. As we've seen VASCO, when they get on the blacklist side, they haven't had too much working for them in this series.
AK just gets absolutely booked by Action, which is a pretty good sign for VASCO. You want Action to be hitting shots like this. Not sure why they're feeding him one by one, but Feifei eventually will be able to shut down that rampage before it really gets out of hand. Still though, Action's done his job, and it's up to the rest of the 4 remaining members here on VASCO to now close this round with the advantage that he has given them. Another mid-play from Imperial, perhaps.
Yeah, Ryuzao thinking about going for the bridge beat. He's going to find it onto Silva. Great way to settle the score in mid. VNC now slides into that position, looking to see if Ryuzao will continue to force the issue. He's going to back off into A connector though. The rest of his team starting to work their way for information onto the B bomb site. MG left alone there. Feifei willing to risk the bomb potentially by himself. He does call for that support now, so it is going to be a full team effort towards the B bomb site still. MG, he's going to be left alone on this corner. He's got to land these shots.
Ooh, hasn't landed the first one, and he's going to be pushed off of the line as a result. Time, though, starting to run down here, and it is pressure for Imperial. Feifei is now alone. He's going to have to try to gamble a plan, isn't he? And does at least get that one down. Spam through from VNC. Won't do too much. Let's see if Feifei can step up here. This is a very tough one to win, though. Oh, he's found the timing, though, behind VNC and turned it into a one-on-one, but Tuzen spots him out. That was a bit too close for comfort again for VASCO. Comes down to another 1v1, but they do win it.
Yeah, still not a bad start here. They get a 2-1 lead, but they need a lot more than that. We saw on the previous map, they had a 3-1 lead at the beginning, and then it just came down to Imperial cranking things up a notch and making it even more difficult to put these rounds on the board. And that's where VASCO, if they really want to take this to the next map, they can't afford to take that foot off the gas. They really have to push through with a lot more efforts here. Tuzen, this time around, going for the early A connector boost. He's going to get in there very quickly as well. Imperial, they might not be fully prepared for this one. Lukum on the other side of it, trying to work his way up in there. Is he going to check for the peak, though? Tuzen, he's got the angle to win the fight, but Lukum, what is that check? He gets it perfectly.
Definitely weakens the defense on the A side of the map, that's for sure. Bit of a wayward nade in mid there from Imperial. Doesn't look like it's going to be causing too much harm. That's the response from VASCO. Re-aggression onto long is, by the looks of things, what it will be. Silva's gone past the jump up. Ryuzao, I think, has spotted him out. Certainly now knows that he is nearby. And ADRF tries to take advantage of that info, but gets gunned down. So we're back to 4-on-4. Imperial haven't looked quite as decisive on this map as what they did on Ankara. But you do get the sense that sooner or later they are going to open a round up enough. So interesting spot for VNC to be in, boosted up there, but he's the sole holder on B.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in too. If you miss your opening shots, it's surely an instant death. But also, they're not going to that site now. Imperial stacking their luck towards A, and MG. Why are you giving this up? This is a huge mistake. Now VASCO has nobody directly on the bomb site. They're scrambling to get Silva onto the bridge to try and do something here. He does actually land a nice little shot onto Feifei through the smoke. Not quite enough to take him down and out, but they've given up this plant for free. Now Imperial, they can set up nicely and hold on.
Yeah, all 4 players on that retake coming from the exact same angle as well. LKK's in the perfect spot to shut that one down and does a good job onto the first player. Goken's there to help him out as well. We'll need to do a little bit more work though. Goken does not miss, and well, he's going to have to continue that trend because he is now down into the one-on-one, but he's ducked away, dropped off the ladder, and should from here be able to win the round just even off of the timing. As of yet, no peek, and Goken will finish it in the end. There might have been a little bit of time there. There might have been just a sliver of enough time had Goken not won that duel. But he gets 3 pretty impressive kills in the post plant, and that might be the awakening of the Imperial sniper.
Could be. At this point, though, every round very, very close. Silva starts it off with Feifei going down. They find the early kill. Ryu Zhao as well, very low on HP after that one. Tuzin taken down to about 20. Over towards the A bomb site now. Imperial starting to group up in that direction. They've felt pretty comfortable in taking this challenge over here on A. They could have their luck again if they can land a nade here potentially onto the bomb site. Ryu Zhao very low. Him going down early on. Lukum gets the trade. Tuzin on the site, doesn't have a lot of health to work with. The support's coming in though. Silva, the counter utility, gonna help him crack that one onto Goken. But Lukum, he is still hitting some nasty shots, pushing forward. ADRF goes down. Lukum, he's left alone now, but he's still hitting the shots. Another kill. Here comes the flank. He's not gonna be ready for that. He's already been spotted out. He's down to 72 health. Surely not another headshot, though. He wants to take this fight so badly onto VNC. He might just get it, though, if VNC keeps peeking into him.
Yeah, I don't mind him taking these 1v1s while they are 1v1s. It's been so sharp in this round. You get the sense that he might be able to do it, but eventually that multi-man swing comes through and VASCO will grab another. It has definitely been tough going for Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think we are going to see a change of pace coming out from them. I'd love to see maybe a quick B execution. I think that could be an area of weakness for VASCO. We haven't seen them respond super well to a really aggressive start of round play, but this time it's Goken already under their bridge. How does he hit that shot onto action? Just swings fearlessly into the lower B tunnels, gets it started, and now Imperial, they've got a really good chance to bring this one to a tie. They've got the numbers to start working either site. They've got Goken positioned in the A connector, maybe to go for this jump peek onto MG. It's a hard shot to hit, but if anyone could do it, it's definitely Goken.
May not eventuate. Goken is on his own, just walking up to the A side, and he has not been spotted by MG, though. Initially, that first shot did not connect. You thought Goken might be in with a chance there. He was eventually dug out. Pace is being picked up over towards the B site right now by Imperial. Not by a large margin. They are still moving pretty slowly, but that's definitely where that trend is headed.
Yeah, good key smoke there. They throw the smoke to focus their attention on mid, but then they explode here onto the B bomb site. VNC is caught in the back of the pit, but they haven't checked his position. Silva distracting perfectly, and now they're down on the numbers. They've got to go in swinging to try and even the score here, but Imperial, they're not able to find these trades. Feifei finally able to find one. Adrian, though, can he do it? No, it's going to be down to Feifei. The 1 versus 2. The HP could be favorable here. Potentially, he's going to get them both very low, but he has to hit the shots. It's down to the 1v1. Again, so many 1v1s in this map already alone. Feifei and MG, both on 11 HP. This is anybody's round.
Yeah, it's a critical one to win, though, for both sides. Imperial will start to fall behind pretty substantially if Feifei can't pick this one up, and VASCO will find themselves very much in with a chance if they can win it. Feifei's gone back over to A, and he'll get the plant down. MG more interested in watching over toward B to get the one-on-one graphic split. Feifei knows pretty much where MG's going to be coming from. It's just a case of how much time does MG take, and now he's been spotted. Will Feifei just tap him out of the round? Big one for Imperial.
Yeah, you know it's a good half in the making for Imperial when Feifei is at the top of the leaderboards, I believe, in kill count for this team. He's really come to life in this matchup in a whole new way compared to what we've seen from him so far. But overall, a pretty well-rounded performance from the Imperial side of things. To be fair, VASCO in a similar boat here. This one's all tied up, but Imperial can start to feel it slowly moving in their direction with these back-to-back round wins, and now VASCO, they've got to find a way to anchor down. Just knowing their BL side hasn't been the best for them means this is a must-win half to keep things going.
I think definitely someone else has to step up on behalf of Imperial here, particularly as we head into the second half. But I also sort of get the feeling that if they can keep this even, then second half should be enough for them to close it out on port. This looks to be a different approach, and just a bona fide A hit. They're really going to put that pressure onto MG. Silva has already struck and actually gets another one straight through that smoke. This is much better from VASCO Esports. It's a decisive looking round. Gokun will have to pull off some pretty serious magic to win this run. He's not really in a position to do it either. Stuck behind the box, can't get back, can't get out, can't go forward, can't get the bomb. And that's done for VASCO.
Still in the lead for now, 4-3, 2 rounds left in the half, but Imperial, every time they've lost one, they seem to come right back into it. And many of these rounds have been incredibly close. A lot of 1v1 situations deciding the fate of both of these teams here. VASCO having a couple cleaner rounds, but MG, that's quite the way to get it started. 5-on-4 already, and they can get full control over this map however they want to now. There's no forward pressure they've got to deal with, and Imperial, they know they've got to take a risk here, and they want to send it towards A long.
Oh, Silva copping a bunch of shots there, but he's okay. MG needs to be a little careful now as well. Just have to think about how important that one clutch is that Feifei wins. This could be a 5-2 scoreline right now had he not done that. And with VASCO poised to win this round as well, could be potentially up 6-2, but it's not quite. Still hanging in the balance. No one's really popping off though for Imperial. That's the thing. Like, and they're still kind of staying in it.
It's going to be a really safe approach as well from VASCO. They've got the numbers to work with, and they've known this in how they're playing themselves. Action especially. A nice little bait and switch angle on the back of B. This could catch them off guard if he goes unchecked. They've got to make sure to prepare on this box shot. Gokun, he's already found himself one on the lurk. A great kill in mid. He can continue to stall these rotations as well. But it's all on to MG really here. He's got to make them second guess this player in the back of sight. It's going to be ADRF though, who checks it. Lukum finds the other. Imperial. This is just complete insanity now. VNC 1v4 already trying to work his way back in, but we've seen VNC in this position all day long, and he has yet to win from it.
Yeah, there's really not much you can do against that. That's just clean. from Imperial. And if they're going to hit shots like that, then yeah, the series is probably over. But VASCO's still fighting hard for this map. I just don't know if they're doing enough on this GR side. Silver's working real hard, 132 ADR from him. But last round of the half until Imperial moves over to the more favored side. And VASCO will move over to their less favored side. And that's sort of the same story I was selling on Ankara. And we saw how commanding that ended up being in the second half.
Yeah, right now they really need something in this final round from VASCO. They've got to win this half if they want to win this map. Otherwise, Imperial leading going into the GR side just doesn't seem likely at all to go against them. A lot of early rotations, though, coming across the map from VASCO, ending in a 2-1-2 setup out of that. Imperial seem to be focused for the moment at poking around with Gokun in this mid-ladder position. He's just waiting to see if there's anyone on the other end of the counter boost. Not going to find anyone, though. Support starting to come through. Some pre-fire into the mid of the map coming out from Silva. Not going to find anyone on the other side either. Just throwing some spam nades there to try and draw out these players. Feifei and Adrian, though, ready to go for the test on this A bomb site. MG, he's been a little bit hit and miss, but it seems as the half has gone on, he's gotten pretty strong from this position.
Yeah, these A hits haven't really worked out for Imperial, have they? So if that's what they're going to default back to in this final round of the half, I'm not hugely confident it's going to work out. I'm interested to see what Gokun is up to over towards B. He's kind of just left to his own devices to see if he can maybe find an opener over there, pull an extra rotate, and if he were able to do that, it would be huge. But now it's going to be time for Imperial to go, and I don't think that VASCO is really fooled by what's happened over at B. They're all rotating back over to A. MG does hit his opener and makes it difficult to walk up the ladder. There's just nothing to be done there. But still, Feifei and Ryu Zhao chiming in with a couple of interesting openers. The site has been cracked open. VNC in action on the long rotate. Plant's not down yet, but will get confirmed.
Yeah, they've got a lot of space to work with now as well. It's going to be on to this flank from the A connector to really make something happen here. VNC, he's only got 10 HP. He's taken down right away. Action, he is left alone. The half on his shoulders, and it's not going to be had. Imperial get it done 5-4 on the blacklist side. And this is looking like they could do it after all in the 3-0 sweep now.
Confidence looking pretty good for Imperial. Crazy to think that this was such a close result in the Brazilian League, but right here at the Summer Champs, it's not really looking super close. Feifei trades Action down, who wasn't happy with just the one. He got greedy for more.
Nice follow-up there, though, from VNC. Keeps the numbers within striking distance of the round for VASCO. 4v3. Lucum still on the lower bomb site, though. Are they going to check him out? Yes, they are. That flash will definitely do the trick.
Yeah, it was a good flash. Tough one to retake now for Imperial. ADRF and Ryu Zhao are essentially locked out at this point in time, and MG catches ADRF as well. Don't really see much in this one for Ryu Zhao, but he's of course going to give it a crack. Doesn't have a lot of time to do it with, though, and still 3 players to find. He's going to really have to pick the pace up through the warehouse here. VASCO are giving him absolutely nothing. Straight into the crossfire he goes, and straight out the round he goes as well. That's 5 apiece secured. VASCO not done yet. It's felt like the closest map so far.
Yeah, it seems to be Gokun as well, losing a little bit of steam, I would say, on this map.
Yeah.
Currently only 8-8 after 21 on the previous. But at the same time, Feifei still providing a lot from his role on this team. Really making sure to keep this one close. Tuzin still having a rough time. 4-7 out of 10. Imperial. This is their chance to reply, keep themselves out in front on this potentially final map if they can close it out. I do like the setup, though. A lot of emphasis on a safe position but still putting those numbers towards mid and B. It seems to be VASCO is heading there again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the half that you want to see Gokun kind of accelerate in, but he's not really being given much in the rounds if VASCO continue to go to B. VASCO do typically like to play pretty slow on their blacklist side, and they're doing that again here on port. Somewhat toying with the rotations, but you do still have that 2-1-2 split.
Seems to be time to push, though. Feifei playing the contact here. He's completely flashed out on this box. There's now 3 players on the back of site for Imperial. They can't find anything here, though. Silva gets the first with a nade. Here come the rotations, but they are just falling apart completely. VASCO overwhelms the site. Gokun left alone. 1 versus 5. This is not the GR start they were hoping for here. Nobody goes down on VASCO, and they take the lead.
Yeah, that looked a bit weird for Imperial, didn't it? They just don't even try to really contest the site. Feifei maybe trying to find a kill or 2 as the entry happens, but both just drop back into the pit. And at that point, VASCO is able to swarm out and take so much space that Imperial have really lost control of the aim battles at that point. Change up, though, from VASCO is that they're moving more in the direction of A this round. That does bring Gokun into the picture. He has been quiet on this map, but Sniper's Paradise is the A long route.
Yeah, he hasn't really been given a chance to shine, at least in the second half so far, but you know what? If I'm VASCO here, I'm probably avoiding Gokun anyways after that last map he had, so it makes sense. They're having a lot of success as well in these B hits, and it seems to be where they intend to go again. 4 players grouped up towards the B bomb site for VASCO. Silva lurking towards A long, waiting to see if somebody's going to maybe push a bit too far forward. But Imperial, they haven't really changed anything too much. 2-1-2 setup, and they're kind of just letting the clock fall.
Feifei again just playing more or less solo as the site holder, and you do have LKK there, but he's in sort of more of a supportive role. He's going to probably throw a bit of util, play the crossfire angle, but if Feifei drops, then I'm not sure what LKK is going to do here on his own. Let's see, just the one, just the trade. So again, the B side hold looking pretty weak here for Imperial, and being run over by VASCO. They haven't given up hope in this this series just yet, and it seems as though maybe we've called it a bit too soon. What can Imperial do on this retake? Ryuzao getting this frag from behind would be a really nice opener, but can't do it. And a 3-on-4 to try to take the B side. I'm not super sold on this one for Imperial. Smokes are going to start to fade. Not going to favor Imperial at all, though. This is a complete shutout at the moment.
Yeah, every single round this half has looked fairly one-sided. Going over to VASCO, they've only had 2 deaths in the opening 3 rounds of this half. They've got to change the pace here from Imperial. It almost might even be worth putting Gokun over on that B bomb site. He wants to find those opportunities. He hasn't got too many just yet towards A, but this time he could have that chance. It's going to be Gokun who gets the first A long. They try and force this play onto him, but this is his moment to show what he can do. He's already holding things off nicely. Silva, though, gets the follow-up. Gokun needs another, and he's going to find it. 4-on-3, Tuzin MG in action, trying to get out of here, but the bomb is stuck, and this is a key player who has to survive. Gokun, though, does he know? He misses the shot. The player crouched is everything to try and hang on there. Tuzin now able to get out, and they've got a 3v3 to go back to B with.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to me that Gokun's going to go and make that kind of a play alone. I understand the idea behind it, but it has ultimately brought this back to a 3-on-3. So Imperial, they're desperate to win a round right now. It has to be this one. This is the best looking round for them so far. Ryu Zhao is going to make a miscellaneous pick into mid. He's really being active around the map right now. And if he just holds this position, yeah, it's going to be a good one. Can he get out alive, though? Does he even need to get out alive? Can he just rotate back into the B side now, though? Push over toward the A side of the map really relies on LKK to at least grab one or slow things down so the rotation can come through from Imperial. This is still a 1-on-2 on the site until members arrive. Feifei is there. LKK, he doesn't need help. Gets them both. Imperial, they're on the board in the second half.
Yeah, very solid round from them, but it now begs the question, will they just go back to B? The A-long hit doesn't work.
Yep.
They've won 3 in a row still on that B side of the map, and this is where Feifei has to be able to find something different he can do here. Him and Lukum haven't had the best of times holding off the B tunnels. This time, though, I like the change. Playing a little bit more assertive. They've got that crossfire set up. They're not going to even allow them into the site, and this should be enough to maybe hold the line now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more of a fan of this one from Imperial, just to change something up, because it looked like their standard B holds were not working at all. I was going to suggest maybe moving Gokun over to B, or sort of just trying to float around that AWP a little bit more. But this is not a bad alternative. I would be surprised if VASCO wants to challenge the AWP on the A side again. Gokun was pretty solid.
Yeah, it seems like they aren't really going to give him too much attention. The only way to really deal effectively with that position is sneaking out of the A connector, which MG, he may try here. He's got the idea, but they still aren't sure where they want to go just yet. ADRF patiently holding on the right side of the bridge. But it's going to be a group up towards B. This seems to still be where they want to take this one. There's only a minute on the clock, and now Feifei's a little bit alone here. You had Lukum cross into the lower tunnels. Now he's kind of in the middle of the map, and the B-bomb site's wide open. So if VASCO think to go here, this could be a tough one.
Yeah, after all that forward hold from Imperial, it ends up being the exact same hold that they've had on the B side and the exact same hold that VASCO has cracked open 2 rounds in a row that they've gone B. So it seems that it's all for naught. Floating an extra member over, though. Ryu Zhao already back over here on B after they've tried clearing out mid. That might be false info, though. VASCO look like they want to go through mid. This is an over-rotation from Imperial.
Some good damage dealt. It's still going to be a surprise attack, though, but Imperial respond with the even numbers at least. Feifei, he's got to hold on to the pit position. He's able to find one, but not the second. MG is very low. Gokun going to be flashed out of position, but he's got to force the plant here. Gokun, he's going to know that. He can get in position to stall him out, but he fakes the plant. Now there's no time at all. Gokun just has to stay alive,
man.
And he gets the kill anyways. MG, he knew he had it to take the risk, but
yeah,
man, against Gokun, it just can't happen.
I think it was the right play actually from MG, right? He did draw out the peak, and you know, if he wins that aim duel, he wins the round. If he forces the plant, he probably dies trying to get up off of the plant. But it's a huge round to win for Imperial. Equalizes at 7 apiece, and starting to see them make some moves on this GR side that are a little bit more interesting than their standard holds. So it's becoming more difficult for VASCO to break those holds. Once again, though, we might get a down to the wire finish on port.
Yeah, it's definitely leaning in that direction. Imperial, though, they are up to 2 in a row. And the pressure of the BL side can be a little bit more difficult to overcome. So VASCO, they've got to show they can change the pace here and have success towards that A-bomb site, because the more Imperial gets comfortable defending these B pushes, the harder this map is going to get for VASCO. They have a lot of players now stacked in A connector. It seems to be They're going to go for the surprise attack onto Gokun. Gokun, though, he's got to be ready to react from this angle. It can be very hard and feel a bit overwhelming to deal with 4 players on the A-connector drop down. He's able to get at least some damage here, but ADRF has to hold as long as possible. Gokun, he's now stuck here, getting pinched between multiple players on the site, and he's now the last line of defense. He's going to be spotted out, but they don't even want to deal with him just yet. Silva gets the final kill onto him, and there you have it. Feifei just going to be completely caught as VASCO answer back.
Yeah, that's really more on the riflers, I think, than Gokun. I mean, he hit his first shot. Yeah, it was a leg shot, but ends up only just being the 1 kill from the rifler, even though that damage had already been done by Gokun. Just allowed VASCO to sort of swarm onto that side a little bit too quickly, and you do sort of negate what Gokun is able to do at that point. And another aggressive move from Imperial. This time it looked like VASCO was set up to try to punish that, but they don't quite in time. Really resting on the precipice now. Imperial need to get another couple of rounds under their belt quite quickly, because VASCO is poised to win this map. They've looked better on port. No doubt about it.
Yeah, Imperial at this point, they've got to do something to lock this down, especially towards the B bomb site. They've had a lot of trouble here. On top of that, Gokun not quite having the same impact, even though he's at 12. It's not 2 frags per round here in this one. Imperial pretty much gambling this will be a B hit. They've got everybody mid and B on their side because they've got this boost player. Adrian has control of the A connector, which means he can call very early on if the A push is coming. So they've read this very well on the side of Imperial. All they've got to do is hold here.
Maybe easier said than done. VASCO have been really good on the entry to B. Still not a super committed B hold, right? No one's pushed forward. No one's holding the warehouse itself. They are still going to allow VASCO out, but lots of guns trained on the exit to the warehouse. So if VASCO do decide to hit this site, then they really are running into a shooting gallery, and it just comes down to who hits their shots better. I want to argue today that has been Imperial, but on this map, it's probably been VASCO that have been able to hit their shots. We'll find out. The go signal, it has to be called here. VASCO, sub 30 seconds, off they go into the site. Feifei just drops down. No kills at all from Imperial on the entry. Finally, now you start to see them filter across. I was a bit worried for a second there. But Imperial do grab their 8th. A little scary. Gokun would have missed his first shot for sure, and the Feifei did the same. But they salvage it okay.
Now all it takes is 2. The story for both of these teams, but for VASCO, it's much different. It's their tournament life on the line. If they can find those 2 rounds, they keep themselves alive. One more, though, means Imperial could potentially push this one, but VASCO, it's a quick play on to B. Feifei, the only defender already taken down here, and Imperial, they're in full retake mode just in a couple of seconds. Now, it's going to be this anchor player in the middle of the map. Are they going to check for this? This is going to be a nice little cheeky flank in the making. Action going to find one. MG finds another. It's not looking too good for Imperial now. And again, another one falls. Gokun left in a 1v5.
Yeah, just done for pace, really. You've got to be expecting that kind of change up from VASCO at least once, and it really did have to be over to the B site. They've continued to hit B. I don't understand the idea behind just leaving Feifei alone on that site. And VASCO now playing for map point to keep themselves alive in this series, push it through to a 4th map. 10-8 scoreline. It's what they want. They're going to go fast toward B once again. And Feifei, he's aggressive into the warehouse, nearly gets picked off. He does, in fact, get picked off, and LKK, he's got to find a frag right here. It takes him so long to kill Action that eventually he's run down. It's all over. Imperial surely now a 2-on-4 retake. They can't do it. Gokun, he's going to have to do it alone, but he can't. 10-8. VASCO just rush B twice in a row, and that is the map over and done with, and Imperial will be wondering what just happened. Those last 2 rounds lasted for like 30 seconds total. It's a little bit disappointing. In fact, very disappointing for Imperial, because the first 2 maps they played, they looked so good on, but just a bit lost there on port, even though that was their choice. So Very disappointing stuff. B-Site needs to get a bit of a look at, especially if they're going to play that tomorrow against BaiSha. If Imperial do end up going through from this series, they still have the advantage. But yeah, not super impressed by the port there against VASCO.
Yeah, now they've got to show us they can continue this movement forward in the right direction. VASCO, that's a huge map to take away, and now on the horizon, it's also going to be their own map pick, and this is where things could get a little bit interesting here, because VASCO, not only do they steal away that map, they go into a map where I actually think they're going to be doing pretty well on. This is a map they've had a lot of success on. Even the last map as well of the series could be another one they have a chance to take away, and of all maps to do it on, I'm very surprised Port was the one they won.
Yeah, look, I think Imperial just don't show enough adaptation on the GR side of Port. They really didn't change enough up. The times where they did change things up is where it actually worked out well for them, where they were taking control early over that B-bomb site, where they were stacking that B-bomb site. But when they played standard 2-1-2 or even 2-2-1 with 2 players stacked in mid and 1 over towards B, I mean, it just didn't really work out. I don't really understand why they leave the B site so isolated. I think if you're going to leave any site isolated, leave Gokun on A alone and see what he can do, but Feifei was not able to hold B, as you'll see here in the highlights. So an interesting twist in the series between Imperial and VASCO that we felt sure was doomed to another 3-0 has actually turned in a different direction. 10-8, VASCO do win on Port, and now we have a series on our hands. It is going to be Compound coming up next. VASCO looking like maybe they have a little bit of that self-belief. I still don't know that was even peak VASCO, to be quite honest with you. Only in a couple of rounds did it really feel like they were absolutely surging through that in the fashion which we've seen some of their other matches. But hey, a win to win, you'll take it. And looking forward, maybe they can still win this series.
It's very possible now. I think the next map is going to be a strong one for them. It's their own pick as well. The final map, kind of a 50-50 one, but as we take a look at the stats here, we'll see exactly how this one played out on paper between these two teams. Obviously, the biggest note, Gokun taking a bit of a back step compared to what we saw on the previous map, but on top of that, a lot of these other players we were questioning on the VASCO side really coming to life here. Everybody above that 1.0 margin, except for VNC, but I mean, MG had a much better look on that map, Action as well, even Silva putting in those numbers.
Yeah, I think Imperial just didn't do enough to sort of help their B side out. It was LKK and Feifei who were over there, and look, Feifei, he was able to go 1-for-1, but 1-for-1 is not enough when you're trying to hold a site, and LKK was, negative and really struggling to find those frags that he needed to trade for Feifei. So Silva, for me, probably the MVP coming through there, and indeed is going to be the case as VASCO do pick it up. And look, it's kind of like we were saying, right? You had individuals kind of go missing on map 1 and 2. Silva definitely was one of those players that really didn't get the ball rolling until map 3, but the moment he arrives in the server, it's a different looking VASCO. They win map 3, and now the sky's the limit, I suppose.
Yeah, I think for them it's going to be showing us it wasn't kind of just the one map special out of these guys. They've got to bring that consistency now to the table, because outside of that map, they haven't looked very good.
Yeah, indeed. I do still wonder if there's going to be enough legs in this one. Compound, I'm going to have a look back and see how good Imperial have looked on that, but I don't think we've really seen much Compound from Imperial at all. I think they did play it against Kara House, and they did win it pretty comfortably there, but Kara House probably a bit of a different ball game than VASCO at this point in time. So jury's out. We'll see whether or not VASCO can do enough to push this through to map 5, or if Imperial can close it out 3-1. That's coming up right after the break for map 4 of this series.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be
Well, it's time for Compound, and we didn't even expect to really get to this point in this series, especially after the first couple of maps. But now things may start to spice up a little bit. Compound, the choice of VASCO. I mean, to be fair, they really only had the choice between Compound and Black Widow at this point in the veto process. But either way, they've still got onto a map that they're maybe feeling a little bit more favorable on. And having one on port now, we can see that they definitely are potentially able to cut the mustard against Imperial. Imperial don't have a lot of history on this map to speak to in this event so far, so a bit of a curveball, a bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah, I think the one part that makes me a little bit nervous for VASCO on this map is how vital ARMS tend to be and how much better Gokhan has looked on the day than MG. I think that's an answer they've got to be prepared for, because Compound is all about opening your sniper up, and MG has to be, I think, a little bit more aggressive than he's normally used to on a map like this. Imperial also, even though they looked a little bit weak on that map, I feel like it was only just their GR side, and on the day they've had 5 better halves than VASCO, which leads me to believe they should still be able to be that team that could close it out. But let's find out.
On to Compound we go. Imperial will be starting off on the global risk side, a beneficial side for them, you would think, but it wasn't super beneficial for them on port, so maybe we'll have to think a bit harder about that one. VASCO given a lot of early mid control in this round.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of their standard setup. Imperial likes to play for B-tunnels control pretty early on. We saw this in the last time they played this map as well. But VASCO, they could easily use this as an advantage to execute frequently out of mid. A lot of teams tend to do it on this map, but they are actually going to meet this tunnels push potentially head-on both sides. It's going to be 4 players working their way up. Action lurking towards the A long. Not going to be gifted anything out of this one. ADRF just jump spotting here, trying to get that early information on the B tunnels. He's going to spot 1 player at least for the moment. They'll go ahead and back out on the VASCO side.
Yeah, bit of util drawn out by VASCO with that push. Nothing insane of note, really. It's a very tight line held by Gokhan here, but he's getting the info at the very least, and that sets him up nicely for the shot onto VNC. How many more can he get here? If you say the orb's going to be important, Gokhan already looking pretty good with the initial hold, but Uzao doesn't manage to land anything, and that has allowed VASCO into the site immediately. Imperial looking for the retake.
It's a 3-on-3 for it. They've already got control of the vent as well. All 3 of them actually coming through it here off of that flash. It's Lukum to find the first. Action to find the follow-up, but Feifei, he is here and waiting. But they've got to defuse this bomb. There is no time to waste, and they are right on it. Great coverage, and they'll get the opening round. Imperial lead 1-0 to kick it off, and so far, it's off to a good start.
Yeah, pretty good solid retake there as well. It's a nice warm up into the map. Gokhan with a nice 2-piece as well. It's the threatening sight if he gets rolling on this GR side. And mid-contest, just going to be a bit of a nade stack out from Imperial, which doesn't actually amount to any damage at all. Threw it a little too early. So once again, VASCO are given mid.
Imperial, though, all they really need is Gokhan to find these cross picks. Lukum, though, a little bit overwhelmed. Not going to matter if the rest of Imperial is firing like that. There is just no way in now for Action. He's trying to find any opening to work with, but it's already a 5-on-2. MG at least going to find one, but it's not going to matter for long. Silva, surely not going to happen. 4 versus 1. Imperial Another big round goes their way. A 2-0 start, looking much stronger out of the gate because it's kind of broken through that standard. It's usually a 1-1 start here, and now that they've got this momentum, they might be a little bit harder to stop.
This is a proper contest into mid, it looks like. Gokun is actually going to set himself up and has just transitioned into the tunnels position. VASCO haven't seen this yet, though. Oh, Gokun under pressure. He'll be all right. There's no one else contesting from the other angle. So he gets out, but at least some presence being shown in mid. I think it's good for Imperial to at least make sure VASCO can't get in there easily, though. VASCO read the information. They see the sniper, not on the A side. They decide they're going to charge their way in there. And it's up to Ryu Zhao, who has popped off from this position before. But he's been a bit slow tonight, and that will continue. ADRF finds the timing onto action. VNC stuck around the corner. Who's going to eat that nade? Plant's going to be difficult. In fact, they need to retrieve the C4 first.
Yeah, it is a difficult position to recover it from, especially knowing Gokun could be just about anywhere by now. They managed to scoop it up, though. They'll get the plant. Gokun looking for the retake frag from underneath. ADRF in the top vent position. VNC tries to go hunting, but it's Gokun who's hunted down first by MG. ADRF the 1v2, spots out MG. Not going to connect, though. MG gets it done, and they'll find their way into their first round on the board.
Yeah, good to get those early rounds in. This time, it's VASCO fighting from behind rather than in front. Different story to what we had on Port. Obviously not a drastic advantage for Imperial just yet. But we have seen them changing things up a little bit on this defensive side. So another set defense from Imperial. No one into mid.
Very safe setup. No counter aggression as well. They've got Lukum in the middle of the map, 2 on each side. VASCO starting to creep their way again in towards this mid execution style. It seems to be pretty common amongst the Brazilian teams to go for the late round mid execute. This time we do see 2 towards A long as well. Gokun really wants this fight onto MG. Both players looking onto one another from the tower. It's going to come down to who can connect first. That could be the pick that changes the pace in this round for VASCO if they can find it, though. Gokun going down early is exactly what you want on this map. He's their key to controlling the early picks that they can obtain.
Yeah, 5-2 already is a pretty tantalizing prospect for Imperial if Gokun's going to continue that trend of form. No impact into this round just yet. Imperial play a little bit more of a passive style here on Compound, and 4 stacked over toward A does leave ADRF a bit high and dry over at B. He's got a good flash timing in there, though. LKK hasn't decided to take the peek. ADRF is solo. He needs help. He's done a good job to grab one, and a little bit even almost more than that, but just not enough. Leaving one side isolated like that, you're relying on a little bit too much from an individual. Now it's Feifei and Ryu Zhao to try to secure the clutch. And again, Ryu Zhao has been a bit of a non-factor so far in this playoffs game. Probably his worst game of the event so far. Can turn that around though on Compound. Here we go, 1-on-3 essentially for him as Feifei has dropped, and the time is really running away from Ryu Zhao. There's not much you can do there. There's just too many different angles you can hold. And so VASCO will get another one. I'm not really sure what caused the extra over-rotation to the A site. ADRF definitely needed some help, and he didn't get it.
Yeah, now it's going to be VASCO feeling a bit of momentum themselves. 2 in a row. Gokun very aware of how they control mid, though. You could see he was looking to see if VNC would get boosted right at the start of the round. This time they delay it for just a few moments. And VASCO can now rework this one for a late execution. It's going to be potentially out of mid here. Gokin playing a little bit more reserved in a new position, though. He's on the back side of B this time around, waiting to see if that mid to B push will come through. And I do like the adjustment here. Being able to move Gokin around was a problem they had on port, and they're already addressing it here on this second potential map from VASCO, and it could be what blocks them from that second map.
Slow creep towards the A site. They've actually gotten onto the line for free. Ryuzao's not spotting that anymore. Big spam from VASCO to dislodge anyone that was behind that box, but nobody there. And they're trying to explore as much of the map as possible before they commit to anything. Once again, it is a bit more of a heavier presence over toward A than toward B. If VASCO were to take the mid to B route again, it could work out quite nicely for them, but with 50 seconds left on the clock and the C4 still quite committed on the A side of the map, I'd imagine that's where they're going to end up, and if they do, they'll be running into a huge stack of Imperial players.
Yeah, they've got everything they need here to hold off this push. VASCO seems dead set on it, though. They're going right into a potential disaster. They are going to pull the rotation at least of one player. Action gets the opening as well. Tuzin finds another. And just like that, it's all on to ADRF. The site hold is still not going to work. With 4 players on the site, they can't make it happen.
I can't believe that. Imperial had everyone they needed on that site. And I guess that goes to show why they're 4-stacking the site. If they can't even hold it with 4, then how are they going to do it with 3 or 2? I do think one of the Imperial members was just pulled away by the nade stack that went over toward B just before the hit came through, but even still, I think Imperial is going to have to change something up here. ADRF, I mean, decent attempt, but nothing really exciting happening there. So, do we get to see some mid-aggression from Imperial? You know, do they try to activate Gokin early in the round? Maybe send Gokin +1 into mid. Try to fight for that. Play aggressive, more aggressive on the B tunnels.
Yeah, I feel like they almost need that GV strat where they take control forward across the map, almost making a wall through the middle.
Yeah.
Could be very beneficial for them, but they don't like to contest this counter boost from VNC. They've been very hesitant to peek into this position. It seems to be something that maybe troubled them in the past. They don't want to approach here. The early round looking very similar, but similar might not be better for Imperial, especially because the stacks towards A haven't even worked when they have gone towards the A bomb site, and that's really what makes me nervous for them in this position. Their GR has not looked great on this map so far, but VASCO, they're getting more and more comfortable as this series goes on. You can tell, even in the gunfights they are taking, they're not as scared as they used to be.
It's 2-3 split this time. Gokin's going to go back over to B. The problem with this kind of a setup from Imperial is that they can't really get any info. They don't really have any idea where VASCO's going until the hit comes through. That's why you do tend to see teams either pushing on the B tunnels or having some aggression into mid. But Imperial's really happy to let VASCO kind of have the run of things and then try to respond to it. A site's now clear though. They really need to send those players back into mid. OKK is kind of having a look, and Feifei's there as well. This is a bit of a better setup from Imperial. At least they got early info, and that has paid dividends, as you can see. Favorable enough exchange, and Gokin on the re-peak. Re-aggresses, catches Silver in the back. It leaves just Tuzin. Much better round from Imperial. They actually look to gain info in that round instead of sitting in the sites quite passively.
Yeah, this is really solid from them, and you know, knowing in this position, they're a team that can usually do a lot of work on their blacklist side, whereas VASCO, this is usually a little bit weaker for them, so them maintaining even, I'm sure for VASCO doesn't feel too bad for a BL performance. But Imperial, they've started to figure things out. Another unique setup coming out from them. This time, it's going to be a 3-point hold on mid. I like this change, but it can still be a little bit difficult. There is a risk here with that position from ADRF. It's a spot where teams often like to throw a little bit of a nade stack before they push if they sense there could be a mid hold, so they've got to be careful not to give it away. Also, though, this A-long push is going to come down to just Ryuzao now and how they're playing as well. He's got to anchor this and get that information very soon.
Ryuzao, nicely timed nade, but he needs to hit his shots and he's unable to do so. Again, a bit of a mess for Imperial as VASCO are starting to get into that bomb site. Feifei, though, is fighting hard, finding himself a double. Good crossfire established here from Imperial. Really tough for VASCO to get anything done now as they try to speed up, but it's just Silva spinning on a dime, finding multiple. If he would have got Koken too, it was on, but another one for Imperial. They take the lead once again. Tense times, though, in the booth.
Yeah, it's certainly not been easy for either team in this one. You thought after the first two maps it might be easy picking for Imperial, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. VASCO really brought it full force in map 3, and even still here in Compound here, things are very close. So I would say at this point, Imperial, this 4-man stack, I'm not a huge fan of it. The problem you have here is, one, they haven't held it when they did have the numbers here, but two, you're also wide open if your prediction is wrong to a mid-to-B push where Feifei is the only defender, and Feifei being the solo hold was their problem on port.
He's got an Orm in hand as well, so how likely is he to be able to find a multi-frag with that solo holding? I guess that largely depends on the way that VASCO peaks this corner. But they tend to like to go pretty fast. This time not quite, and well, Feifei missing that shot. It's not acceptable. And it's going to allow VASCO to try to make their way into the site. Luckily, Goken is there to slow it down just a step. Twos and drops initially. But once that smoke starts to bloom, makes it very difficult for Imperial to hold this site.
The bomb, though, very late to the party. Action had the bomb alone in the mid-tower. A bit questionable because now it's taken a lot of time off the clock here. And Imperial, they've started to rotate into positions earlier on for the retake, and they have a little bit more time with it as well now. So this actually gives them a lot more to work with for this retake to go their way. It's still a 4v4, which should favor VASCO on the post plant. The time already halfway down as well. Action, he's got to hold the line here. This is the key position to keeping this site under control, but he's got two players to deal with right now. It's ADRF who pushes through right away, and now these two players on the flank have everything to do for the side of Imperial. They get in. It's going to be Silva, though, who's still holding it with BNC down below, and they'll get it done, tying us up again 4-4.
Yeah, it's a notoriously difficult site to retake, isn't it? When you've got so many little nooks and crannies to hide behind, it's really difficult to dig out every single member of that post-plan hold. Not to mention when you've got no time to do it in. It's a really tight affair. And I'm not sure who to favor at this point. Imperial haven't really come up with a whole lot, though, on this defensive side that has wowed me. It's been the same sort of standard holds or 4-1 splits, and I think, you know, maybe they've adapted a bit too much from port, where I think those 4-1 splits could have worked out a little bit more in their favor. This time it's not. I would like to have seen some kind of faster, more fire-heavy plays early in the rounds from Imperial, but they just haven't even looked to take control of any of the map at all at the start of the round. Not once have they really fought for mid. Maybe you could make the argument Goken did it that one round solo where he went into tunnels, but he backed off from that pretty early. They haven't pushed any further than this position that ADRF is holding as well. They haven't contested this position in the tunnels. And, I mean, no aggression on A. I think that's a little bit more standard, so to speak, but any kind of change-up from Imperial could be not a bad shout.
Yeah, it almost seems they're a bit too reliant on Goken to be that player who finds the opener. And to be fair, it has worked. He's 12-5, but it can't be your only win condition in a round. That's where they run into a lot of issues here, so it is going to be an adjustment coming through. Again, stacking their numbers towards the A bomb site. They've got 4 players here and ready to go, but it's going to be a mid to B push coming through from VASCO, and there's nobody here to deal with that other than maybe Feifei, but he's a little bit late to the party. He's got to set up here. That flash is going to be devastating. They've got the double peek to maybe follow it up with, but still, it's going to be on to ADRF on the back of the B bomb site. He does take down one of the solo players, though. Lukum going to be spotted out as well. They've got control over the B bomb site, but ADRF being alive here could be a huge help to get back in.
He's going to get stabbed in the back. I'm not sure he's prepared for MG. Has he heard him? Oh, now he has. This is big for ADRF. He can't win the duel, though. It's a critical one to win for VASCO. Looks like they're going to do it with ease. Goken is the only member surviving, and the only one that's really putting in the big numbers for Imperial on this map again. But it's a different story to what we saw in Ankara. Imperial, are they like mentally checked out of this series? Did they get so close on port and think, yeah, we've won the game, but it's not done yet? And what's happened to Ryuzao? He's gone from being their strongest rifler at this event to kind of not doing anything in this match. He's 2-8 right now, 2-9.
Yeah, really, really rough from him.
2-8.
Needs to step it up. 2-8. On the other side, pretty equal fragging across the board. MG holding his own, even though Goken is at 12. But this will be an important fight here to kick off the half. Goken good for 1. Lukum gets the trade. It's favorable for Imperial now as they take a 3-on-2 advantage. A nice nade from Silva as he went down to take down Goken with him. But still, they're very spread out here. They've got no map control other than Feifei a little bit more forward in the B tunnels. But it is a 3-on-1 either side they go, so it should be a situation where they get the trade and it's a 2-on-1 worst case scenario.
Imperial do slow things down. Action's definitely the kind of player you can rely on in situations like this to multi-frag, though. So I wouldn't be counting this one as over and done with just yet for Imperial. They do back off. Really winding down the clock. I mean, what is it that informs a decision like that? They don't see anything toward B. So what is it that makes them go A here? Is it just a hunch?
I think it's just to try and catch a rotator. I think their thought was maybe they find somebody in transition, catch an awkward player poking around, because it is possible when you're in a 2v3, maybe someone's taking an unnecessary risk to try and even the numbers. But at this point, it's on to MG. He grabs the first, the trade comes through. It's a 2-on-1 action, though. A very good player in the clutch, but Ryuzao, this is kind of his stomping ground here. He hasn't had a chance to be in too many situations like this, but they make sure it gets done for Imperial, tying us back up at 5.
Well, it's getting down to the wire there. Actually, if Ryuzao died, he was the one holding the bomb, and I don't know that LKK would have been able to cross and plant it. So with the 16 seconds left, it was pretty important that it actually did go the way that it ended up going for Imperial. Now into round number 11. Imagining this is going to be another pretty close result on Compound. VASCO Esports, you can see just how much more aggressive they are on this side of the map than Imperial were. this is already drawing a line in the sand that's a little bit further forward than what Imperial ever even looked to do.
Imperial, though, a little bit hungry for the fight towards the B-bomb site. A lot of utility being thrown both ways. No connection from the majority of it. Imperial now we're going to back off, not finding what they were hoping to. Goken moves into the mid position, maybe to scoop up that tower angle. But it's still a little bit of a gamble here from VASCO. I'm not 100% sold on it. It's going to come down to MG to try and lock it down, but once they've crossed him, they've got him caught. Dead to rights here, 3-on-1. How is he still alive in this situation for so long? They finally are able to take care of that. Goken finds another in mid, and things are slowly falling apart for VASCO now.
Yeah, if MG would have been able to find one, that would have been a pretty impressive result from the position he was stuck in. Unable to do so, of course. VNC's been spotted there as well by Goken, so mystery is unraveling now for Imperial. They know that the A side hit is going to look pretty favorable for them. Do still have one member over there, Tuzen. Pretty much going to have to do it himself, although VNC has arrived. And maybe it's VNC to get it done. They do need to still clear out Tuzen, and they have been able to do so. Fei has really stepped up his pace in this matchup. I think some of the other Imperial guys have fallen off, but Fei has picked up that slack nicely for Imperial. Plants down there, Silva. Oh, with Goken so low, you thought there was a chance.
A good trade ensured, but Goken, he is really the only difference I see from Imperial in this match. Otherwise, it is dead even. But because of him, it's 6-5. He's 15-7 so far. Really making sure this is tough. But VASCO, this is a unique round. They've got 4 players all pushing into the middle of the map. They leave 1. It's going to be MG who's left in the middle of the map. This is a huge gamble. And if it does pay off, it could be the round with it. But again, MG not going to see any safety in that. He falls back onto the A-bomb site. The rest of these players mostly grouped towards B now for VASCO. It's a 3-2 split, and I don't know if I trust this here. I feel like 3 on B is a little bit too much.
Kind of depends on where Imperial ends up. But if there's one thing I know about having watched this matchup now for 4 maps, is that we're not going to get any particularly quick rounds out of Imperial. They really don't tend to rush a lot. And if they do, it might just be like one player doing it. I think Goken maybe trying to get aggressive, or LKK on sub base with that push that he had into the B site.
It's going to be a quick push though. Mid to B, VNC. He's got to lock it down. He misses a critical shot there, quickly taken down. Action able to find 2 out of it. Silva, though, finds a huge double kill. Fei left alone. He's able to find 2 so far, but he needs 2 more big kills. Can he find them? No, he cannot. VASCO, again, take us right back to a tie.
It's just going to be very tit for tat, really, isn't it, for the rest of this map? We expected a pretty long day today. First match didn't really deliver in that department. Second match, however, seems as though it will be. I wonder, are we going to see Black Widow tonight?
At this point, it's so hard to tell where this map is heading. I mean, there's so many little errors from both teams that it could truly still be anybody's. VASCO, I would say, looking a little bit more well-rounded, though. They're fragging as a unit, whereas Imperial, a lot of these rounds have to be led by Fei or Goken getting the initial entries. Action, though, misses the trade. That's a huge mistake, but hey, MG, he's still alive here. He finds 2, but he needs to find even more. It's not going to work out. 3-on-2 now, Tuzin and Silva trying to stay alive. But look at this position from Lukum. He is already right behind them, but Tuzin, he seems to have a hunch here. He could be on to something. It's not going to matter, though. Lukum sees him, takes him down anyways. 5 HP left for him to work with. And now Silva, he's got a clutch.
Yeah, really needed the headshot there, didn't he? And he got it. So Silva might require a headshot or 2 to win this one as well. C4's only just come across to the site now. He's kind of already there to make a difference. I think you almost want to take the peek while the C4 is going down, just because you know then there might only be 2 people watching rather than 3. But hey, tough ask anyway.
And this is where we see now if it's going to be another traded round or if Imperial can start to get a little bit going themselves and string some rounds together back to back. Utility in mid, very good from Imperial. MG answers with the kill onto Feifei, who takes down Action. 4v4 early on still. MG taken down to about half HP from the utility stack. But a lot of the time in the 4v4, the BL side slightly more favored in this situation, especially on a map like Compound. The retakes are a little bit lengthy to make go your way, so it's tough to know where you should actually gamble your numbers, but it does seem VASCO wants to go with the 3A.
Yeah, general sentiment would be that if you get a trade 1-for-1, it does favor the attackers, and so you're right in that aspect. But if VASCO call the stack correctly, 3-on-4 odds do seem pretty good to hold on to a bomb site. So right now, even though general consensus would say it favors Imperial, I actually think the way this round is looking to play out might not be too bad for VASCO. Unless Imperial rotate off, which is definitely possible. They do like to use all the time available to them.
They've got the information, and when you know there's a player jump spotting, it's very likely there's 2 on site. So I'm sure the thought here is if there's 2 on A, there's probably 1 on B, which means the mid is fairly exposed. So now they go in for the mid execution. Mid to B, probably the safest bet in a 4v4 on this map, and it's going to be on to MG to hold that off. He's the only player on site here. VNC goes down as well. That's a huge kill from Gokun. Ryuzao as well on the lurk. They try to go back into A, and they might just have it here. Lukum has to hit the shot, and he does. MG now left in a full retake situation, 1-on-3.
Yeah, Imperial really pulling ahead now. Last couple of rounds have been hard yards for Imperial, but they have gotten them, and so VASCO now with their backs against the wall in sort of a similar position to what Imperial was on Port. Have to try to equalize this back at 8 apiece and then start thinking about the map victory from there. Whereas Imperial right now, 1 more puts them on series point. And would result in a cleaner win against VASCO than the last time they faced each other, which did go all the way to 5.
Ryuzao, though, still very quiet in this matchup. It's been impressive to see what the rest of his team can do to really push this one forward. If he could have some shining moments here, I think that would be enough for them to find the way. But Gokun looking for that initial. Can't find it. The utility is drawn. They'll back off, and it's kind of a standard for Imperial here. Bait out as much utility as they can. They filter back and forth across the map, try and get that information, force the rotations, and then usually go for some sort of mid-split in the end of the round. Here you can see 3 of them now working their way towards A. MG gets the opener. No trade to be had as well. A bit of a mistake. He gets away with 9 HP, but with MG, that's enough for at least a kill or 2.
Most definitely. It's also Feifei taken out, and he's kind of been one of the driving forces behind this map for Imperial. So you're looking at Ryu Zhao or ADRF to pick that slack back up in this round.
Action really wants this fight. But Goken, the timing does not work out for him. Gets caught with a nade out. Not what you like to see there for him, but now the rest of Imperial, they're going to be going for this play. The Weave offsite seems like an opportunity to sneak in. But VNC and Silva, they're ready to go. Ryu Zhao left alone. It's not going to happen for him. VASCO take it to a 7-8 game, but Imperial, they still only need 2 more, but as we saw on Port, it can be difficult to close for them.
Yeah, those 2 rounds are sometimes the hardest to get. VASCO won for the equalizer. That round started quite poorly for Imperial. They've got to ensure they don't lose that initial frag, especially if it's an untraded one. More forward holds from VASCO, at least initially. But backing up. Goken spots the pixel angle. If he would have held on it maybe a little longer, VASCO certainly looking like they want to have a bit of a peek for info. It's a tough shot to hit for Goken.
Imperial again running down that clock, trying to find anything they can to work with to have an earlier advantage. Action though, I don't know if I like this spot. Solo holding mid from the back corner. If he's flashed out, there's no trade support set up. There's really nothing he can do here except hope for a multi-kill. He's gonna get caught early as well. Doesn't matter, wins the fight. The trade still not gonna come through as well. Ryu Zhao not able to find it. 4 on 5 now, not looking too good.
Maybe not confident enough to take that peek. I think if he's popping off, he probably just peeks and kills him. But when you're 5 and 12 or whatever he is, it's a bit harder to make that call. Defaulting back over to the B side. I'm not such a fan of this from Imperial. Unless they can bring the numbers back to 4 on 4, it seems like B has been quite hard for them to get into. Ryu's out. Does catch action. So now it starts to open up a little bit. There's that pincer strike approach. Silva, how's he alive? He's just running around in the site. Hasn't gone down just yet. VNC also dropping, but Silva, he comes up with a big play. 2K from him. Tucson now spots ADRF out, but allows him to get that reload off. MG still on the rotate, and ADRF can't do it. I don't know how Silva survives for so long and then comes up with a multi-frag.
A pretty insane round, but VASCO, they'll take it. 8-8, 2 left on the table in regulation. Both teams needing to take the map, otherwise overtime could be the result here. Wouldn't surprise me on a map like Compound. There's going to be Imperial earlier on, playing very, very reserved in this round, waiting to see if somebody might push up on A long. No mid push though. This is where you've got to think they've got to try something a little bit different. These B pushes have not been working for Imperial at all, but they still put a lot of early emphasis into the B tunnels again here.
Looks like it's just going to be the same approach from Imperial. Something we've been critical of them doing since Port has been not really changing a whole lot up, not really adapting necessarily. Kind of trying the same thing, and most of that conversation was around Global Risk side, but now I'm starting to get that same sentiment that they're running out of ideas here on Blacklist as well. This will be the 3rd round in a row that they hit B. Exact same approach. Ryu Zhao solo in mid. Everyone else heading towards B through the tunnels. Hasn't worked twice in a row. Quite comfortable defenses actually from VASCO in the last couple of rounds. And yet Imperial want to go for the same exact approach again. They're making a lot of noise outside of B. Unless it's a feint, unless it's a fake. Draw those rotators over to B. Exit with 1 minute on the clock. Hit A.
Yeah, it's got to be this time. They even throw down a bit of a fake flash there as well. It seems to be they are going to go for a late hit out of mid. Probably, I would guess, towards the A bomb side. They know they've had a bit of trouble working their way into B, but they smoke the A side of the map. They're probably going to go through it, or maybe even go for the spawn control play. It's going to be straight into the A bomb site. MG completely flashed. Imperial, they've got it perfectly in their grasp now. 5 on 3. The bomb will get planted safely. It's going to be all about this setup on the retake now. Tuzin trying to get his way back into this site. There's nowhere to go. VNC finds the first, but Feifei, he's got the anchor position on long. He knows long is clear as well. They've got the time on their side to work with. VASCO, they've got to make a move, but there's just no way it's going to work out here. Tuzin left alone, 13 HP, and nothing but a dream of a round now, as it is going to be Imperial who get the 9th on the board, but can they get that final one here? That's the question now.
I'm not sold that they will. Not necessarily. These rounds have been really tight. Ever since Port, it just feels like we've been on a tenterhooks, and leaning one way or the other is an impossible decision to make. Big final round coming up here for Imperial again, remembering $30,000, the difference between 3rd and 4th. And if Imperial can win this round, they will at least guarantee 3rd, with a chance to play for 2nd and 1st still. VASCO would have a whole nother map to think about. Goken, he is in a very precarious position here. Even if he does get the pick onto Silver, Tuzin, you'd expect probably to swing for the trade. It's a hefty stack over toward the B Tunnel's position. It's a perfect opportunity for Imperial to just walk their way into A again, exact same as last round.
It seems they want to take the bite, though, on B, and this is where it could get a little bit dicey. But you do have 2 players still in mid, and there is only MG holding mid for Imperial. That smoke is going to be enough to get them through. This split, even though it's into a 3-man stack, they've pulled 2 players now onto the mid-focal point. It's only VNC here to hold the line. He's taken down. Imperial get another one. Silva, he's left alone. He's got to hang on here. Ryuzao, though, should be able to take him down, and just like that, it's down to the 2v2. The bomb should get planted here, but it's still Action and MG. They've got a chance to take this one into OT.
Goken doesn't know that Action's behind him. Out through the window now. Solo, ADRF, is it your chance to step up for your team? 14 and 12 so far. He could end 16 and 12. Action spotted out. MG on the other side. The peaks aren't coming through yet from VASCO. He's still got 25 bullets and time working now in his favor. He'll commit to the fight against Action, but can't do anything about it. And VASCO will win the round, forcing it through to the overtime. Goken just smoked off the door and then watched it.
What a game we've got now. VASCO, every time their back's against the wall, they come back swinging. And now this is their shot to take it all the way into a final map situation. But it still has to be done here in overtime. I feel like Imperial, they had the early momentum for the majority of regulation, but for some reason, once they get 8 on the board, things start to look a little bit sloppier around the edges, and that's when the mistakes start to come to life. So it is going to be a close one here, but you can even see it in the scores here. Goken 18, MG 18, an almost dead even matchup.
Yeah, you have 4 players firing on either team and 1 player just having a little bit more of a supportive role. It's almost a mirrored matchup, really, in every sense of the word. Scoreline's the same, scoreboard's very similar, 2 Brazilian teams. The only difference is the play style. Imperial here, I mean, this is the most aggressive round that they've actually shown us on the GR side of this map, and it's in overtime that they pull it out. But pretty quickly they disengage from the tunnels, and I wonder if there's a little bit in the back of the mind of Imperial that if they play too aggressively on one side of the map, VASCO is the kind of team that's prone to faster plays every now and then. We saw that on Port, 2 B rushes in a row. And if you overstack on one side of the map, Imperial are wondering maybe if they just give up a bit too much on the other side and get overwhelmed.
Yeah, for Imperial at this point, it seems a bit too risky, especially considering the 4B stack. Well, the 4A stack here didn't work out the last time they tried it. Not a huge fan of this one. VASCO playing very patient on their BL side here as well. A minute on the clock, they're running it down, waiting to see if anyone's gonna push out. Here comes the split though onto the B-bomb site. VNC working his way in first, all by himself here. A bit of a forward position gained, and now he can start to poke around a little bit. VASCO though, it's a great opening for them. They find 2 kills already and the B-bomb site. Feifei, he's gotta hold this one off, but MG, he quickly gets out of there as the bomb gets planted. He can hold the flank for them, and now Imperial, they're the team on the back foot.
VASCO were really good at retaking this side, but Imperial certainly were not. And that's looking like a VASCO round every day of the week. Nothing Imperial can do there. Back to the drawing board for another round. VASCO really want to push this through to a map 5. They're fighting for their lives in this tournament. And it feels like at the moment, so is Imperial.
Yeah, Imperial, they may be very close, but they're not close enough. It's going to be on to VASCO to try and close out this half. Their BL side has looked quite good on this map. Meanwhile, the GR for Imperial, not the greatest. They are spread a little bit thin as well. The 2-1-2. Goken feeling that pressure to find that early pick. He's sitting in the back of the A site, just watching that tower position. MG though, compared to a lot of other snipers, I would say he doesn't generally go for that tower pick. He's usually not up in that position until maybe later on in the round. It's going to be Action holding it here for them as they work their way into B. So Imperial, they've got the stack here, 3 players on the B-bomb site, but there's still 90 seconds to play with, and you've got to think VASCO still might send it in the other direction.
Yeah, I think Imperial, the way that they play compound on Global Risk, they just don't have any information, really. Feifei, oh, hang on a second, almost is able to triple down there. It's a bit of a better look. ADRF keeping his head down, avoiding the flash, but no peek to come through. Goken, in the meanwhile, got himself a kill in mid. So this round has just sort of fallen apart off of the basis of some individual moments from Imperial. VASCO down to a 2-on-4. These are the circumstances, though, where you've really got to ensure that you're converting this round.
Yeah, for Imperial, this round's going to be everything. The spot there on the Tuzin should be enough to get it done. MG, 1 versus 4. He manages the first, still taking a lot of damage in that fight. He's on to 13. Lukem as well should know what to do here. Takes him down. Trading rounds once again, 10-10. Final round here in this first half of overtime. And really, I've got no idea who's going to take this one at this point.
I think there's every possibility this goes to Golden Point. One apiece so far in the first half of OT, though. I do kind of like that Imperial is showing a little bit more presence on the Global Risk side early. I don't see anything in the tunnels.
VASCO, they've got to find something to work with here. I feel like if Imperial can find themselves 2 on the GR, that could be enough for them to cross the finish line. Their BL did look a little bit better, I would say, compared to their GR, but they've got to be careful in how they hold this one. They've got 2 push forward in B, but if the mid to B comes through, they might not be able to get onto the site in time. It could also just be a quick A hit that causes a lot of trouble for them. Goken really having to be that player that can spot them out.
Heavy presence from VASCO into mid this time, but it looks like Imperial are actually fighting for that a little bit more. You can see some util getting tossed in that direction, trying to slow VASCO down a little bit. Also the crossfire between ADRF and LKK going to be a big one already. Has opened up nicely for Imperial. Goken misses a critical shot, very uncharacteristic in his circumstances. He's trying to get aggressive to make amends for it and not landing anything so far. It's fallen apart a little bit for Imperial in this round. It's still down to the 2-on-2. Feifei and Goken. But MG's coming in behind and they're not aware. They haven't heard him. Feifei's got no idea. It's just Goken left. Can maybe find MG from the back, but isn't fast enough. This is where we need to see the Goken magic. Surely knows MG's just around to the left here. Will pre-fire that corner. But where is Silva? That's the big question. He's got no idea. He could be anywhere. Hasn't spotted him in his peripheral. Maybe someone else did. Maybe the call came through. Wonders if he's behind. The shot is hit! That's insane from Goken. And Imperial will go up 11-10. I thought he had no idea, but I think maybe he didn't spot the player in his peripheral, but someone called it, I feel like.
What an insane shot, and now it's going to come down to that pressure on VASCO. Imperial, they only need 2 out of 3 in the second half of overtime to secure the map, but if they can't find more than 1, we go to the golden round, and if they can't find any at all, VASCO take us on to a map 5. It would be the first time we've gone the full distance in our best of 5s here, but Silva, that's a good place to start. Takes down Lukum, and now Imperial, they've got to respond quickly. ADRF finds one though, Goken finds another, and that is exactly how you turn that around.
Yeah, quick couple of refrags. Goken even still watching behind. He at least sees VNC. I mean, he's 22-12, but he is missing a couple of these important shots in the overtime. Oh, this is a ballsy play. I don't know if I'm sold on that one. And it's given VNC the opening to catch Feifei as well. That's a huge misplay from Imperial. Goken just wants to take the isolated duel, and look, you can back yourself when you've got that many kills, but there's no need. When they could have just grouped and walked up to A together. Or at least waited until Feifei was in a position to trade. But no. Imperial now have to do it as a duo, and they'll need a clean entry right here onto Silva, who isn't having a great time of it. Tries to pop a flash out to save himself, but that's not going to be successful. Oh, nice little pixel aim from Action. Will reduce it back to the 1-on-2. Ryuzao has been left behind by Imperial in this map. Here's his chance to step up and become the hero. Ryuzao almost lines them up. Not to be this time though, and VASCO will get an 11th.
11-11. That means Imperial, they've got to push it forward here and now. Otherwise, they do risk this one going all the way into the golden round if VASCO finds another. But both of these teams have been so close-knit throughout this entire map that it seems like the golden round could be the decider. If we do go there, though, it is going to be the same sides you see now for that golden round situation, which could be argued to favor Imperial. This was their stronger side slightly earlier on, but at this point, VASCO, they've had the responses here to make this a lot closer than maybe it could have been. A lot of early pressure in mid here as well, coming out from Imperial. Trying to find that opening pick's going to be Goken roaming around here, looking onto the A-bomb site. Scope in hand, trying to find that kill onto MG if he can, but Action getting a little bit antsy on this corner peek.
I'm not sure that we'll see too much come from that though. Hasn't been an area of the map that's been super hotly contested. Maybe I'm wrong though. Imperial trying to pressure into mid. And Action just has a little bit too much to do there. Too many options of players to shoot at. Here's Imperial working their way quickly into B, but they've gone past B and C. How can he step up now? Only a two-piece, and I say only because I just don't think that's enough. It's good as an individual, but Imperial's into the site with a player advantage.
It's going to be a huge opportunity now for Imperial to put this one on match point. But VASCO, they've got the HP to maybe make this work. Not a whole lot of utility, though, to work with for the retake, and the time is already halfway off the bomb. They've got to move here. Lukum, he's really good on this headshot angle. They've got to crack him fast. It's going to be Tuzin who finds one, but MG finds another. It's all down to Ryuzao in the 1 versus 2. He's only good for 1, but is there time for the defuse? Oh. Yes, there is. VASCO, they're going to get this on the board, and now they've got that chance after all.
I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I don't think Imperial believes it either. That should have been their round every day of the week, but how do they miss so many shots to allow VASCO back in? 12-11 for VASCO. It's their chance now to close it out and push it through to Black Widow. Or do we go to the golden point? Deary me, Imperial from looking like they were going to 3-0 up to maybe the last 4 rounds of Port. Now we're here. I can't believe it.
Imperial, they've got an opportunity here to maybe take this one in the golden round. But that is their only hope of avoiding the full reset, the 2-2, the Black Widow 50-50 decider. And you almost have to think at this point, if VASCO puts up 2 maps in a row, it may be Imperial on the back foot in that final map.
I would say so, yeah. Especially this is going to be an overtime map win for them if it is a win.
You can see a lot of players now grouping up towards A long from Imperial. They want to take this fight, but MG, he spots ADRF very early on. He knows there's at least 2 players A long. That's a lot of information to work with for VASCO. They can start to rotate towards the A bomb site. They know that push is coming, and I don't think Imperial caught on that they fully played their hand here. They've been spotted out. The bomb going to get scooped up now. They work their way back into mid, and Imperial, they just leave Ryuzao there to play the role of the lurk, but are they going to fully commit to the push here? They are smoking the right side, hinting at the A push. Tuzin, he's going to be flashed out underneath. Here comes the push and the pressure from Imperial. They've got that lurk of Ryuzao here, but the timing from him has to be picture perfect to win this one. They're going for the full split from spawn. Ooh. They're going to double back onto the A bomb site, pinching. They've got 20 seconds though. They've got to get a move on it, and VASCO, this could be it here. They get the kills to go their way, but Feifei and Gokun, they're still alive here. They've gotten 3 kills between the 2 of them, but there's only 10 seconds to get the bomb down, and it's all on to Gokun. 10 seconds on the clock. He's got to move now, but there's just no time to get this one done. And VASCO, they've done it. We're going to map 5.
Yeah, Imperial, they are going to be so disappointed with themselves. That was their map to lose. They had match point, they had championship point, and they've let it slip into the OT. VASCO are going to go the distance. Well, we've had a lot of one-sided series up to this point in the event, but the Brazilians have decided that it is going to be the full 5 maps tonight, and it feels like a far-fetched storyline to believe that after 2 maps we were saying, yeah, this is pretty much going to be a 3-0. Look at the faces on the Imperial players. I think Ryuzao in particular will look at that map and just wonder, had I done a little bit more, that could have been our map as well. But he went a bit missing on that one. Everyone else was really contributing. In the end, though, VASCO, they pull it off, and wow, what a storyline we're getting here. Potential reverse sweep from VASCO. That would be something to behold.
It really would be. I mean, these guys have earned it, though. It feels like Imperial, they've lost their stamina in these last two maps. They had everything working for them going into port, but since then, it seemed to be a much more close series on our hands, and now we go into Black Widow, a map where I wouldn't say Imperial is going to be favored in this situation. You've got a lot of momentum when you're able to win two very close maps on your side, but let's take a look at the highlights from that last map.
VASCO certainly are not going down without a fight, and it is 13-11. They've got the victory there on compound. MG that leads from the front right there for the squad, but pretty across the board performance. Tuzin maybe leaving a little bit behind, but obviously a very, very close affair, and so someone took a bit of a backseat in both teams. Ryu's out the other one for Imperial there. We'll talk about MVPs right here. Surely has to be MG, you'd say. Steps up in a big way in that last map for VASCO, and a big reason why they pushed this through to Black Widow.
Yeah, very impressive from him, showing he can go toe-to-toe with Gokun. Not only that, playing in his own unique way as well. He was really good at finding these little key positions, especially on retakes, to help his team find the value they needed to bring back so many crucial rounds. And it also feels like at this point, Imperial may be just losing that steam they initially had in this series. So I'm very curious now what happens as we prepare for Black Widow.
Yeah, I definitely think Imperial have sort of cooled off a little bit. They were so hot in those first couple of matches. It looked like they were just not in a world where they would ever really lose this series. But as soon as Port popped up, 10-8, Compound 13-11. Two close maps, to be fair. It's not as if Imperial have gone down, you know, without kicking and screaming. But, I mean, VASCO is getting it over the line when it's getting tight. So Imperial are going to have to do something in this break and figure it out for Black Widow, because that is going to be map 5 in the series in this elimination match. It all comes down to this. It is Black Widow up next. Map number 5 in the series between Imperial and VASCO Esports, the two Brazilian squads who are fighting for their life right here in the CFS Summer Championship 2023. They're down in the lower bracket. We've taken it all the way to map 5. It could essentially now just be a best of one on Black Widow to see who survives in this event and who will go on to tomorrow to play against BaiSha in that lower bracket final.
Yeah, at this point, it's really anyone's for the taking. It's a full reset here, 2-2 VASCO. Their map wins have been a little bit closer than what we saw from Imperial, but they've got the two recent ones, which should lead to believe that they've got that momentum on their side now. Imperial, they've lost a bit of that energy that we saw on the opening 2 maps, and this is where a best of 5 is truly an important test, because it's not only just playing well strategically, it's also a bit of stamina as well.
Interesting to note that Imperial also don't exactly shy away from this map either. They played it a couple of times against AG as well. All of these maps that we're talking about, though, were losses for both VASCO and Imperial when they played it. But to be fair, against AG, different ball game. VASCO out the gate strong, looking to put some pressure on that A site initially, but do get turned away.
Now they're going to double back towards the B-bomb site. It's going to be a full team effort in that direction. Imperial starting to get a read on it, though. Sends the rotator over. It's going to be Feifei J now on site to try and help things out. But right now, it's going to be all about that timing on the push. Goken holding the back window. They've got the bait and switch set up here as well. VASCO prepared for 1. But not prepared for 2. Feifei answers back, but it's still a 3-on-3. They've got control over the side as well. Goken down to 1 HP. They've got a nice little advantage here to work with.
Got to be happy with that as VASCO. 3-on-3 post plant will be favorable for Blacklist side. Goken, though, catches Silver through the smoke. Crucial misstep, maybe. VASCO now with the numbers disadvantage, but time working in their favor. MG can't land his shot either. Now just down to Action. Steps up in a big way, often in situations like this. Ice cold for Action. He'll just play the timer, and Ryu Zhao, well, he just might have gotten there. Defuse should be on, should be available. I think he's got it just in time, and Imperial will win the first round of the map.
And it all comes down to a 1v1 here, and I think that's going to be a lot of what we see in this final map with how close these two teams have been. But what an attempt there. I mean, Action, I felt like if he was just a little bit more patient on that final kill, maybe, but Silva takes down Goken already to start off this one. VASCO ready to fire right back into them. It's going to be Action who finds another on A long. Feifei has to get out of town here. And Imperial, it's already looking like they might fall in round 2.
Yeah, what a crazy map we're seeing so far. Very much a faster kind of game than what we got on both Port and Compound. Has slowed down a little bit now since that earlier exchange, and I think that's fair enough from VASCO. Just wait for the mistake to come through from Imperial. They're liable to do something aggressive somewhere, given that they're down 3-on-5. And of course, you've got plenty of time to work with on the Blacklist side. So VASCO don't need to be running headlong into any of these bomb sites, running into a stack, doing anything too silly. Got Silva on exploratory duty over toward B.
Minute 20 on the clock. They've already got the B bomb site, though. Silva, he's made it out of B and is already wrapping them on A. And he's going to find a huge double kill along with it. Ryuzao left alone. 1 versus 5. He does spot Silva out, but can't even find the kill here until it's a little bit too late. Tuzin finalizes this one, and we're already into a tie.
Yeah, I expect we'll probably be at that kind of a scoreline for the majority of this map. It's been really just back and forth between Imperial and VASCO as soon as we started Port. Far cry from what we thought this series would look like on Subbase and Ankara. And yet here we are.
Early round setup, though, is going to be very, very safe from VASCO. Not even going for mid control or a long control. But look at this positioning from ADRF. He's snuck into the B connector. If they're not aware of that, he could capitalize quite well in this round. But again, it's a lot of early pre-fire going on through the mid double doors. But this has kind of diverted their attention from a potential player in the connector. If he plays the timing right, he could easily find a kill here and fall off. Here comes the triple peek into mid. They are going to spot one out, though. MG takes down Lucum. VNC down to 5 HP, though, in this round, but he does have an OM to work with now.
VASCO just taking it slowly again in this round. We'll probably expect to see a lot of that throughout this map. Forward hold, though, from Imperial. Oh. Gurkhan unable to land the shot, but ADRF could still be quite critical if this push goes in the direction of B. He's in a bit of a one-and-done position, though. He gets cleared by VASCO. That should be the player advantage maintained. But if he doesn't get cleared, what if he doesn't get cleared? They don't see him. They haven't even looked. Why have they not looked? They've got the time. He's going to get in behind them. This is huge for Imperial. Yes, they've lost control of the site, but ADRF is able to bring the numbers back to a favorable looking scenario and then double down as well. 2 kills for ADRF, and he might need more. Dare we ask for more from him? He's done enough. That nade does finish him off. But 2 low HP members. This is definitely winnable for FeiFei. C4 still in possession of Imperial at the moment. Down to the one-on-one, which Imperial will win. FeiFei steps up.
A very close round, though, and again, another 1v1 situation at the end of it. And it's just so close that anyone could have won that, but a lot of it just comes down to the timing there from FeiFei. Perfect in that 1v2, as well as the backstab from ADRF. Not checking that position really cost VASCO the round. And now they've got to find their response again. The big downside for VASCO, though, I feel like so far, is it seems like if it weren't for these little mistakes, they should be winning all of these rounds because the early advantages have been going towards them.
Maybe the nerves getting to it. And you talked about fatigue as well being a factor. They've been playing now. This is their 5th map since about 6 o'clock, just after 6. So it's been nearly 4 hours. On and off, of course. There's been some breaks in between, but it's a long time to stay focused. And it's no wonder that you don't see everyone performing on every map in a series like this. But who can step up here for their respective side?
It's a huge gamble, though. Now from Imperial, nobody on A, everything mid and B. And VASCO, they get the better of it so far.
I mean, the thing is, they almost gambled correctly, right? Because the push actually came into mid, but they didn't win the duels. So they had the players where they needed to. It wasn't the setup necessarily that was bad. It was just the execution on it. Now that's going to blow up in their face, though, as the entry into A is going to be scot-free.
Authority take now on the way for Ryuzao, Lucum, and ADRF. But VNC, those are the shots you love to hit here, especially under this kind of pressure. Ryuzao trying to get his way into the catwalk. not really going to have a good time with the utility being thrown in his direction. MG going to find one action, finds another, and that's the round. Right back at a tie.
It's getting pretty fierce in the VASCO booth there. All the players trying to keep themselves pumped. Lots of util over toward A Long. Big contest over there. It looks like it will be Imperial to reign supreme there. And Goken set up outside of B. He's waiting for that push to come in, but has lost his life, and that leaves ADRF in a real spot of bother right here. He needs to do more than just grab 2. I don't know if that's possible. Pretty easy to trade from that position for VASCO. Now LKK caught off by MG. Wayward spray, but it's not going to matter in the end. The kill does still go over to VASCO. Plant down. Fei spotted as well. Ryu's out. Last alive here for Imperial, and has been spotted out now as well. That's a decisive round from VASCO.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here for VASCO I see working out for them to potentially take this as well is Tuzin's been kind of the quiet one all day long. He's currently on the top. You combine that with Silva having an on game as well. This is the makings of a really good map for VASCO if they keep on with this trend. Meanwhile, you've got Lukum, 0 in 5, the only player quiet in this matchup. Everybody else at 3 or more across the board on both sides. Goken, he does manage the opener. It's a good way to try and tie it up. Ryuzao as well sneaks behind, able to find himself one and a double kill along with it. Almost a shot at a triple, but he's got no help to work with.
He doesn't think he can get out of there alive. That's why he's going to continue to take that fight. That's fine. Ryuzao's done his job. VASCO are able to trade it down, but the cost is way too high. Just as soon as Imperial looks like they're out of it with a really decisive round from VASCO, they pull a super solid round of their own, or at least it should be. Can't count the chickens before they hatch. But Tuzin, I'm not backing him for a 1v4. You don't see that very often. And indeed, we won't see it this time around either. So 3 apiece once again is secured for Imperial. This is a high-intensity game of Black Widow so far.
Yeah, it seems to truly be going in the distance, and wouldn't surprise me even if we see overtime in this map as well, with how things have gone for VASCO. They've got to find this half, though. It is a BL-sided map at the end of the day. Imperial, they've only got 1 player directly defending this catwalk push if it does come through, but it's going to be a little bit of a reset here back into mid. VASCO rotating off, going for the nade stack underneath the catwalk, nobody there. Imperial instead putting that extra emphasis onto this A-long push. Fei, he wants to take the fight here. He's going to be spotted out, has to back off. No way you push too much further.
Around the map we go, but Imperial making a pretty quick push on long is actually going to be shut down by MG. That's heads-up play from VASCO. Thought Imperial was going to get a lot of info and maybe a fast rotate, fast flank even on the B side, but MG just shuts both of those players down. LKK waited, and thought he had the timing, but MG was more patient. Maybe not patient enough to work into long. It's a bit of a messy round on both sides. You'll still expect to probably see the B hit right now, and ADRF again is going to be tasked with the multi-frag. Gets himself one clean headshot, but can't do more than that. And now it's on to Goken, who we know can be so dangerous, but he's pushed away from the window as well. Good shots on the entry from VASCO. Plant down, advantage, Blacklist side.
Ryuzao, the only one with full HP left for Imperial. He goes down right away. Goken, 7 HP. It's not going to happen. VASCO back in the lead, but can they break the trend? Will it go right back to Imperial, or will they finally string some rounds back to back?
I mean, I think at this point we're just doomed to continue trading 1-for-1. Again, early utility exchange from both teams, and it really doesn't amount to a whole lot. Imperial do take control of long, though. That's probably the big talking point, and they're actually in possession of outside B as well. Goken here on his own, though. And if he gets his shot wrong or doesn't even fire a shot, then that's going to release the floodgates onto the B site. VASCO aren't going to slow down too much. They smoke off the doors, and now Tuzen looks to find those entries. It ends up being him to grab the first one. ADRF fighting valiantly, but does fall straight away. Not much to be said in that round from Imperial, and VASCO have done it again. They're into B. These site holds are just crumbling for Imperial on Port, Compound, and Black Widow. It's kind of the same problem.
Yeah, it's so tough now. VASCO going to be moving to a 5-3 lead. Feifei talking to the team here, seeing what they can do to try and change the pace here. Because for VASCO, this was the worst side on paper for them.
Yep.
They win this 6-3 on the BL side. You've got to believe their GR side is going to be solid as well. So at this point, it is going to be up to Imperial to respond in this final round, because the streak has been started now for VASCO.
Yeah, I wonder what BaiSha's thinking looking at this as well, knowing that they'll have to face the winner of this tomorrow. I almost think they'd probably prefer to face Imperial. They had a pretty routine time against them yesterday. VASCO troubled them a little bit more with the Mexico pick, but I'm not sure we'll see Mexico again in a BaiSha series. Still probably early days to be thinking about that. But at the moment, VASCO definitely looking like the team that could be poised to find that dub to go through to tomorrow. Knock Imperial out of the Summer Championship.
And I never doubted them, right?
No.
Never doubted.
Certainly not when they were down 0-2 in this series. Nobody doubted them. Couldn't be us.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on to A, but Tuzen, a beautiful opener, takes down Feifei. And now there's nobody else on site. It's a free plant here. They've got loads of time to set up to try and stall the retake. Ryuzao, the only one nearby so far. He's in the window. But here comes the A-long flank. Lukum, from this position, has to be super effective. Otherwise, there's no real distraction to bother them. And there's already half time on the clock. They've got to go now.
Are they too late? I mean, they haven't even gotten control of long at this point in time. Tuzen's, or rather MG's watching from there. LKK will run him down, but I just don't think there's time. I mean, sure, they're getting some kills onto the side. They're not getting enough, though. Goken in the 1v1, he's run out of time. They left it too late. Imperial, it came down to the wire there. Definitely, they hit their shots. They did a great job on the retake, but it just came too late.
Yeah, that's huge. 6-3 now. VASCO, one of their biggest leads we've seen out of them so far in this best of 5 going into the final half. Imperial, they are starting to crumble under the pressure. VASCO, they only need 4 more for the full reverse sweep to be a reality. But it's going to be on the GR side as well, where they've got to make that happen. Their BL side, one of their best we've seen the whole tournament so far. But this is where the pressure is going to be felt at its peak for both of these teams. Can VASCO close it out?
I gotta say, I think they can. Tuzen, I don't know what's happened to him in the last map, but for whatever reason, he's gone from probably being VASCO's worst player at this event to on an absolute tear. He wants to survive in the playoffs, no doubt. MG is going to be a big factor on this global risk side as well. He's playing mid, looking toward long. Not a bad place to be in, because Imperial do look like they're trending in the direction of A. Tuzen's just tucked behind the mid doors.
I really like this setup, though, because if they leave Tuzin unchecked, he can either be a really fast support on site, but he can also go for a very quick flank onto the catwalk. And this is where he has to make that call very soon. He's going to go for the quick flank onto the catwalk. It's a 2-for-2 trade onto the site. MG, he's got to hang on, but he just can't do it. ADRF, the second shot, even more brutal. Now they've got the 3-on-1 and the bomb site here. Tuzin, he's been pretty spectacular so far in this map. But now it's not going to happen for him in the 1v3. Imperial get the opening round of this half, and this is where I think they're going to be a little bit stronger, because as much as they normally are a little bit GR-sided, this is a very Blacklist-sided map.
They're good enough to get 6, though, or even maybe 7 to win the map outright. That's a tough ask, especially the form VASCO is in right now. Decent shot hit by VNC and a good trade from MG. The long take has not worked out for Imperial, but Ryuzao wants to continue to push forward, try to catch MG on the timing. The shot was missed. It's a ballsy play from Ryuzao, but he makes it work.
Now it's a little bit of a stalemate here. 3-on-3, trying to figure out where the best site to go might be. There's nobody on the B bomb site, though, for VASCO Esports.
Yep.
They've gone all in on this A.
Ooh, they're going to get
the right
busy.
call.
Look at how they're moving through the map. I actually really like this from VASCO. Get a bit of info.
Oh, but the timing on long, this could be brutal.
Yeah, they have timed themselves a little bit. I don't know if I expected them to go that far. They've been smoked off as well. Imperial, it seems like they're reading this perfectly. Gokun posted on the line to watch the push into long. He won't miss a shot like that. That's just standard routine for Gokun. And Silva trying to peek through this smoke. Has spotted out Ryuzao, but ADRF is going to be the real problem for him. And so now just down to action. And again, action is good in the clutches, but this one feels impossible. The crossfire is just way too difficult to break if he can even get past Gokun. Time is going to be of the essence now, and he's just going to have to go charging his way up into the site. There's no time to mess around at all. Knows where one or two of these members are, and, well, he wins that first duel against Ryuzao, but the trade is in, and Imperial win another. They go one step closer. Another very close map is ahead of us, I dare say.
Yeah, the momentum no longer there from VASCO. This side of the map, a little bit more challenging. Tuzin throwing some nice utility onto A long. Can't fully contest here, has to back off. And now Imperial, they do grab that control. It's going to be Feifei holding onto the position, waiting to see if somebody will peek from the bomb side, but nobody's really interested in that here. I think VASCO is going to play this one a little bit safer towards the A-bomb site. They're a little bit more forward outside of B, but there's nobody there. They don't have a whole lot of information yet as well. This lurk could be kind of the key, though, for Imperial. Gokun in mid, he's got to find something for them to work with here.
It's a much slower round than what we've been used to so far on Black Widow. I like the push out from B, though, for VASCO. That's really good info for them. They've seen Gokun as well up on short. You've got to be putting 2 and 2 together and thinking this is probably going to be an A play from Imperial. At least in the next 20 or 30 seconds or so, you stack that site. If nothing happens, maybe you start to filter back over to B. There's a flash into A. Still Imperial are not moving on long. They're trying to fake this out by taking their time. Gokun's been given the role of trying to find that opening frag. Now it's time to go for Imperial. The Armada pushing their way up through long. LKK already finding the opening entry, and he goes through the smoke to try to find more. Eventually gives up his life, but there are still numbers there for Imperial that are flooding the site. Action down. And Silva is also. And Imperial will equalize.
It's 3 in a row. Imperial, one of their biggest streaks in a while now as well. They can see they still have that chance to take this back. The energy a little bit higher now, but for how long? They are on the better side for them, but they've still got to get 4 more to find the map. VASCO, this is where it starts to look a little bit shaky though. They've lost 3 in a row. They have yet to win a round in this half. They've got to show they can defend here.
That's true. Supposed to be their more favorable side of the map. But it's not proving to be at the moment. Long given to Imperial once again. Hefty stack on short from VASCO ESPORTS. And it's a stalemate. See what Goken does. If he pushes his way forward and runs into that stack of 3 players, he's not going to find himself in a good time. You don't multi-frag with an Orm. He's lucky to even get 1 there, to be honest, and doesn't even do that. So same exact setup from Imperial as what worked out last round, but this time VASCO have set the trap, they've sprung it, and it's worked perfectly.
Yeah, now Imperial, they're starting to rethink this, but look at Silva. He's already pushed up into the BL spawn. He's going to catch this rotation perfectly. Feifei goes down. He can back off. He doesn't have to recontest here. He tries to anyways. Takes ADRF down to half as he goes down. Still a 4-on-3. Very favorable for VASCO. But MG, he's got to survive a little bit longer here. Takes down Ryuzao. These last 2 players could go swinging out the mid double doors. Try and take the gamble, and it could pay off. Lukum finds 1. They've already got control of the backside of the A window. ADRF, though, he's kind of stuck here with the bomb.
Oh, no. That's really bad news. That's the worst possible time to go down with the C4. I think they had a bit of a miscommunication there. LKK, though, let's see if he can clutch it out first. Then we'll discuss it. Action is low. 18 seconds left here. He's got the C4. If he gets this kill, he can go straight into B, but he's opted to go back to A, and that will be his undoing. VNC was in mid. That was a bit too close for comfort. But if ADRF survives and can bring the bomb back over to A, LKK's already made that inroad, but I think ADRF had made that call similar to me. Let's go B. Meanwhile, LKK is out the window in A already. They just didn't quite communicate at the right time, and ADRF couldn't quite get around the corner to save that C4 and get into mid.
Imperial, though, trying to find an aggressive answer back. Feifei already dead out of the mid double doors. The rest of the team working their way quickly into the B box room. It's Ryuzao. He's going to go down right away. Action holding on, gets the double kill. It's already 5 versus 2. Goken and ADRF, the last hope to find this round. Goken good for 1, but ADRF, he's on 1 HP here. There's no way out of this one. Action gets a 3rd kill. Goken, he has to do it all by himself. Otherwise, the round will be lost. And Tuzin, he'll help find it. VASCO.
2 big ones. They're in striking distance now. Everything they've been working forward to in this best of 5, this reverse sweep, this tantalizing prospect of going through to tomorrow to face BaiSha again is on offer for VASCO Esports now. It is their map to lose.
2 away. But 2 rounds probably never felt so far from them. It's going to be a tough one to overcome this kind of deficit. They were already down 2-0. They tie the total map score, and now they lead on map 5, but there's still that final threshold. They've got a lot of early information here in mid as they push out. They're not going to see anything yet. Goken, he's looking for that window peek, though, trying to spot that player who makes the first mistake on VASCO. But as we've seen, if he's the player to lead into the catwalk, it can go wrong. But this time, they've got 3 on the other side of it. Tuzin has to step up with BNC. It's going to be 2 for 1, though. Lukum able to make it happen. Thankfully, Action on the back line secured that trade after the 2-kill one against them. Evens things up to a 3-on-3.
Mid smoked off now as well. VASCO get their members back into the B site. It's a 2-1 split. What decision does Imperial make here? C4 still in the BL spawn. Imperial's not going to commit to anything until that C4 is headed in the right direction, but which direction is that? Ryu's now just waiting outside of B to see if there's going to be a push from anyone there. It's not happening. And A is going to be the option of choice. 2 players there, plus MG with the Orm. It's a scary decision from Imperial. MG might be able to crack this round right back on open, but he has allowed Ryu Zhao across. That's some important space that Imperial is now gaining, and look at how MG struggles with that. Silva's the last one alive. I don't think VASCO is going to get this one over the line. 7 up for Imperial, 1 step closer to bringing that score back to 8 apiece.
It's going to be so hard for them to get across that finish line. I feel like VASCO, they had the right idea, but MG, he had to hold on to that positioning a little bit longer and hit that first shot. Once he's down, there's just no way to regain control of that side. VASCO, they're trying to bait this kill early on A long here. They want the peak to come through, but will Feifei and Lukum take the bait? They're trying to make it seem like there's only 1 or 2 players here. They've got a 4-stack ready to peek on this smoke, and it's going to work out. MG gets the opening frag. Now they can fall back into the default setup knowing they've got the numbers.
Yeah, and expect Imperial to slow things down a little bit here as well. So they're more than capable of stacking 4 players on one side of the map and not getting punished for it. That said, Imperial are going to pick the pace up a little bit into B. It is just 1 or 2 members here, and they're not really committed to the site either. MG's watching from the window. Got a couple in mid. That's going to get smoked off for sure. And Imperial could try to make their way into the site, but they have waited a bit too long to pull that trigger. If they were going to go for it, in the end, it's almost worst case scenario, because not only do they not commit, but they also lose Gokun.
Yeah, ADRF as well. Very, very low on HP, but here comes the swing. Silva takes down Lukum, and this could be, for the first time, a match point on the table for VASCO if they can close it out. Ryu Zhao, the only player on his team with full HP in this round. He snuck all the way onto the A bomb site, but Action, he's in the key position here to shut it down, and he's gonna do it. ADRF, what more can you even do here? 9 HP in a dream.
Yeah, he was just tasked with watching the other side of the map to see if maybe Imperial on A could get something done, and you know, he can bring the bomb over, but now it's just a conversation time really for Imperial as he tucks himself into a corner, gives up for the round, and they have to take this as a attack timeout essentially, because they'll be down 9-7, and this is tournament lives on the line from what was almost an unassailable lead. 2-0 in the series, 10-5, 10-3. Imperial won Subbase and Ankara back-to-back. They went into port looking confident, looking like it was going to be an easy 3-0. We thought we were going to be out of here super early tonight. But VASCO have grinded their way back into it. And tack pause is the call.
It's the right one to make here. It's their last hope here. Imperial, this is the first time they're at risk of falling completely down and out here. They give up 1 map, they give up 2 maps, but now this is their only hope to keep themselves alive. They've got to send it into overtime, win 2 rounds in a row, and then win it all the way back there in overtime. So for them at this point, it's a tough conversation to have, because it's not necessarily like you're severely getting outplayed in this circumstance. It's just these minor little things that you have to critique to find the way through. And as an IGL, that's really tough to do when you only have 90 seconds.
Well, at least they had that extra minute in the end of the previous round where ADRF was just chilling. So it's been about 2.5 minutes that they'll have to think. The saddest part about this for Imperial, if they do lose it, is that they even had match point. They had series point on Compound. That was $30,000 that 1 round. If they win that, they're guaranteed plus 30K. And maybe even more, depending on the results tomorrow. They don't take advantage of it. Now, VASCO get their shot. They get 2 bites at the cherry. Will they make the same mistake Imperial did and allow Imperial back in on Black Widow into the OT? I don't get the sense that they will. I think VASCO have worked too hard to be at this point now, and they're not going to let it slip away. Their fingers are bloody after trying to claw through this brick wall that was Imperial in the first 2 maps, and eventually they were able to punch a hole, and it's opened the floodgates. It's unstoppable dam, really. And VASCO now flooding the rounds in their favor.
This is what it all comes down to. Imperial, their fight, what do they have left to show us? Can they be that team that even after letting 2 maps in a row slip away from them, find a way to get themselves all the way back into an overtime situation? It's only 2 rounds needed to at least take it that far, but with how VASCO has played in this half, it just seems this could be theirs to close out. They've got the right idea so far. Playing for that gamble stack on the A bomb site, I do think that is the call you would want to make in this situation. Imperial seems to have a tendency to go for those catwalk plays, so it is good to have that maximum coverage in this direction. The flash comes down for the catwalk push. Actually, a little bit of a misflash there. Hits about half of Imperial, who was on the catwalk, and now Lukum, he's going to try and open it up. He's got the position to do it, but there are 4 players ready to go here. They are going right into this trap.
If only Imperial knew, but they don't. And so they need to make it work. They need to hit their shots. MG, though, will deny ADRF the chance in this round. He's already doubled down. He's hitting everything at the moment, but the chances seem few and far between after those initial 2. It's just 2 Sim, and Goken keeps it alive for Imperial. How do they win it?
Oh my goodness. Could it be overtime? We've gone this far. Imperial has made it all the way to just 1 more round needed for this series to really and truly go that full distance. But here comes the collision. A-long, both teams hungry for the fight, but VASCO not up for the challenge here. They know the pressure is on Imperial. They don't want to peek into this. They don't want to give them that opportunity. They want Imperial to have to claw tooth and nail to take this round away from them.
Double smoke into mid. What's the communication like here for Imperial? All riding on 1 round. VASCO have let 1 slip. Imperial have let 1 slip. 2 match points so far in this matchup. Neither of them have been converted. The 3rd opportunity will be VASCO's. Is it the last opportunity? Is it the last one that's required? Or will there be a 4th match point awaiting us if we do get into that overtime? VASCO will certainly be hoping not. They want to finish it right here and now. Lock it in.
They've got that chance. The time is ticking. This last minute could be everything or the reason they regret it here for VASCO not closing this one out. It's going to be a full B commit here, starting to stack up for Imperial. Silva, the only player who's going to be able to challenge this. He has to find at least 2. Otherwise, it's extremely likely Imperial sends this into an overtime. Silva, he gets the counter flash down, but he's got to hold the line here. He's got the support on the doors from Tuzin. Silva, he gets the first. He gets the second with the support of Tuzin. This could be it. 5-on-3. They've got to force their way through. Imperial, there is no way out. Goken is also nowhere near to help support this. He is all the way back into Blacklist spawn. The rest of VASCO pushes their way in. It's all on to Goken. Do or die. 1 versus 4.
It's not possible, Kyle. There's 15 seconds left. What do you want him to do? He could hit every shot, and there is just nothing to be done. It's VASCO who make the reverse sweep happen, And look at them. They deserve this. They deserve to be pumped. A reverse sweep in a best of 5 is by no means easy, but tonight they are the victors and they go through to tomorrow for a rematch against BaiSha.
For Imperial, though, it's gotta be a devastating loss. The first map they win 10-5, the second map they win 10-3, but then 3 times in a row in a very close fashion, they go down in flames, and you can see the disaster on their faces. They know they had it in their grasp so many times, and they let it slip. And Fei, head on the table, a few tears shed as well, as they know it's the end of the road for Imperial. But for VASCO, it's a new life in this tournament. They're not done yet. There's a possibility this team could still make the grand finals.
Yeah, is it a metaphor for what's going to happen for the tournament as a whole? For VASCO, you know, a bit of a slow start, a lot of closer results in the group stage. They went down to BaiSha there in the group stage. Then they came into playoffs. They lost to All Gamers yesterday. Can they reverse sweep the event? That's the question I'm sort of setting up now. I think that's really a very, very tough ask for VASCO, obviously having to go through BaiSha and then All Gamers tomorrow if they still want to win this event. But the big talking point, of course, is that that possibility is still there for VASCO. It's now gone for Imperial. They had every possibility of closing this series out. 2-0 lead in the series. They were doing okay on port. It was back and forth for a little while, and then they just lost to 2 B rushes. And then you go into compound, and on compound, they even had a match point. They had a series point there, Imperial. Couldn't do it. And when you let those opportunities slip time and time again, the more consistent roster is the one that gets it over the line. That is VASCO. But yeah, they can't rest on their laurels. It's a great result. Yes, we've talked about the implications of it, but big games tomorrow. Let's take a quick look back at the highlights from that last map before we discuss further. Well, it was a hard-fought victory, as you can see there from the highlights, but it is indeed VASCO that won the final map in the series, 10-8. They actually won 2 of those maps, 10-8, and then 13-11 on the, I suppose, middle one in the 3 that VASCO put together, a reverse sweep. How often do you see that in a best of 5?
I mean, very, very rarely. But VASCO, I mean, they had that resilience. They had what it took to come all the way through, especially after 2 not even close first maps. It's not like it was the same way those last 3 maps played out throughout this entire matchup. Going into map 3, it looked like there was almost no chance for them.
Yeah, definitely. And look, at this point in time, I don't really know what to say. I don't have anything more really for this one apart from I just hope VASCO is going to be able to sort of relax a little bit tonight, because I can imagine, you know, the emotions are running quite high at this point. It's already 10:30 p.m. and obviously they're going to have to be back here tomorrow for the first match of the day again at 3 p.m., which, you know, it's certainly not the shortest of turnarounds. They do have a bit of time to sort of work with there, but realistically, I can imagine it will be a little bit difficult to get to sleep tonight, running through all of those emotions. And yeah, hopefully they can come back stronger for tomorrow. And also, you know, they've got a lot of preparing to do going into tomorrow, because not only do they have to prepare for BaiSha, they have to prepare as well for the eventuality that if they do beat BaiSha, they will also have to play all gamers. So really, really tough ask for VASCO for tomorrow, but at least they've gotten through today. And hey, I got to tip my hat to Tuzan, who steps up in a big way at the sort of final hurdle, really, for VASCO. He didn't really have that much of an impact, especially on Subbase and Ankara, but there on Compound, definitely a key difference maker for the roster. Pretty much everyone having the game that they needed to there for VASCO, but we'll show you who the MVP is going to be. You could take your pick, really, but it is going to be MG once again, and he's gotten the back-to-back from Compound into Black Widow. And that's really what you want to see out of your sniper player. You need them to be firing, you need them to be on, especially on maps like Compound and Black Widow. And he's done the dirty work definitely for his team today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy task to go toe-to-toe with Gokhan, and he did time and time again. And that is where I think in the future they're going to think twice about challenging this guy. But as we take a look at the overall results for the day, obviously we did have this one go the full distance 3-2. Not so much in the first one, but now we've got to ask the question here. Is this the VASCO that can take on BaiSha tomorrow? They've done it here. They've dethroned one team, but we all know BaiSha is a much harder beast to conquer.
I don't know if I'm sold on that one just yet. I think, obviously, you sort of speak about the one map that they were able to take off BaiSha earlier in the event. I don't know if they're going to get that chance again. I don't think BaiSha lets Mexico through in a best-of-5, and BaiSha looked so good yesterday, and they even, in a couple of cases, looked pretty decent earlier on today. So I think it's a tough ask still. I'm probably going to go the way of BaiSha regardless. But hey, maybe VASCO can surprise us once again. Imperial, those are the 2 losses that cost them the tournament. 0-3 to BaiSha and then 2-3 to VASCO. They're out now. But for VASCO, the win against Imperial keeps the dream alive. And you saw how much that meant for them. Very, very big moment for VASCO getting it over the line. And it seems like the rivalry between these 2 Brazilian teams will continue. Obviously, it's been VASCO, then it was Imperial, now it's VASCO again, and I'd love to see this matchup one more time at the end of the year at the CFS Grand Finals in Chengdu later on. I think that could really cap off a fantastic year of competition between these 2 teams, but hey, 3-2 there. VASCO, they'll be happy with it tonight.
Yeah, the big thing for them now is knowing the job is not done. This is going to be a great chance to celebrate, but they've also got a lot of planning to do, because for them, the playoffs is not over just yet. They'll be taking on BaiSha tomorrow in our first match of the day. The winner, of course, will face all gamers in the final, and that's got to be the scary fate on both of these teams' hands, knowing even if they win here in the lower bracket final, you've got to face an undefeated, uncontested on maps all gamers.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's going to be a very fun run through the lower bracket into the grand final tomorrow for VASCO, but listen, that's just how it is, right? That's the tournament that is ahead of them, and it's what they're going to have to do. I mean, honestly, the same can kind of be said for BaiSha, right? Having to play back-to-back, whichever team does make it through from that lower bracket final. It's definitely a disadvantage having gone down to the lower bracket. Playing 2 best-of-5s in a day is a Herculean task. You've got basically a marathon to kind of run in that sense. And it's not even just that. It's not even just about the fatigue factor. It's also about the preparation factor, knowing that you do have to prepare tonight for 2 matches back-to-back. So very difficult task to make that run into the grand final and make it possible against all gamers for either BaiSha and VASCO. We'll have to wait and see how that is going to play out, though. Of course, tomorrow, that is us done for tonight. It's been a huge night of competition. Again, congratulations for VASCO for surviving as they take at least a top 3 placing. But now it's time for us to throw it back down onto the stage for the interview and to close the day out. VASCO deserve their opportunity in the limelight. So let's head down to the stage and hear what they have to say.
Và như vậy chúng ta vừa được chứng kiến một màn rượt đuổi tỷ số vô cùng ngoạn mục giữa hai cái tên đến từ đất nước Brazil và phải trải qua tận 5 map đấu mới có thể tìm ra được đội thắng của trong ngày hôm nay để cùng bước vào trận chung kết nhánh thua ngày mai. Và trên sân khấu đang là MVP đến từ vị trí của VASCO ESPORTS. Và ngay lúc này sẽ được mời MC có thể gửi lời chào đến quý vị khán giả có được không ạ?
Olá com todas as pessoas.
Boa noite, sou MG.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là MG.
Dạ, những tiếng vỗ tay rất là lớn và thưa quý vị, có thể cảm nhận được là ngày hôm nay không khí tại nhà thi đấu của khu 7 rất là nóng. Mặc dù nhiệt độ điều hòa chỉ có 17 độ C mà thôi, nhưng mà vì phần trình diễn của họ quá ngoạn mục và ấn tượng đi. Và không những vậy, phần trình diễn vừa rồi kéo dài đến tới tận 5 map thi đấu rất là dài và cuối cùng thì họ cũng đã giành chiến thắng. Thì cho Hà được hỏi rằng là không biết cảm xúc của bạn lúc này như thế nào khi mà mình đã trải qua một trận thi đấu rất dài như vậy hay không ạ?
Como você acha sobre essa victoria porque o jogo é muito difícil e demorou longe?
Essa vitória foi muito importante para o nosso time, porque foi um jogo muito duro, foram 5 mapas, mas graças a Deus a gente saiu com a vitória.
Đối với tôi thì trận đấu này thật sự là căng thẳng bởi vì trận đấu đã kéo dài tận 5 map và vì thế mà đội của chúng tôi hiện nay thì rất là vui mừng về chiến thắng của mình.
Dạ vâng ạ, không những là một trận đấu kéo dài mà còn là một phần lật ngược thế cờ của VASCO ESPORTS nữa. Thì cho tôi được hỏi là mặc dù thường những cái thứ liên quan về chiến thuật thì họ sẽ giữ kín đúng không ạ? Nhưng mà đến giờ phút này thì MC có thể chia sẻ về chiến thuật của đội giúp cho đội có thể lật ngược thế cờ và giành chiến thắng hay không ạ?
Qual plano vocês tinham para vencer o jogo?
A gente estava muito confiante na nossa equipe. Admito que não tinha muito plano, a gente só seguiu o coração e fez o que a gente faz de melhor.
Chiến thuật của đội chúng tôi là cố gắng đến cuối cùng và chúng tôi đã trải qua những 3 map cuối cùng với một sự cố gắng rất là nhiều đến từ tất cả các thành viên.
Dạ vâng ạ. Và cũng là đội đi tiếp vào ngày mai để cùng đến với trận chung kết nhánh thua. Thì không biết là với đối thủ của mình là BaiSha Gaming cũng là một đối thủ vô cùng nặng ký và được đánh giá rất cao ở giải đấu lần này. Thì bạn cảm thấy sao về đối thủ cũng như có tự tin hay không ạ?
O que você acha sobre o adversário do BaiSha Gaming?
Acho que eles são muito fortes, mas nós do Vasco estamos preparados.
Chúng tôi nghĩ rằng là đối thủ BaiSha Gaming thì rất là mạnh, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì chúng tôi cũng đều có tự tin rằng là mình có thể chiến thắng được đối thủ này.
Wow, rất tự tin ạ. Và một câu cuối cùng thôi đó là MG ơi, ở đây có rất là nhiều khán giả đến tận giờ phút này gần 11 giờ đêm rồi vẫn cổ vũ cho bạn ngay tại trường quay và có thể gửi một lời cảm ơn đến với khán giả tại trường quay cũng như khán giả đang có mặt ở đây này và cả khán giả đang theo dõi thông qua những kênh truyền hình trực tiếp của CROSSFIRE có được không ạ?
Aqui tem muitas pessoas e pode obrigado pela.
Obrigado por todos que estiveram presentes até tarde no dia de hoje.
Tôi cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều vì sự cổ vũ của mọi người trên toàn cầu ạ.
Dạ vâng, xin được cảm ơn một lần nữa, xin được chúc mừng cho MC rất nhiều và cũng như cảm ơn và chúc mừng cho đội của bạn vì ngày mai sẽ cùng bước vào trận chung kết nhánh thua. Và thưa quý vị, một lần nữa hãy cùng dành một tràng vỗ tay gửi đến cho MC và VASCO ESPORTS. Và thưa quý vị, như vậy chúng ta đã cùng nhau trải qua một ngày dài thi đấu và hai trận đấu đều là hai trận ngang tài ngang sức và vô cùng tuyệt vời. Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng xem coi là ngày mai chúng ta sẽ có lịch trình thi đấu ra sao quý vị nha. Nào, xin mời ạ. Thưa quý vị, ngày mai cũng là ngày cuối cùng của giải CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Và vào lúc 15 giờ sẽ là phần thi đấu trận chung kết nhánh thua giữa BaiSha Gaming từ Trung Quốc và ở đây mình có là VASCO ESPORTS từ Brazil. Và lúc 19 giờ sẽ là một trận cầu vô cùng tuyệt vời Grand Final. Quý vị đã cùng nhau đợi chờ đón đúng không ạ? Giữa On Gamers và một cái tên chưa biết trước đúng không nào? Và có lẽ là ngày mai thì sau khi trận đấu đầu tiên khép lại, mình mới có được hai cái tên cuối cùng bước vào trận Grand Final. Thưa quý vị, như vậy chúng ta chỉ còn lại 2 trận đấu cuối cùng cho ngày mai mà thôi. Vì vậy xin quý vị hãy cùng đến với nhà thi đấu của khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam và khung giờ 14 giờ chiều để cùng theo dõi và tận hưởng những giờ phút thăng hoa cùng chúng tôi. Và đừng quên theo dõi thông qua những nền tảng trực tuyến cùng với CROSSFIRE. Và chúc quý vị sẽ có được thật nhiều niềm vui cùng với CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Chúng tôi tin chắc rằng quý vị sẽ không thể nào bỏ qua được những giờ phút tuyệt vời cùng với Grand Final. Còn bây giờ thì xin cảm ơn, xin chào và hẹn gặp lại ạ. Bye.